I'd give him the chance to speak. When I was talking, still talking over me. I'd give you a whole monologue. You carried on. Your news source is GB News. I mean, that just says it all. Right, okay, sorry. Sharik, you've been waiting a while. Sorry about that. Charlie just took over the whole thing. I was going to say he took over my life. No, he didn't. He took over my life. Let's try that again. Right, Sharik, go ahead.
Yeah, you've got a lot of patience, right?
Yep, definitely
and
something.
Probably a bit too much in some cases, so really.
It's all right. It's all good.
Okay.
What don't kill you makes you stronger, right?
That was hard to listen to. Hard to listen to.
I can't hear you.
Oh,
we can't hear you, Sharik.
One second.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry.
Better.
Is this better? All right, I'll be on a speaker then. Yeah, it was hard to listen to. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so I think I have my theory, and it's based on experience. I used to do translation work for courts across Europe, different languages. Okay, and I've seen it happen. 80s and 90s. I've been following all this, for a few decades now, how it's unraveled. And I've seen basically, non-violent people being put in prison, detained. And I've seen people who are stabbing others let go free. Okay?
Yes.
Shogun, have you got Tourette's of the GB New kind? Yeah.
So anyway, I've seen that happen, and I have my own theory why it's happening, but I think it's quite evident because the evidence is piling up. So I believe they let him do it on purpose. Okay, Axel. I believe they let this happen on purpose. Okay, and I've seen this happen in, for example, a couple of times it happened here in Reading. There was a stabbing in 2020 that was right, to distract from a scandal that was in 2020. And it happened in Glasgow and happened a couple of times up and down the country, because these people are all under surveillance, okay, right. And they're being kept closely, they're being monitored closely, and they know that these people have mental problems, and they nevertheless keep them, on a leash, and then they let them go whenever they need to. If you monitor the timeline, this happened right after the Manchester airport incident. When remember the Pakistani boys?
Yeah, we know with the boys. Yeah.
Trying to punch up with the police.
Yeah.
That guy who harassed their mother on the airplane was a Zionist soldier coming back from the war zone via Qatar. Okay, and he harassed their mother, and they had a punch up with him on the airport. And so police sided with the guy, with the Zionist guy, wanted to arrest them for no reason. Okay.
Yeah, but one minute, right.
So, but what I'm saying is the Pakistanis...
One minute. The thing is, I believed that, they had got targeted until I saw the full video, and these guys turned around and started punching up, and I'm sorry, but them brothers, I don't know what planet they thought they were on.
Thank you.
We don't know exactly what happened.
Exactly.
Listen, if they were in Pakistan or in any other country, even an Arab country, they would not turn around and start punching the police.
Thank you.
So, let's say it for what it is. Because you know what? In Pakistan, you will get beat to the point will you not be able to move if the police touch you. That's what it's like.
But what happened
why
after?
Would you turn around? One minute. So the woman pushed him. Yes, she shouldn't have done that. She tried grabbing him like that and grabbing him from the back, and he hit his head against the machine. He then turns around and starts throwing his fists about and breaking your nose. Genuinely, and then
No. You've watched the wrong video, or you're you've got shit in your eyes. I mean, that's not true at all.
What did you just say?
I said you've got shit in your eyes if you've seen that video from the...
Take this guy off, man.
No, don't take me off. Don't take me off. No.
You're rude, man. You're rude.
I'm sick of this. No, I'm not.
Guys,
if I've got something to say, I'm going to say it, Don't try and put me out, and don't try and put... Yeah.
Let me finish my point, please.
No, I mean, that's what we are.
My point was that this happened exactly when the Pakistani protests were going on against this kind of treatment, and that they wanted to distract from that. So that they let this happen. And it's happened a couple of times, a handful of times up and down the country. They have these nutcases, and they're mostly from minorities, sometimes mostly Muslims, sometimes not. They're mentally, mentally ill, and they get kept in this way and unleashed on the public whenever they need to distract and, instill hate against minorities. And I've seen it because I've been in court and done translation work. It's under oath and I cannot declare it, but I've seen innocent people being detained and violent criminals being let go who have mental problems. It's happening, and they're doing it on purpose. And this was part of that. This is part of that legacy. Okay?
I don't agree with that, but that's your opinion. Fair enough. But I don't think that that's right. I don't think they let people go. I think it's the lack of funding and lack of resources, and the fact that the people at the top really don't care about certain communities. That's
It's
what
part of their strategy, but also the secret services are involved. They
No.
have these people
Right,
under
okay.
surveillance.
Right, 1
and
minute.
they let them act on purpose, and even with timing in many cases.
Okay, that's fine. Is that all you want to say, Sharik?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
Thank
Thank you very much for that. Thanks for coming up. Tony, you're next. Is it Tony that's here? Is there a Tony here? Guy? No? Yes? No? I can't even tell anymore. Right now, I'm having a moment.
Was it not myself? User.
Yeah, 1 minute. It's Techno first and then User. Yep. Techno, User. Yep.
Oh, what's happening? Just wanted to go back to the point before about the names and stuff. I don't know. It's true. He should really know the names if he's debating this, obviously. But his point about like the Manchester thing, like that's not like 100%. That's not even relevant, really. And I get the point he was trying to make, but like,
What point was he trying to make that you got?
he was trying to make the point that you were asking him to name the
3 little girls. 3.
Yeah, you
and he was asking me about 22 people.
So he was trying to say that because you can't name the people who died in the Manchester attack.
And how long ago was that, my love?
Yeah, like what are you talking, like 6 years ago now? What was it, 2019? When was it?
Okay, this is getting better. Forget it. Okay, the point is, right, there's 22 people that were alive. 22. So you want me to remember 22 name, not the one that just
Oh
happened
my
a few months ago?
God, you have no compassion whatsoever. What is wrong with you? You are so like you don't let, like, when someone wants to explain something, you don't let them speak. Because
Thanks,
you've got
Brad.
something to say
I
because you're
think
so
the point
above
being,
them.
this is a talk
Okay,
about
techno,
this
techno, go on.
incident.
No, I know it is. No one asked you, so shush.
Oh,
Techno, go on.
He's got manners. He knows how to speak to people.
Exactly,
But my point
and
is
you
22
don't.
22 people, and years ago, it's not going to be easy for you to remember 22 people. But 3 girls
No
from a few
one-
months ago, 3 girls with English, but normal, Elsie, Alice, BB. There's 3
Oh
names.
my
You don't.
God, that's cringy that you even say that. But
I agree, but
What do you, sorry. So I'm going to go to you because you seem to be eager to speak. Sorry about this, Mr.
No worries.
Techno.
Go
Is
ahead.
it Techno? It seems that we've got somebody who just can't help themselves. So let me just address you first since you
God,
seem eager.
you're dying coming from you. But anyway, carry on.
Vile.
And you don't.
You are.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't. I have a lot to
Drag.
say.
This
Like,
is
of
how you
course.
speak to women,
Drag.
then clearly
Guys,
you
guys.
are a very human being. I'm sorry to say it, Rez, but
Say that
you do
again
not talk
in English. Sorry, what?
Oh, wow. Okay, drag. The
actually.
point
Your
being...
English is worse than mine.
Sorry, I'm...
So
I'm
what
hearing
saying is,
echoing. I
come on a
can't hear what
panel,
you're saying.
be respectful. Just be respectful. That's all we're asking.
You can't-
We
I
don't
am
ask you to
very
Okay,
respectful.
drag.
Yeah.
The reason the question was a reasonable one in this situation is this is literally a live about a specific incident. And if you come onto a live about this specific incident that happened 2 months ago and you don't even know the names of the victims, it makes it very clear what your bias and your agenda and your concern is. That's
Okay,
why
and
he was asked.
you're asking me that question.
I'm not asking you. I'm saying why we asked the
So
other guy.
ask the
Why I
person that
asked
didn't
him.
know the 2 people that was
3 people.
alive in this
3 people.
conversation. Oh, the 3 people, yeah.
3 kids, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't.
That's
say
why it was a relevant question and why I asked it.
Yeah,
Because I
absolutely.
remembered Rez asking someone last night and he didn't know either.
that. Yeah. Okay.
But 1 minute, Drag, why are you not telling him he's got like shit in his eyes and all?
Question, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's talking. But 1 minute, Mark, you got verbal diarrhea. You got. He said the same thing as me.
Rez,
You haven't got the same thing.
I've got a penis, and B, I'm a nice, well-spoken boy from the home counties. That's it, right?
Oh, okay. All right. So sorry, Drag. I didn't realize it was my colour, and that was annoying you. Apologies.
I mean, you know, Mystic Meg, me being, I can see what you look like. You know, I didn't realize that you were that color, purple. You know, how am I meant to know what you look like? I don't have a clue.
Rez's face
Stop
is
like-
all over
stop-
the live.
Huh?
Yo, can
Rez's
Mr.
face.
Techno talk, man? Then I want to talk to you.
Right,
innit?
okay,
Techno,
right,
come on.
right. You just mute yourself for a bit if you can help yourself. If not, you can just leave. Okay. because there's going to be more verbal diarrhea here, and it might put you off.
Sure, it's fine, but I don't want people like, anyway, you carry on.
Oh, thanks for your permission. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Right, Techno, back to you. Oh, just be quiet, behave yourself.
Just give me a
Right,
second.
Techno, go ahead.
I don't know what I was going to say.
Sorry about that, love.
No worries. Obviously,
The point is, right, when you mentioned the Manchester Arena thing, let me just explain to you and then you can carry on from that. Manchester Arena thing, I believe it happened around 2016, 2017, I believe it was, around that time.
It
Right?
was
That was years ago. 1 minute.
2017.
Yeah, exactly. So how many
Yeah,
years ago was
2
that?
years ago.
Quite a few years ago. How many people were there? 22 people. 22.
Do you really want me to
We're
name?
asking
Because I
about something
can.
that happened 6 months ago. Not even that, but it happened in August. 5
Yeah,
months
but-
ago?
If he really wants me to name them, I can name them. I am Manchester. Them names are burned in my brain. I'll name them if you want. I'll do it right now.
The point is, my love,
Charlie.
we're talking about the most recent thing. This is the subject, and you've come up and you're saying we care about the kids, we care about whatever. And when we're asking you, you can't say anything. That's not great, is it? So that was the only thing. And by the way,
Wait,
it was
what are you talking about?
Oh my god!
You are delusional. Trust me.
I don't
You're
think I-
spitting venom. Sorry,
Memon. No, it's Memon. Carry on.
venom. Yeah, I don't get it. I've just said
Why are
it
you
being
here?
quiet, and you're like
Why are
spewing
you even
lies.
here? I don't get
You're
it.
spewing
You want anyone else
lies.
speak? You want to butt in every 2 seconds? Why are you here?
Christ, Jack.
Because I'm listening to like people like you that spill sick.
Can you wake up, man?
I think he's got. I think he's got on pause.
No, I'm still here, darling. Don't get me cross, babes.
I thought he was having a stroke.
He's burning in hell,
There
man.
you go, darling.
Get him off.
Enjoy
He's
that for a
burning in
bit.
hell.
Right, sorry, Techno, sorry about that. The guy's not going to let you speak, mate. So the point is, right,
Sorry,
and
okay.
it wasn't me that mentioned that, by the way. We mentioned it on the live yesterday, and Mark mentioned it today and asking him the point. Now, him turning and saying, well, can you tell me what the Manchester names are? Well, there's 22, and it's 2017?
It's not relevant, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's
Right,
not
exactly. So the point is that's 8 years ago. 8 years ago, 22 people, right? We're asking about something that happened 5 months ago and it's 3 little girls, right? And he's asking, well,
Yeah.
what, do you know them names? Okay, makes sense, doesn't it? Anyway, so sorry, what was your point now? So carry on.
What I was going to say was, obviously, like, it's, like, disgusting what he's done and all that stuff. I'm still kind of remember what I was going to say.
Do you want me to come back to you, my love? I can come back to you.
Yeah, well, just come back to me.
All right, no problem. That's fine.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
your fault, you little muppet.
Right, user, go ahead.
Yeah, what's good?
Sorry
What's
about that, guys.
Thanks.
All the people that were sitting there, apologies for that. Whatever
Yeah,
it
no,
was.
I feel like I just want to say my points here and things which I've witnessed. A lot of times, coming from a lot of British people, now it's get them out of the country.
Always is, yeah.
The country, it's not our fault that your country respects the human rights. You go around preaching human rights. Now you got to live with it. When you look at other countries, let's say Putin, and you say, oh, that's a dictatorship. Well, they don't get to go through all of that, right? What happened in Southport and what's happening in the UK, it's not good. It's not good at all. And I feel like the government here has been too reluctant, respecting all these human rights. Right. I'm here, right? I'm here to seek a good living, right? Just like any other people. And if people do wrong things, they need to be, either deported back, like to their home countries, right? I wasn't born here. Surely, I want to protect my kid. Why are they tolerating this? They need to send people back where they, as in their homeland. But the fact that they tolerate so much human rights, that can never happen. So as much as they can march, we're so much protected by the human rights. They go around preaching around the world, saying, "Oh, human rights, human rights." Now look what's happening to your country.
No, but
You-
1 minute.
Yes,
The
yes.
point is that human rights, all human lives matter. But the point is, you can't turn around and say human lives matter only when they want them to. It's not terms and conditions.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because, they go around preaching human rights or treat people like this, A, B, C, D, E. And they forget themselves that there's British people in African countries, British people in the UAE, British people in America. They're also migrants in other countries. Yes, they go there. But listen, even in South Africa, they go commit crimes, even in other countries. But it's just not spoken about.
Yep.
So I think instead of them going on marches, it's not going to do nothing. They need to take it to the ballot boxes, vote for the people that they want to go in. Even they themselves, they need to maybe act as MPs, if they have clean, criminal records, instead of them, going on this front. I feel like they just need to look at themselves and say, you know what, let's do it the right way, the legal way. Them marching and all this, for me, I look at it and just thinking it's not going to solve anything.
Yeah, absolutely. So sorry, what do you want to say about this issue? Forget the marches, because that guy.
The situation, the situation that happened, it's actually disgusting. I myself, grew up in when I moved here, Liverpool. That's where I resided. It's actually sad, but it's not about color. I feel like what people have spoken about, that these things happened. The social services. I work as a teacher. We have to report these things. You know what I mean? And nothing was taken into consideration. We go through safeguarding training. None of this was taken into consideration. So for this to go on like the way it ended, it's really sad. And I feel for the parents. And I feel like more needs to be done. More money needs to go into resources for teaching, instead of you guys supporting wars in Ukraine that you have nothing to do with.
Absolutely.
Yes, charity begins at home. They go around preaching, ABCD. Ukraine has got nothing to do with you guys. Russia's got nothing to do with you guys. You always want to stick your nose in other people's business. Invest in your home country.
Absolutely.
Invest here.
That's fine. I really appreciate you coming up, my lovely. Sorry about all that drama and shenanigans.
Thank you so much, guys.
Just have a quick question, user, before you go. You're saying to stay out of the Russian and Ukraine war. Do you have the same opinion about the Israel, Gaza, Palestinian war?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking, just for flame levels.
Sorry, you were saying they should not involve themselves in that war as well, or
they're already involved.
That's what I'm asking you. Should we stay out of that as well?
Yes, 100%. Because I feel like, if you want to go around the world preaching what's right and good, then stand on it. Don't 1 minute, this is right. Because don't forget, if we look back, let's say a country like Zimbabwe, 40 years ago, we were under British colonial rule. 40 years later, you want to go back and start telling people how to live. But you forget your past. Just 40 years ago, you were telling us how to live. Under colonialism. So what's happening in Gaza and Israel is really sad as well. People are dying, and it's so some people are.
It's not really Israel, but
it's so sad. Like
it's happening in Gaza,
it's so sad that people like here they enjoy seeing it happen. When what's happening in Gaza, and it's not nice. It's not nice. So for my thing is.
Business. Sorry to interrupt you. For them, it's business. So every time they get involved in all these politics and stuff, it makes them business. It's sad to say it because there's a lot of innocent lives being taken, but for them, it's business.
Exactly.
That's why they won't stay out of it, and that's what the sad reality of this whole situation is. Then they go on and they preach things, and it's like deal with your own country first. Deal with the problems within the country. But for them, like I said, it's business, it's with money. But sorry to interrupt you. Go on.
Yeah, even after Israel, right? Guess what? Look at it. Afghanistan, Iraq. How many years upon years you just pouring
money go there to steal
into wars? And after the Middle East, guess what? They're going to turn their heads to Africa. They're going to turn their heads somewhere else. They enjoy killing. Look at the nature. Look at history. They will never change. It's just bad.
So sorry, I'm going to. Is that all you want to say, my lovely?
Yes. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming up, my love. Thank you, Mr. Sorry, Techno. I've got. Do you want me to come back to you, or do you want to go to the next person and then try again?
I can try now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Obviously, we can get back on topic.
Yes, please.
Obviously, what he's done is absolutely like there is a reason why people would say they'd make excuses for him, but there's no excuse for that at all. You know what I mean? You could say he's mentally ill, whatever you want, which there is evidence to back up that he did have mental problems and that. What was the police? The police spoke to him like quite a few times, and he called Childline, all this stuff, and it was all ignored. Never got arrested, nothing, and then comes to this, and he does something like undescribably disgusting. So I do feel like the police have definitely got blood in their hands, 100%. By not dealing with them earlier. I mean, I know it's underfunded and all that stuff, but that's like where it gets back to where the way the country's run needs to change 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only way to do it is put money back in and make sure the funding's there and put the resources back in.
It's not even a race thing at all. It's nothing to do with race at all.
So that's when people, right?
Doesn't matter what colour the criminal is. If they've done the crime, they need a suitable punishment, and no one's getting them. No matter what colour they are. Do you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely. Is there anything else you want to say, Techno?
Just like the sentence for the R's and MPs needs to go skyrocket. Do you know what I mean? They're getting off with like 4 years and getting put on bail when they've got like thousands of
laws
like,
definitely
images and all this stuff. It's crazy.
Yes,
like,
laws definitely need looking at and revising. Definitely, they're way too lenient.
How's that okay? Like, you just continue as soon as he goes home. He's gonna go back on his computer again and abuse and destroy like children's lives and that. Do you know what I mean? And it's not even. It's every race. There's every race in many countries doing that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else you want to say, my love?
Just that he definitely didn't deserve to go to prison. I think he should have been killed, but you know what I mean. We're not in them days anymore.
That's fine. Okay, thanks for coming up, my lovely. Thank you for that. I'm sorry about all the shenanigans. Right, thanks. MK, I believe you're next.
Hey,
Can you
how are
hear
you
me?
guys?
Yeah, all right. I think your reception is coming in and out, my love.
Is it bad?
No, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, how are you guys?
Yeah, good, thanks. After all the abuse, it's like the spice of your life.
I've literally just come on. I wasn't even here for the half of it. But this is what we go through every day when we speak the truth, you know. When we speak on certain topics, we just get abused. Whether we speak from whether the abuse is going to be there regardless. But
absolutely.
Yeah, just to go to the topic, as what I've said before, and what I'll continue to say is, we need to look into the system. We need to look into reforming the system. Forget about reforming the country. We need to reform the system, because had the system been, you know, a bit better than what it is now, I feel like all of this stuff would have been prevented. And those 3 innocent girls that have been unalived, I feel like if he had been stopped from the first time he had flagged something up, I feel like, bless their little souls, they still would have been here.
Absolutely.
But the matter of the fact is, government and the country doesn't care. The government definitely doesn't care about these innocent lives being taken daily. Whether it's to do with knife crime, whether it's to do with whatever, whether they want to put it down to tea, whether they want to put it down to whatever it is, they don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fine, my lovely. So, is that all you want to say, my love?
Yeah.
Next person. Oh God, yeah.
Do you want me to drop so you can bring someone else?
Right. Guys, if I do, I'll let you guys know. But for now, you're okay. For now, we've got. It's going to be flavoursome anyway. We're going to have exciting people coming in. Don't worry about it, I'm sure. Right, the debater, Mr. Debater, is it? In the corner? Right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to talk on the prompt. It's like from schoolboy to psycho, what changed? Personally, I think it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Because you say you've been getting bullied and whatnot. And racism as a black man in the UK is crazy. If you're not black, you wouldn't understand. Only coconuts. Oh man, mute your mic, bro. Yeah.
Sorry, please wait your turn. Sorry, carry on.
So my point is that it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah. It was like, because he didn't mean to go, and remember, that wasn't the plan. Everybody got a plan, but that wasn't his plan. His plan was going to go unalive, bully racist bullies and whatnot for however long he's been racially abused. It's like he's 18. He's 18 in 2025. You know, there's more than one unstable 18-year-old, unhinged 18-year-old out there today, 17, whatever. So at the end of the day, he just did what he did, innit? He's like, you get it? He's 17.
One minute. Did you read the case details?
The case details?
The details on this case. Did you read how disgusting what he did was?
I know what he did. I know what he did.
Sorry to break it to you. Just because people get bullied, it's not an excuse to take it out on other people.
One minute. Please wait your turn.
Oh my gosh.
Right, sorry,
see?
Mr. Debater, the point is that when you look at the case information and the details of what he did, how horrific what he did was, especially to Bibi, he stabbed her over 100 times. That's the child. A small little body, a tiny little body of a little girl, 100 times. You can't say he did what he did like he was.
All right, let's not sugarcoat it, yeah? When they do these things, when you hear what I said, when they do these things, and yeah, for what's that like? Damn exotic. Yeah, I'm all right. But when they do these things, they're not interested in the what's left behind. You get it? They're not interested in the bits. That's why they go in and they do what they do. They do, yeah? Not the T's. I'm just talking whoever commit these things, Carl Clifford, whoever. They don't care. They go in and they go full. Yeah? The head chip, the straw broke the camel's back, and that is them.
So what do you, okay, can you tell me what you think were the main factors in this? Because you said you must know something about it, right?
Racism. Nah, I'm saying racism as a black man in the UK, born and grown in the UK. I know how the racism is.
One minute. His brother.
Oh, why?
His brother didn't turn out. 1 minute. His brother didn't turn out like that.
Right. No, I didn't say that. His brother. He's not his brother. He's not his brother.
But if they're in the same area, surely they would get the same kind of racism, no?
Huh?
If they're in the same area, then surely they get the same kind of racism, no?
Yeah, but his brother is not him. They're not born at the same time. They're not born at the same time.
Right, okay.
There's different factors
so 1 minute.
Factors in play.
I don't know if you know anything about the information on this case, and that's why I'm asking you a question, because genuinely...
Yeah. I probably know as much as you.
So he was... 1 minute. He's bothered about racism, and they started looking into people like Schmittler.
Yeah, of course. If he's looking to do...
But why?
Yeah, if he's looking... Because he's looking to do maximum damage. He's looking to do maximum... If you're looking to do maximum damage,
guys,
if you're looking to do maximum damage, and you got... Oh, my gosh. If you're looking to do maximum damage and you want to smoke people or whatnot, you don't care what manual you're reading, yeah? It don't make you to be that. You're just going to want to know how to do that. How can I smoke this guy without even being in the vicinity?
Okay. Sorry.
You get it?
Again, I'll ask you. The Mein Kampf, the book, is not a manual or nor is it anything else. It's just Schmittler's book.
Look, like I said, yeah, manual, book, whatever. He had all kinds of books. He had the Irish. He had the Asian. He had the Yahtzee. He was trying to cause as much damage as he could. Yeah, his plan didn't work out. He went to plan B. That's what they do. That's what I'm saying. That's what
you're saying. That the main thing for this was racism, and that's what pushed him to this. Is that what your point?
Yeah. That's what changed. That's what changed him. That's what the straw which broke the camel's back, and that's it. Because he was cool. Then what happened? He just had enough.
I don't know where you got the racism thing from, because that I have not seen that anywhere to say that. Other than they've just said that he was a happy kid. I mean, look there. You don't think racism affected him there, no?
Yeah, of course.
But he's smiling. He's happy there.
I want to interject a little bit.
Because I'm a black man. Interject. Listen, let me just come off this thing. Yeah, these people can't go no rash.
No, I just have a question.
No.
Well, see you later. Bye. Take care. Thanks. Next person, Joe 91. Joe Boy 91. Gordon Bennett. Joe Boy 91, go ahead.
Hello, me lovely. How are you?
Oh, well, it was better before I got insulted earlier, but yeah, fine, thanks.
Yeah, well, it's not about the racism at all. He's not well in the head. It's no simple that violence towards young children. We need to start doing an act of all nationalities together to make this country a better place.
100%. Yep. I agree with you.
I'm a Romany. Obviously, I get insulted and bullied, but I would never take it out on any other culture.
See, I want Mr. Debater to come back because I do have a genuine question for him when he's going on about the racism. So, look at the victims. 2 of them are mixed-race little girls. So if he was experiencing all this racism, why didn't he go after the people or white girls or white people who have apparently been racist towards him? He went for easy targets. He went for kids, like literal little kids. Why didn't he go after people who bullied him? I think it's a cop-out saying, oh, it's because it was really like a victim of racism, he was a victim of bullying. But he didn't go after the people who did that to him. He went after innocent little girls. And 2 of them who died were also half-caste.
Half-caste is an offensive term. You're supposed to call it biracial.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what the PC term for it. Mixed race.
Biracial or mixed race.
Biracial. Right, thanks for that one. I don't know.
Can I just come in and quickly just say like a little point? Because I hear where everyone's coming from. I think what he was trying to explain was, even if it does come down to racism, I think the simplest way to explain it is people have a switch. Now, what I've heard from obviously the past lives that we've spoken about, and what I've kind of tried to explain to people is sometimes people are mentally able to control themselves in certain situations better than others. So if I tackle racism and I don't turn to violence, that doesn't mean someone else's switch isn't going to flip. So I think that's what he was trying to say. And okay, cool. Let's even look at it from a different perspective. Let's take away the racism perspective, right? Let's look at his mental state as a whole. If he's from young crying out for help and telling people, look, I'm mentally not there. I'm mentally about to do something that will harm people and hurt people. You know, from when he's mentioning it and he's already having them thoughts, from there, they should have took him serious. Now, like I said, the best way to explain it is like explaining it like a switch. Once that switch is off and that person has lost all connection, that person has completely lost their mind as a whole, they don't care. Like the guy said, they don't care what's in front of them. It doesn't matter if it's a little girl, if it's a little boy. They don't care if it's an elderly person. They're just going out there to kind of put out their anger because of what they've been feeling. Now, I'm not saying it's an excuse, but I'm saying I think that's what the guy was trying to say, that he just had enough to the point where he just thought, you know what, F this. My switch has gone off. I'm already crying out for help. No one wants to help. No problem. I'm just going to act in whatever way it is. Like I said, it's not an excuse, but what you can handle mentally, that doesn't mean I can handle it mentally. Now, you might be an innocent person who'll never harm a fly, and so could I. But it takes one wrong decision or one wrong person or one wrong something for me to then come in and be like, you know what, F this, I'm going to go do the most. I think that's what he was trying to explain. Yeah, again, I'm not justifying it, but some people can handle that. Some people can handle themselves better than others. Some people are mentally in a better place than others. That's why it's important they look into the system and they make the system better, because things like this could be prevented. But for me, because they don't care for these type of things, it's just going to keep going until we step in and we stand up and we make a change.
Yeah, absolutely. So sorry, Joe Boy, is there anything else you want to say? Joe Boy?
Hello, me darling.
Yeah, what else do you want to say? Because I want to move on to the next person.
Well,
Go ahead, what do you want to say?
We need to really think about our children. You know, we're all different nationalities. But we all need to be together to stop
100%
from happening.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to promote, but it's very, very difficult when you're a brown person trying to promote it. Especially when you're a woman and brown trying to promote it. Then it's even more difficult to digest for some. But thank you very much for that, Joe. I really appreciate you coming up, my lovely.
Yeah, because also I'm one of the survivors of the 7th 2005, and one of my mates was Muslim and the other mate was a black.
Yeah,
both lost their lives. So it's down to what gang they're with or what murder they're into.
Yeah, on the live, yeah.
That is the God's truth. They get corrupted.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, my love. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Yeah, you too, my lovely. Kelly, go ahead, my love.
Hiya. I did actually request up because Charlie really annoyed me.
Guess what happened? I dropped him. Guess who requests again? Charlie. I thought, are you joking?
Do you know what annoys me though? He brought up the MEN attack and then he laughed. I actually lost someone in that attack, and one of my best friends.
The guy didn't care about anything. He kept laughing even when we were talking about the kids and stuff. And like, the guy kept laughing. And he's going to be doing the marches. So if anyone goes to the marches, expect to meet more people like Charlie. Good luck to you.
Good luck, Mark.
My dog's snoring, so I do apologise. My dog's snoring, so I do apologise. One sec, let me just... He's snoring really loud, let me just wake him up. One sec.
It's all right, my lovely.
Yeah, so like I was saying, one thing that I've been learning, you can still hear him. I'm gonna leave the room. He's not for waking up. I pick him up and he just goes back down.
No, you know what it is? It seems like he's struggling with his breathing. Leave him alone. It's like my boy. Nobody can stay in our apartment because even if he close his door, even the people opposite in the other, they can't sleep because of his snoring.
Yeah. So one thing that could have been learned from those attacks was actually, and Morning Sarah will agree because she's from Manchester. What happened afterwards? The unity. Did you see how everybody united and said
nobody cared about culture, religion, anything.
You're not gonna divide us. You're not gonna do this, and everybody joined together. There was no the reaction after that wasn't the same as the reaction after Southport.
Yeah, absolutely.
So something could be learned, but it just really annoyed me that he was like, name the 22 victims. Ha 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 ha. Like Are you actually being serious?
I asked him to tell me how many people. He couldn't even tell me how many people.
Yeah, he didn't say the word 22 either, and I was like, I'll name them.
He couldn't say 22 either, and I'm like, guy, I know that happened because I was at home and when all this died, and I thought, what the? Because I live in South Manchester, right? So as soon as I heard it, I remember being on the phone with one of my friends and said, I cannot believe this is what's going on. And my friend was like, well, what can we do? Like, do you think you could, like, a lot of people open up their homes and try doing different things to see if they could do something or anything they could do for certain people. Anyone who's local, try doing anything you
want
can.
to know the worst thing about that attack as well from a frontline point of view? So our friend was actually in it. He was a security guard. He was first on scene after it went off. It took about 20 minutes for the ambulances to actually get in because the police wouldn't let them through.
Police won't let them through.
The police won't let them through because they had to secure the scene and make sure, even though the guy had exploded himself, they wouldn't let the ambulances through. And like 3 people, he said, oh no, one of them definitely died, and the other 2 was in critical condition. I don't know what their names was, or because he didn't say.
Yeah, that's
what he was actually there.
Unfortunately, there was a lot of failings, and if you have seen like some of the things that have come out afterwards, the person that I know who did lose his life was actually one of the people who could have been saved because he had a leg injury.
Oh, I wonder if that...
who I'm talking about when I say that. I don't want to say his name on a live when Charlie's been laughing about it. It seems disrespectful.
Yeah.
But he could have been saved. And one thing that I will say as well is there's a couple of families that I do know, and I've not seen one of them share any kind of hate, the same way that people use that for their agenda. The families who are actually affected by it, you will never, ever see them use it in the same way they do. And it's like, how dare you?
Do you know what else winds me up? Lee Rigby. I worked with Lee Rigby's stepdad. He was the manager at Morrison's in Haywood. He was the night manager there, and we all knew who it was and what had happened before the mainstream media, and the amount of people that use him for hate really, it winds us all up.
Well, his family personally requested for them not to do that, didn't
and they still do it.
It's vile. It really, really winds me up, and that really wound me up as well. Like one of my very, very close friends, because the guy that I knew, he wasn't a close friend, but whenever we went out, he was like, like well known. But my actual friend, she had a breakdown after that, and I had to go and sit with her for 2 days to stop her from taking her life because the PTSD, and this was a couple of years after, but the PTSD she suffered from that was so bad, like really, really, really bad.
But Kelly, in this situation with the young kids, there's people that have the kids that were harmed. There's other kids that he also hurt. Obviously,
exactly. And someone said before as well, which prompted something in my brain. Do you remember when it first happened and people, because someone's always looking for someone to blame, and people were saying, well, why didn't the teachers stop them, without knowing that they was in hospital fighting for their lives too?
Yeah.
They're just, like, human beings are disgusting.
They are. You know,
something like that.
They'd rather fuel the fire than look at facts and try to look at bringing communities together.
Yeah, exactly. Like, everybody needs to come together so that this doesn't happen again.
Absolutely.
Be divided. We should take a leaf out of what happened after the MEN and how the whole community came together and said that you won't divide us. Why is it now? When was that? 2017.
Yeah.
Why is it now? Why is it now that everybody's just fighting each other?
Because they want to look at the immigrants, they want to look at everything else, and thanks to Conservatives, there's a backlog of applications for asylum seekers, and they're feeling the fact that there's so many of them. But that's because they've not processed the applications, because they want to carry on getting the money and not actually using it on what they should be using it on. But people don't want to see that, you see. They want to blame the immigrants because, you know, Islamophobia, they hate Islam, they hate immigrants, and that's it. This was just the icing on the cake, misinformation, and that's it. It started the fire. Anything else you want to say, Kelly, my love?
No, my dog stopped snoring now, so
that's fine. El Baldo. Yeah.
Hello, Rez.
Are you all right?
Having me on. Right.
All right, my love. Go ahead. What would you like to say?
What I'd like to say is the government have got blood on their hands here. He was on the radar more than once, and they failed. Totally failed. And this is not the first time it's happened.
Yeah.
You know, so...
But what do we need to do to change that now? Because they can tell us, say, there's a new...
Rez, what can they do? What can you do? They're incompetent. And
but
you can't put it down to what...
Do you not think they're incompetent because they haven't put money into the services? You don't think that might be the reason?
You can't put it down to one political party because they're all as bad as each other. Like, there is failings for years now. And... it doesn't seem to get any better.
No.
It doesn't.
No.
Look what we got today, yeah? Right. This is not racism. Huntley, Venables, Thompson, Sharif. All different races, all horrible animals. Correct?
Yes.
So this is not racism. So look at the kid here, yeah? Look at his appearance. You look at him and you go, what the hell?
You're right.
It's true. And then, if he would have stabbed an adult or something, yeah, it's bad, but no one would have batted an eyelid. We're hardened to it. But he chose little girls.
Innocent, yeah.
He is always going to be remembered for that. You can put him, you can never mention his name, never look at his picture again, but you'll always know about him. He has got his infamy there.
Yeah,
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, this is going back to the failings of the government. He has immense problems. He's obviously had them for a very long time, and they knew about it. They knew about it. They knew about his history of looking at violence on the net, this, that, and everything
We didn't know about
else.
that. Right.
Did they not?
They only found out about all of that after he did what he did.
Right.
They didn't know about what he was looking at. They didn't know about anything that was in his room. All of that came out once he got arrested.
Right.
But what had happened was his parents had gone and told the school knew that he was violent. They went to Prevent. He was referred to Prevent 3 times. 3 times they said it doesn't meet whatever criteria. It's not whatever. So they just left it.
Unforgivable.
Yeah. Mum kept taking him to the hospital. So to get some help, support. Their dad kept saying he's getting more and more violent. He went into the school. Tried to go to the school once with the knife. Dad stopped him. You took the weapon off him. Once he went into the school, he attacked the head teacher. There's loads of things here, not one.
But the thing is, it's done now. Nothing can change.
Yeah, but we can learn lessons from it, right?
We can learn every lesson you want, but the government is going to be incompetent and it's going to happen again. Those at the top, it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
This is my point. It's not going to get any better.
But what if one of them girls was, say, the Prime Minister's daughter? Then?
No. Then what? Yeah, you'll have a parade of helicopters, tanks and everything within 5 minutes, wouldn't
But
you?
you don't think that they'd then put things into place to stop it then?
Well, I've got to say, when it hits Middle England or Upper England, then it becomes a problem, doesn't it?
Exactly. And that's my point. It depends on who it happens to. And for some reason, they just don't seem to care. And that's the truth of it, unfortunately. Services in certain areas, they're better depending on where you are. Mental health support in certain areas, depending on where you are, is better. That shouldn't be the case.
Well, I myself, I'm a recovering alcoholic. I have mental health issues through it. I've been clean and sober many years, but I take mental health medication. I have my up days, I have my down days. I still work. I'm at university as well, part-time, blah, blah. But I've never gone out and stabbed anyone or stabbed up little girls.
Everyone's mental state and what they're capable of and whatever is different, isn't it? We can't understand what a psycho thinks because he's psycho.
Well, I'll agree with you there, but like the racism thing, I just think it can get a little bit lazy, yeah? Oh, it's mental health. Oh, it's racism. Maybe he's just horrible. Maybe he was just born horrible and was waiting to manifest, like all other killers and psychopaths from across the tribes, across the cultures.
Yeah, but the thing is, like you said, you got the help. Now, had he got the help, maybe that outcome would have been different. What if he was sectioned and he was put into an institution where
right.
he was...
Res, I never got the help. I got medication and I had to sort myself
but even then, you were willing to take that, right?
Well, yeah, true.
Yeah. So with him, we don't know what he was offered, if anything, and if there was anything. Maybe if he was on medication, it would have been different. We don't know, do we? That's my point.
Well, yeah, okay, that's a fair point. Any of us could get out of bed in the morning and become a killer. You don't know, do you?
Well,
you really don't know.
No, absolutely. So is there anything else you want to say, my love?
No, I think that's about it, really. Yeah. My point is this. Yeah, I agree. He should have been shot by the police there and then. It wouldn't have brought the little girls back, but it would have had a sense of closure, more closure, for families and the general public as a whole. I think what's sticking in the craw is that we're paying for him for the next half a century. I don't think he's going to live for half a century.
No, exactly.
I think 6 months down the line, a door's going to be left open or something. But there you go. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Rez.
It's all right. Thank you very much for coming up, my lovely. I really appreciate it. It's Muslim. Is it? Sorry, I can't read the rest of your name.
Hi, it's Muslim Masandrist.
Hi, yeah. What would you like to say, my lovely? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just listening to everyone's take. It's quite interesting. I think kind of following on from what some of the people said earlier, for example, that debater guy talking about racism. It is not racism. Racism is not an excuse for someone to be violent, okay? Multiple of us have experienced racism ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're not violent, so that's a whole lot of bollocks.
Yeah.
Like, to say racism was the trigger for him to be violent.
I was like, I couldn't believe that guy was saying it. I was like,
absolutely not true. It's absolutely not true. Again, same with bullying, saying bullying is an excuse to be. No, again, that's not an excuse. I'm sure I've seen comments here. Some of us must have gone through it in school. That's, again, not an excuse for violence.
You can't excuse the fact that someone's mentally not stable. So whether bullying or because of racism or because of whether you can't compare yourself to someone else's experience. And that's my thing. We can't judge how we would feel and project that onto other people because
you can't put yourself in that position because we're not, like you said.
But if someone has experienced racism, okay, so for example, like let's say I've experienced racism, I'm sure all of us have experienced racism from white people, but then I also know good white people that have helped me. So for someone to be violent towards all white people because of it doesn't make sense.
But that's what I'm trying to say. If you understand how mental health works, and you understand,
I do understand how mental health works. Yes.
So if you understand how mental health works, you would understand that not everyone has the capability to control their behavior or to control what you're controlling. And it just takes that. That's what I said earlier. It just takes one little thing, as small as racism. It could take me getting bullied the 3rd time, and then on the 4th time, that's it. I've lost my mind. The same as what's happened to him. He's lost his mind, and unfortunately, he's unalived these innocent girls. So that's why I say we cannot sit here and say.
I think it's a bit more than that. I do believe there's mental health does have to play a part in it. Again, I can't speculate too much. Really, we need his report from any mental health professionals that have assessed him, someone that sat down, had in-depth conversations with him. Really, there's going to be a massive, I know the trial's gone on and he's got his sentence, but really there's going to be an inquiry into the failures of the mental health services and why like you said, his father has sought help from multiple bodies, and yet, to say this, he's violent, he's going to do this, and yet, multiple times have been ignored. And so I think there's going to be an inquiry there at some point. But these services that assessed him before, why did they fail to pick up his violent tendencies? And part of the Mental Health Act, when you section people, if you do believe they're either a harm to themselves or others, you're meant to section them. That is part of the Mental Health Act. Okay, so clearly those points where, like you said, he was actually meant to go to another incident previously, but his father stopped him. Clearly, he was going to be a harm to others. So at that point, really, he should have been sectioned. Really, he should have been sectioned. If his dad had to take a knife off him and he was going to potentially be a harm to others, he should have been sectioned there and then. My theory, I have another theory. This is my opinion as well, not just the mental health. We have to understand these kind of things. I know it's a massive shock to UK because we don't really have things like this happening to the UK often, but it happens all over the world. These kind of attacks are sadly towards vulnerable women and girls, and it happens in America as well. Like the difference in America is that they have I don't know how to say it without, I don't want to say get your life bananaed by saying the words, but school school unalivings. So that is the equivalent. You have these very odd boys / men, I don't even know if you want to call them men, who are they might have a history of being bullied, they might have a history of being socially awkward, they self-indoctrinate themselves online by consuming these quite graphic and violent content, and then they enact these things that they read. It's a form of self-indoctrination, and they enact all these reads. And I do believe it's some of them are probably maybe on the spectrum, but again, being on the spectrum doesn't mean you're prone to violence. I think they're just socially awkward, lack of communications, lack of sort of support, and then they end up being self-indoctrinated and consuming quite violent and graphic content. I do think there's, for example, incels and red pill agenda. I do believe that is a growing movement as well, and that's also perpetuating violence towards women and girls. This is what he can, like these manuals that he read, God knows, like all these forums that these men say the most horrendous things. He's sitting there, if he's not having a social life, not having normal interactions, he's sitting there reading violent graphic content from other violent men and getting indoctrinated online. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed. I do believe this is an act of violence against women and girls, which I believe a chief constable said that this is it's becoming a pandemic that they want to even classify as an act of T.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So is that what you want to say, my love?
Yeah, so it's not classified as an act of T, but it needs to be. Violence against women and girls needs to be classified as an act of T, and this is exactly what it was.
Yeah,
people are talking about mental health, people are talking about racism, people are talking about bullying. Really, this is violence against women and girls, and this is an act of T. This is what it is, an act of T. But sadly, it's not classified at that at the moment under government rules and policies, but it needs to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else you want to say, my love?
Yeah, no, I do think, I do believe misogyny has a part to play in it. Boys / men and their general attitude towards women and girls, and just I think that's something that needs to be addressed as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's fine. Thank you very much for coming up, my love. Right, so we're going to go to Lola at the top. Lola Cooking. Lola Cooking, yeah, go ahead. Lola, are you here? Okay, we'll go to the next person. We'll come back to Lola. It's Lewis. Oh, hi, Lewis.
Hello, how's it going?
Got enough abuse today, mate.
Well, no, it's like it was actually quite refreshing walking into here in this live and seeing that. I feel like the conversation has changed a bit from obviously the initial reaction, which obviously the initial reaction in day 1, day 2, and day 3, obviously the conversations about this topic are going to change. Like what was her name? Was it Muslim misandrist?
Yeah.
Just here as well.
Yeah.
I agree with what she said as well massively about changing of these definitions, because the one thing that's come up in the Prevent program is that they added this new category in 2016 or something, which is it was called a no ideological thing, detected or whatever, and that's a big chunk now of like all the referrals. There are loads of people out there who've been through the program, and they're just categorized as like non-ideological. And I do think like the definition needs to be expanded, because I feel like if somebody's going to go out and do a pre-planned attack, that's nothing, because you have to separate out, you know, if somebody unalives their entire family, obviously that's awful, but that's not a T attack. But I feel like if somebody's going to go out and attack random people that they have no connection to whatsoever, and even if we can't discover like the exact motive, I do feel like they need to expand the definition. And they've said they are going to expand it, but they haven't said exactly how they're going to do it, which obviously they're not just going to come out immediately and say this is exactly how it's going to be done, because they need to obviously write the legislation or all that type of stuff. So I do welcome it.
No,
But
we spoke about that before. What we said was, you know, if Prevent can't look at this and do whatever, maybe there should be another team that deals with everything else. You know what I mean? Maybe something else.
yeah,
Put in
because
place.
this is on the rise, guys. Like, everybody needs to be paying attention to what their kids are consuming, even what their like partners are consuming. And I'm sorry to point this out because people are going to get angry, but what their husbands and boyfriends and stuff are consuming, because the category of people who are in this category are mostly men. And there are people who are making content out there that are specifically targeted towards these groups of people. And it's something that everybody needs to be concerned about. Even if you think you know what your like, you know, people in your family are consuming, you might not know. And it's good to try and even find out if you can, if you've got any suspicions, because this type of stuff is like, it's ripe, it's everywhere now. And the attitudes that I've seen change, even on this app in the last 2 years, the way some people have changed in their rhetoric and their talking, and where they're getting their news and information from.
Did you see the guy that came up before, Charlie, GB News?
No, I missed that now.
He came up and he said that that's a good source of information because they're allowed to speak the truth and everyone else isn't.
You know what? Even if you want, look, even if you want to get your news from GB News, go watch other news. If you are watching,
That's what I said. Exactly that. I said compare it against three of them.
Exactly. Go watch different news. If you want to get your news from some random independent journalist that's not got any qualifications online, go for it. But just consume other media too. If you are being told by anyone that you are consuming media from that everyone else is lying to you, the mainstream media is lying to you, everyone else is lying to you, but you know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. You are most likely just being absolutely manipulated.
Right.
I've got tons of criticism of the media. They're not perfect, but you need to be consuming different.
Can I talk about how?
Yeah, John, wait 1 second. Look, you got Louise before you, and then it's your turn.
I'm good now anyway. That's pretty much my spiel.
Yeah, that's fine. Louise.
Hi, you guys, darling. How you doing?
I'm okay, thank you very much. How are you, my love?
I'm brilliant, thank you. I've not spoken to you for ages, it feels like.
Oh, just loads of abuse as per usual. You know,
well, there's no need for it, is there, for abuse?
No.
But I think with this little psycho, I think that mental health doesn't come into it. There is thousands of people with mental health, and as you know, Rez, I have psychosis and I'm schizophrenic.
Yeah.
You know, as you know, I've mentioned that a few times. But I'm not going to go out and hurt somebody.
But Louise, everyone's like, my son is autistic, and I know my son's friends are also autistic. Their understanding and how they deal with emotion, everything's different. So yes, you might not behave in this way, but we don't know what. I mean, obviously they've turned around and said he's mentally sound, you know, and that's why they've kind of made the judgment that they've made. They've said, look, he needs to be in prison. Whatever the judge has said that. But the point is, obviously this guy, to stab a child or one child over 100 times, you have to be psychotic.
There's got to be something there, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. That is not normal behavior. Listen, normal behavior, I get it. Some people, like for me, if I saw, you know, I like cats, I'm not a dog person, but if I saw a dog injured, I'd make sure that dog, you know, I do whatever I can to save that dog, right? And I'm not even a dog person. So that's humanity right there. Like, you can't just walk past knowing something's suffering, but then you would not be the reason why something's suffering. You know, I can't get my head around it. What the hell, this kid, you know, where he was mentally to do what he did, I don't get it. But we do know, I think it was a week or so before that, that the fathers tried stopping him from going to the school with that same weapon. He was going into the school in a taxi with the same weapon to attack people in the school. Now, they stopped him doing that, but then he managed to get in a taxi and go to this place. Now, even when you watch the video that's been shared on social media, he doesn't actually know where this place is or whatever else. the guy, the taxi driver says, go that way and go whatever. And he follows that. So he must have seen it somewhere, advertised or whatever, and thought, yeah, okay, I'm going to go there. I don't know what's going on.
Rez.
I think at the end of the day, who's done this? You know, the government, or the police, the MI5, social services, they all need to hold their hands up to this. And then when you had Kia go round for the photo op, when he knew everything then, it's just despicable. And you've got people in the comments saying, free Axel. No, I'm sorry, Axel needs...
No, they're doing it right. Listen,
They're trolls, just ignore them.
They're trolling because that's what they do.
You know, I think they're a bit tapped in the head themselves, but for Axel, he needs sugar, water and a slap. That's what he needs.
That's one way of putting it. But yeah, I think
that's putting it nicely.
Yeah, I think that's the minimum we'll be getting if somebody gets their hands on him. But yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else you want to say, Louise, my lovely?
No, I'm good. Well, I mainly came up to say hello. I've lost spoken to ages.
Oh, bless you. Yeah. It's been a mental one, but I do try my best to get everyone on, but it's not always easy. Especially when we get people coming on that will say disgusting things, and you have to kind of deal with them people, unfortunately. But thanks very much for coming up, my lovely. I really appreciate it.
Neighbours, you watch what you're doing, Rez, yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much, my love. Thank you.
See you later,
yourself, love.
And you, hon. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right, we've got John, who's next, I believe.
Hi, Rez. Thank you for letting me join you live.
It's all right, my love. Go ahead.
So I want to talk about, you know, like after the killings of these poor girls,
unaliving, yeah,
certain...
Yeah, you have to use the word unaliving, my love. You have to
unaliving.
Yeah.
Of these girls, certain communities were targeted, like, you know, in the riots, like before the misinformation.
Yep.
Like it was Asian people, their businesses, they were saying, get the peas out. You know, it's always Asian people that they're targeting, or Muslims or migrants, you know, like, I feel like it's because we're an easy target. I want to know why, like, what's the, like, psychology behind this? Because after these girls were unalived, the riots, there was like a particular demographic that was targeted, I feel like they were burning mosques and targeting Asian businesses.
Yeah.
Like, Asian businesses, phone shops. I believe it was like a jealousy thing because... certain like
jealous of what?
I think the riots weren't even about the little girls. I think it was an excuse for something else, in my opinion.
Well, the thing is, we know that because they were fed up of immigration. And we talk about the boats. I mean, how many lives were we doing about the boats and whatever else? And just before that, this whole thing had happened at the Manchester airport thing, where the young lads had you know, gone for the police, and there'd been this whole thing with the police and the young lads. This thing had happened, the immigration thing had happened. They talk about immigrants coming to the country, taking their houses, taking their jobs, taking their I don't know what the hell they're taking from them, the weather. But the point is that they try blaming the immigrants for everything, right? And then they got this happened, and then people got the misinformation. It's an immigrant. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, there was like a whole fake name as well.
All of it. Muslim, he had a Muslim name, it wasn't a Muslim, he had nothing to do with it. But the misinformation was the icing on the cake for these guys to say, that's it. The final nail.
And I feel like Pakistani
and even recently they still wanted to
the most.
Yeah, just Mark, just bear with me 1 minute, my love.
Yeah, sorry, Rez.
Okay, my love. Yeah, John, go ahead.
And I feel like Asian people, and specifically Pakistani, anyone that looked brown was targeted the most, because I remember, I think in Newcastle, they were doing like this thing about the cars, like, you know, if you looked brown, they'd beat you out the car.
Yeah, stopping the cars.
Yeah. Tommy Robinson was like fueling it. Who was that politician? What's his name? I forgot his Nigel Farage was saying, oh, it was this person. And I feel like after they found out the real identity, it was embarrassing for all these far right to blame Asian people. Let's keep it real here, yeah? Asian people, because I feel like, the white working class British, they had like a resentment towards the Asian community because they perceived us as being successful in like economically wise.
I don't think that most of these have got the knowledge to even understand what economic is, let alone understanding who's successful or not. I think most of these are just fueled with hate because they just haven't got the education, and they just kind of want to be pushed around. Like they watch things like GB News, and things like that. If you watch things like that, you're finished. Really, you got nothing. If you want to, okay, watch GB News, then go to other news sources and compare it. Then you got
even the Leeds.
Yeah, say again?
Even the Leeds riots, they was blaming, I think, Pakistani people, but they found out it was a Romanian gypsy family.
They always blame, like I said, they always blame the Muslims or the South Asians or whatever, because it's just an easy target, isn't it? Hate on the Muslims because you've been doing it for decades. Why not?
Not even Muslims, just brown people. I feel like because we're easy to target.
It's not brown people really, because they don't really, when you talk about these kind of things, I mean, majority of recently there was racism towards a lot of black people years ago, and then it went from that, and we became the new flavor, unfortunately. So anyone of this kind of skin color then became the new popular thing. Anything else you want to say, John?
No, that's it.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much for coming up, my lovely.
Thank you.
Thanks. Lola, are you back? Lola?
Rez, quick question to you. Did you hear the news about Nigel and his family?
No, what was it?
This is about the person who likes to demonize immigrants and especially British Pakistani Muslims the most. His nephew just avoided jail for trying to take a upskirting video of a girl. So he can't even fucking keep it within his own family, and now he's got no fucking excuse to be demonizing other groups, calling them dangerous to women and children when his own nephew.
You tried to record up somebody's skirt?
Yeah, he narrowly avoided jail apparently for upskirting.
This is Nigel Farage's nephew?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was on the news earlier.
I feel sick. Sorry about that, guys. 1 minute.
The word girl, I do apologise. I cannot remember how old this person was. It might have been I used the word girl, but I'm using it synonymously for like all females. It might. I don't know how old the victim was. Mark, do you know who it was?
No, I don't. I have to be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
It just proves, doesn't it? It just proves it that it's who you know. That's all it is. You get away with all sorts, depending on who you know.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely vile human beings, well, if you can call them that. Mark, go ahead. What would you like to say?
I was just going to add to what you guys were talking about during the riots itself. There was obviously a lot of misinformation.
Yeah.
But even as the case was going on, to begin with, all that the media talked about was the I don't know if we can say them, but the Islamic Tea Group manual and the Rising. They didn't mention the other literature, did they?
The IRA stuff,
because the media wanted to drive the narrative and whip people up that this was another Islam thing.
But it worked.
Of course it did, yeah.
It works every time. But then look, even now, if you get a far right person on the panel now, they will still say the same thing. Information wasn't initially given, and the reason for that, they don't want to listen, because obviously he wasn't even 18 at the time. The judge said, yes, give them information, because these guys are running with hatred and misinformation. Bloody give them something. So decide to release some information, just to put things to rest. Even then, it wasn't good enough. They said, no. You know, there's a conspiracy going on. There's all this going on. We're not being told the truth. We're not being told the truth. But...
And do you know what? I genuinely think, like, he could have had a wall of neo-Schmarzi, white supremacist, and then he'd have had one book from an Islamic group, and they still would have said, that's what it really was. And it's just, it's embarrassing, like, for humanity. But people are, like, obviously this has been, like, people have been groomed into these views for quite a while, but that only works if inherently a lot of you are racist to begin with, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like, the thing is, people don't want to educate themselves. Like, when I asked the guy that came up earlier, I asked him, I said, you went to the march? Yeah. Why were they saying get the P's, the PAKIs, whatever, out of the country? I said, why did they say that? And he was like, that's only like 20%.
Well, that doesn't represent us. That's not why we're there.
Okay, what's your news source for information? GB News.
GB News, yeah.
GB. I don't know what to say.
But he's not, you know, all his mates are Muslim. Oh, come on.
It's always, are you racist? No, I've got a brown friend.
Yeah. No, my nephew's Muslim. Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah, you're sorted. Yeah.
Yeah, you're clearly the right one, you. Yeah, so the thing is, you can't talk to people who, and he said to me, you're just, you don't understand, you're an idiot, something along those lines. And I was like, okay.
Well, that clearly, when he was challenged or when he didn't have a way out, he went on the attack. And he attacked you and, was it Mrs. Mornings? I was in this conversation too, and he never attacked me.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, is this your other account? Or is this your actual name that you put on?
No, I've been waiting for a week to put my name back on.
Is that how you spell your name, Mark?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, middle class, wanky,
Oi, language.
Sorry, hanky panky.
Where do you think you are? Do you think you're on the far right bloody panel? Behave yourself.
It's where I belong, Reza. This is all of an elaborate act. I'm infiltrating your woke space.
Oh, don't say that.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, all right. You're next. Yeah, go on.
Listen, I want to say thank you for spreading awareness and that. Yeah, I mean, it's an important issue we have to face, isn't it? However, listen, that guy, I don't care what people say, yeah, don't free him. He's a terrorist for one, yeah? Listen, that's not fucking...
The court said he wasn't, but you're saying he is.
Yeah, he's a terrorist, isn't it? He had terrorist material, IRA and Al-Qaeda.
1 minute.
However, I would like to say, I'm happy that, he's where he is, you know what I mean? He's where he deserves to be, basically. We shouldn't allow that in the UK, and I'm seeing a lot of hateful stuff on the chat about the UK.
Don't worry about that. Listen. Genuinely, guys, I'll say it to you again. Anyone who comes up and if you have a question to come up, forget the chat. Because if you come on here, there'll be so many things. There'll be racial slurs. There'll be disgusting things. Forget that. You genuinely, if you have, just please ignore that. But anyway, what else do you want to say, my love? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, man, like, you know what I mean? I respect anyone who comes to the UK. Listen, I'm a British man. I'm half Scottish, half English. Yeah, I'm saying. And anyone who comes to the UK and respects our laws, respects our tradition, I respect it. But anyone who, talks bad upon our religion and our fucking tradition, it's disgusting. And
what's your tradition?
Our tradition is we don't allow kids getting killed upon here.
That's not tradition.
Yeah? Back in the day, it's wrong. Is it not wrong?
Can I ask you a question? 1 minute.
What?
Which country does allow that?
A lot of countries.
So you're thinking if I decide to just go to Dubai, I can just go on unaliving kids, yeah? That's how it works.
All I'm saying is, there's a lot of places where if you don't agree with their religion, they will kill you. If you want to take out your religion, even in England, this happens. Are you lying?
Are you lying?
I'm not lying. Listen, I've seen it happen in the UK.
Have you? You've seen it?
Yeah.
You were there.
All I'm saying is, if people don't like the UK,
did they chase you?
Why are they here if they don't like the UK?
Okay, listen, you said you were there. Somebody got unalived. You were there. How did you survive then?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What are you on about?
What did you say?
What are you on about?
You said you've seen it. You said you've seen it.
Seen what? I said I've seen it on the news where Muslim women have tried to leave their religion, and next thing you know, their family have slaughtered them. That's happened a lot. You can look up Bedfordshire News.
Where have you seen it?
Look up Bedfordshire News. That's happened. It's happened.
Where?
Yeah, I know
Where?
Bedfordshire, Luton. What I'm saying is, all these men
honor killings, right?
Unaliving.
Unalivings.
Right, 1 minute.
They ain't men. They ain't men.
Unaliving. 1 minute.
Yeah, sorry, Rez. My bad again. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Mark. I'm going for you anyway.
Now, yeah,
anyway.
it's fucking Mrs. Mornings, yeah?
Right, guy.
Yeah, I'm trying to say, listen, respect our country, you'll get the fuck out, innit? That's what I'm saying, innit? If you don't respect our country, if you respect people who kill 3 kids, you're fucking wrongin'. Yeah, you're fucking wrongin'.
A white British-born woman who comes from a line of white British parents and grandparents, and you're telling me to get the fuck out of the country. You on crack?
Yes.
Are you on crack?
What are you talking about, man?
I don't know. I'm British, born British, white British. Both my parents are white British, born British.
You got all liberals, man. You got all some liberals, bro.
And so are their
Yeah, it's a liberal country, bro.
No, it ain't, bro. No, it ain't, bro. Listen, we fought for our fucking borders, mate. People need to respect our country, mate.
Yeah, we fought fascism.
Huh?
We fought fascism.
Yes, mate. Yes, we
so
did.
what are you talking about?
Listen, mate. After World War II, we had a decent immigration scheme, but nowadays it's fucking mass immigration, mate.
A decent immigration scheme.
Yeah, getting people over to work and keep the economy going. Sorry, carry on.
Exactly, which is what we're still doing now, but they're not honest about it.
Okay, so can someone answer this question? Why is inflation so high?
Oh, it's because of immigrants, mate.
You want to get I ask you a question. But listen, right now, why is the storm coming and the weather so bad? Did the immigrants do it?
All I'm asking is...
I blame the immigrants. No, dude, I'm with you. I blame the immigrants for the bad change, the weather change.
Rez, you know what it is? I've got nothing against legal migration. It's the small boats.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, mate. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes. It's
Norris, I was being sarcastic.
The motors on the boats, Chris.
Well, mate, you're a fucking idiot, then,
yeah. It's the motors. Listen, she's right. Kelly's got it. It's the motors on the boats that are causing the storms. That means that the UK is going through the weather.
And Kelly, no one's talking about it. They're only telling us on GB News.
Mate, who's talking about the storms, mate? I'm talking about the fucking kids getting murdered, and you lot are laughing.
Right, okay,
you just started talking about the economy.
Right, okay, 1 minute. No, let's go back, guys. 1 second, and I'm going to speak to you seriously now. You're talking about the kids being. You're talking about the 3 kids. Are you talking about this?
Yes.
Right, okay. Can you name me the 3 kids?
Yo, bro, you lot are fucking jokes, aren't you? What I'm saying is, you lot are supporting a murder.
Yeah, why do we always get stuck on the same thing? We're not supporting anything. Asked you a question. The easy names. I'm a brown person and I can say it, so I'm sure you can say it because you're British.
Yeah, name them.
Go on then. What's the names?
I'm asking you, name them.
Alice, BB, and Elsie. But I can't pronounce the surnames, and I can't remember. My dyslexic brain won't tell me which one's which when it comes to the surname. I know one of them is King. I can't say the De Silva. I can't say the
Aguera.
And there's what's the
it is Alice DeSal Aguera,
De Silva, yeah.
and Elsie Dot.
So what?
Is it Dot?
Are you lot okay? Listen, I'm not trying to argue here. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
One minute. How do you not know that though?
Who was in agreement that Axel didn't get the right punishment? Who was in disagreement for that?
I'm not agree. I don't think he should be alive.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. All I'm saying
we're all
is,
saying that though. 1 minute, guy.
You should respect our laws. That's it. That's all I want to say. I have listen.
But he's born in this country. Why do you respect the laws? He's born in this country.
Anyone who breaks the law here should respect the laws.
Exactly.
Where do you think he's from?
Huh? He's from Rwanda, mate. He's from Rwanda.
Right, sorry, let Louis speak. Louis, go ahead.
No. So his family are from Rwanda. He was born here. His family came in 2000.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, mate. Let me ask you a question, mate, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if my parents, are both born in England, yeah? Okay. And I moved
you said you have Scottish, half
Russia.
English.
Yeah, I moved to Russia, yeah? However, I speak English. My parents are both English. Where am I from, mate?
You can be from both. You can be from both places.
Where am I from? Where am I from?
In your scenario, where was you born? Was you born in Russia? Was you born in Britain? Because if you were born in Russia, you are Russian.
That's bollocks, mate. If I speak English and my fucking family's English, I'm
No,
English.
it doesn't. It's wherever you're born, it's the country of your origin.
That's pretty sad that you said that, by the way, but that's fine. No problem.
Tell me where I'm from. I've got 2 Scottish grandparents, 1 Irish and English. Where am I from?
Mate, you sound like you're from a fucking idiot.
Wow,
mate.
language is good, by the way.
I don't care, man. I don't care.
Listen, when you keep saying the effing word, guys, sorry, 1 second. When you keep saying the effing word, does that make you more British? So that's
guess
maybe
so,
why.
mate. I guess so, mate.
Guys, I worked it out. Maybe that's why people don't consider me as British.
Listen, mate, all it is, is see the people, the English people, we're called far rights for saying we don't want fucking loads of people coming over here.
Language is really good. You're doing really well. Listen,
man, let me spit my
do you get points for saying the F word every few minutes?
Listen, I don't care if you're, I don't care about all that shit, yeah? All I'm saying is, you want to fucking...
He's being patriotic.
Higher and mighty. But listen, there's a lot of people on this live. There's a lot of people in this live who agree with me, but they're scared to say what I'm saying. We need to fucking protect our borders. Alright. But yo, any British man on this live who says what I'm saying, who feels what I'm saying, yo, we need to protect our borders because
any British live that talks, any person from England that speaks like him, come off TikTok and pick up a book.
Do you know how Axel's family came to this country?
I can talk.
You're talking about protecting borders. How did Axel's family come to this country? They didn't come on a boat.
Legal immigration.
However, they came here legally.
Okay, what about the Pakistani grooming gangs who have raped a lot of women?
The vast majority.
Please tell me about that,
The vast majority of Pakistanis in this country are people who are from Pakistani families. 98% of them came here legally. If you go look at the data, the people coming over on the boats aren't Pakistani origin. The majority.
Okay, Lewis, can I ask you a question?
Ask me anything you want.
Are you homosexual?
I'm absolutely homosexual. Does that turn you on?
Nah, mate. I just get that vibe from you, mate. Sorry.
I get it a little bit from you.
Guys, 1 second. Did you not turn around and say people are unalived in different countries for whatever else, and then you in this country, you are turning around speaking to him like that? Really?
I'm just asking the question. It's an observation. That's all.
Why does it matter?
But why is that relevant?
Because he's a fucking idiot. He don't know what he's talking about. He don't like his own country.
Guys, again, sorry.
Actually,
you know what it is? To be British, they set the bar really high. Yeah? This is being British. This.
I thought being British.
Okay, so if being British is bad, why the fuck are you living in England?
I'd rather not listen. If being British means I'm going to be effing and blinding and ridiculing people, I'd rather not be British, mate. And you,
Okay, then.
you are not the
Why are you
standard
here
of
then?
British. Yeah?
Why are you
I know
here
you
then? For
think
the
you
free
are,
benefits?
right?
Or what?
You would not listen.
Norris.
If me and you met, you wouldn't have the kahunas to say anything to me.
Exactly.
Mate, I'm telling you that now. You're a little boy who needs to be put in his place.
Norris, I want my country back from people like you.
Listen, I fight for this country, yeah.
Do you? You fight
In
women.
TikToks, in TikTok lives.
That's what fucking gets me, man. There's no one fucking
Effing and
respects our
blinding.
country.
You're fighting, yeah?
No, I'm in the fucking army, mate, Lewis.
No, that was me.
I'm in the army, mate. I'm a Royal
You
Anglian.
can't
Lewis,
tell. You can't read names. It's too fast.
Mate. Mate, I'm an infantry soldier, and you lot fucking talking to me
like that,
like
and you
I
don't-
defend this
and
country,
you can talk
and
like
then you
the
are
army,
fucking
can you?
disrespecting this country.
And you know what
Wow,
I found?
Yes, I do, mate. Yeah.
Turn around and go,
About fucking
I'm in
people
the
who
army,
disrespect
I
our
do
country,
this,
yeah.
I
The
do
guy
that,
next to you,
that's
by the
it,
way,
that's in
Adam,
the
I
army.
don't know where Adam is right now. But Adam right next to you is also ex-military.
Mate, I don't give a fuck. Listen, but he should fucking realise that our country's fucked. 50 years ago, our country doesn't have this
Wake up,
problem.
man.
But
Well,
how
Adam,
come now we do?
Adam,
Go on,
You
mate,
don't
go on,
say.
go on.
I'm just going to call that
Speak, innit?
right
Speak. I want to
now.
hear what you have to say.
You're a liar.
Yeah, me too. I was going to say that. I don't believe him for a second.
What? Believe
You
what?
don't
That you're
serve
infantry.
this country.
You don't
Believe
come
I'm-
across as a
okay.
Yeah, because you know,
military
it's,
person, you don't
there's
speak in
a
the
lot of people that
mannerisms
join
of
the military are
military.
disciplined. You don't seem to have any
Yeah.
discipline whatsoever.
Yeah, 100%.
That's fine, man. That's fine, man.
Coming
Well, clearly it's not fine.
Yeah, what's your regiment?
Military
What's your
family.
regiment?
Royal Anglian.
That's off an advert on the telly.
Is it actually?
Well, look it up, mate, you twats.
Right, that's it. You're out because you. I think that's your
Yeah,
vocabulary.
you lot are very...
Get yourself another dictionary, man. Try not buying another dictionary from GB News, yeah?
God, I can't
I would
believe
love
I
to
mean, to
know
be fair,
how I
to be
know.
fair, he answered that quick. He might have been genuine, but I got the same feeling that he wasn't.
No, it definitely doesn't serve.
It doesn't
Right,
come
okay,
across
sorry,
as
And I think all of us
That's
on this
not the
panel,
top.
and Ads especially, obviously Ads has served. I feel like all of us will have family that have served.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually don't.
I was talking
Well, get
about-
out.
Okay, just guys, 1 second. Is it Vasco up at the top? Unmute yourself.
I need to go get some biscuits. 1 minute, I'm hungry, mate.
Right, Vasco up at the top. Go ahead. What would you like to say?
I don't know.
So you've joined the live and you don't know what you want to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know about the subject? Do you know what we're talking about?
No.
Well,
I feel like this is what most
I'll put you out of your misery.
supporters
I'll
should
put
say.
you out.
Like, I don't know.
So you just request to join for you're just bored, is it? I don't understand what. I don't know.
Maybe he needed some company. I don't know.
Yeah. No, but this is not like what is this, a counselling service just to kind of come in and just to say what you want. Right,
Joking
Josh-
aside, Rez, I feel like TikTok lives and other social media, I feel like that is a lot of people, they want company.
You know, Mark,
you
I'm
know?
mocking it, yeah, but I'll tell you one thing. When all the Palestine thing happened, I did use this as an avenue to kind of like,
Oh, for a bit of solidarity and
well, it was like that, or more like the fact that I was just flipping at people. Anyway, moving on. Right, just
Rez, can I just say one thing? I just want no rest. That guy was just here. I just went on your Instagram. By the way, your music's shit. Thank you.
Oh, what did I miss? I went and got biscuits.
Sorry, Rez. I didn't want to swear. I didn't want to
No,
swear.
who was it? What happened?
No, the guy who was just in here.
No, it was called No Rest.
The guy who was called No Rest. His music's terrible. I won't swear on your panel. Sorry.
It's all right, my love.
What did I
Right,
miss?
Joshua, go ahead. Joshua.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Hi.
Do you know what? I was just catching jokes from No Rest, you know. He's telling army and all of this, man. I don't know, it just sounded like he's from the hood or something, you know. I was thinking, I was catching Luton vibes from him, to be honest, but...
We're not putting any area down because we don't want people thinking, what the hell?
Nah, you know. Say no more, but that's the sort of vibes I was getting from him. But he couldn't be from anywhere, you know? But from schoolboy to psycho, what changed?
Yeah.
You know what? What the boy's done, I say boy because obviously he's under 18, yeah?
Yeah.
It's bloody terrible, do you know what I'm
18
saying?
now.
Like, you can't make excuses for that sort of thing, innit? Like, it's just not on, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But how did he get there? It's still a question that you have to ask because you don't want them things to happen anymore, innit?
Yes.
So from when you look at that question,
Yeah.
I see there's a few things that happened.
Right.
Like, he did go through racial bullying. Now, we do have a lot of racism in our society, yeah? Now, obviously, I'm a black person, innit? I grew up in this country, but I also got sent to live in the Caribbean. And my schooling over there was totally different. I didn't go through certain things there that I went through here, yeah? But what I will say is, when you're going through certain racial bullying and you're coming from a refugee family, yeah? That is going to make it even harder than it would be for somebody like me, a black person from the Caribbean, yeah? So you have that. You got the fact that it was reported. He did say it was happening. He did say that he wanted to do things to people. His father did try to get help or whatever. So the system has failed to help him. By virtue of helping him, you protect the victims. The victims would not have gone through if the system had looked after him, looked after his family. That would have prevented it. So the system needs to step forward and help people so that things don't happen in the long run. Now, a lot of people want to shout out and scream, what is it? You know, after it happened, everyone wants to say that he's Muslim, he's this, he's that. Well, he weren't no Muslim is one thing, but number two, how come the race become also important in the thing? At the end of the day, people are killing people all the time. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that on here. I feel that, sorry, yeah? People are doing bad things all the time. It happen in America all the time. People get bullied at the school and they go off and they do these bad things at the school, yeah? But how come it come to this person and it all come about race and race this and race that and they all kick off about it? I'm not making excuses for it, but I'm pointing out what I see as a certain level of hypocrisy and a certain level of not being willing to actually examine the real reasons behind it. So as a society, these things and now happen no more. That's how I come at it. I ain't got no sympathy for certain thing there, but we do still need to look into it and understand it more. I say that as a student. At the end of the day, I'm a student of social work. That's what I'm studying now, and we look into these things on a deeper level to try to understand it and prevent it. So that's where I come at it from, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know. Say no more.
Okay, well, that's your view on it. And I think his brother is also, in that same community, and he doesn't seem to have taken such extreme views.
Different people react to things differently, yeah? Now, I, as a child, I grew up, I went through a lot of bullying at school. A lot of it was racism, and I dealt with it one way, yeah? Other people deal with things different way. We're not all the same people. We react differently. We have different conditions. We have different minds. None of what I'm saying there makes it acceptable to do it, but different people will react differently to different things.
Yeah, Josh, I think you're spot on that, and I hope you continue, with your studies to go into social care, because we need people with your insight.
Yeah,
cheers, brother.
I hope that you're the change that we need.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd like
Do you know what? One part of me's thinking that I want to change and go into law because I'm fast learning, yeah? That all of what I would want to do in social work, the funding is not there to actually do it. And where can I make the biggest impact, possibly helping people? I'm starting to think it ain't social work, but I digress.
So, Josh, even, sometime in social work, you'd be really well, prepared for law with that experience,
Oh,
I'd
cheers.
like to go into a bit about social work.
Yeah, just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, are you done, Joshua? Is that all you want to say, my love?
Yeah, I'm done for now, yeah. I'll just,
thank you very much.
catch vibes, listen and talk or whatever.
Yeah, no problem. That's fine. Yep, go ahead. Jenny, go ahead.
Thank you. So, I work in a position where we work with social workers and things like that, and good luck with that, by the way. Tough job. I really do wish you well.
Thank you.
And when it comes to this subject with him, won't be saying his name, I'm I'm pretty mad at the minute, obviously, as everybody is. It's a tough job because you can, what's the word in the, you can be allocated like this person or a person like this where you do have to care for them, you have to find them, you know, help, which should happen, as has been discussed. You know, it's not happened, but people still need to care for this person, and I feel like that's why people can get angry pretty quick, because it's like, why should we help this person? You know, yada yada yada. And it's not just, oh yeah, we're helping this person. It's helping everybody else at the same time. If you get me. I work in mental health and I see all sorts. You wouldn't imagine. This case is very, very, very shocking to me, and you know, it breaks your heart. But it is one of those cases where you could end up looking after that person. You really could end up looking after him, and you just sort of have to, you know, get on with it. Yeah. And it's hard. It's very, very difficult. But you have to treat them like you treat everybody else.
Like, definitely.
You know, like Tom, Dick and Harry, whatever it is, you have to treat them as anybody else. Someone with autism, someone with schizophrenia, someone with an LD. It's the same sort of thing. And I get why people are angry. Like, I mean, I'm angry. Everybody's really angry at this. Like, obviously, I think there'd be something wrong with you if you wasn't angry at this. But a lot of the anger ends up in the wrong direction. It does. It ends up in the wrong direction. And that's why, like, the riots started, you know what I mean? Got these little girls that have died. You've got all the families to think about. Not even that, it's like his family as well. I know there's some debate around that at the minute, but we don't know. We don't know what they've been through. We know that mum and dad, or dad was it, that, you know, has clearly tried to put him on the right path. They've known something was up anyway. They've known something was wrong. And, you know, they have tried to get that help. And sometimes I just wanted to put the point across tonight with families can get a lot of trouble for what the loved ones do. And I always think, like, I have an older sister and a younger brother, and luckily to me, you know, the two godsends really. But if one of them was to do something, if my little brother went out and, you know, unalive someone, it wouldn't mean I've done that, you know, or put that idea there, or, you know, yada yada yada. So what I've seen in a lot of lives recently is, oh, it's family this, it's let's try and find somewhere to blame the family. And it's like, it's, you know, you just don't know that story. And that's just what I wanted to get a point across with that, really, because I've seen a lot of nasty things about it.
I know the reason for that is, by the way, the fact that there's so much misinformation. The dad was a warlord, you know, they're not telling us everything. There's other things that have been held from us. There's information that they're not giving us. That this is something to do with Keir Starmer. The family knows Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer's covering things. You know, it's just getting... And I asked the same question. I said, if this was a white British kid that done what this guy's done, would you be then saying that information has been held back? Would there have been the riots then? Would there have been? Because if it was somebody, say... okay, so not even a guy from the UK, say a kid from, I don't know, Europe, right? Would there then be the same kind of less riot? Would they have? I don't think so.
Well, on that, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you then, but...
It's okay, go ahead, my love, go ahead.
on that point, it does annoy me. It annoys me so much at the fact that, you know, it's maybe to not this extreme. I don't, you know, but basically, it goes on all the time, doesn't it? Unaliving people, raping, all that. It goes on all the time, and it's almost. I'm starting to feel it's almost as if people are like, "Oh yeah, I knew it." You know, as soon as someone's a certain skin color or someone is.
But this wasn't that though, was it? This was all misinformation, and people started running with it because it fit the narrative. Because
that's what I'm saying. Like that, so that's what I'm getting at. It's like it's like something happens, and there's certain people holding the breath, and it's almost as if they're hoping it's that genre of people. Do you know what I mean? Like it's that type of people. So
Jenny, you're absolutely right. People are
they can turn around and say, you know, oh well, of course it was that type of person and all that. But it's not a culture thing. It's not a what's your skin color thing. It's not. And
he was a psycho. The guy's a psycho.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as that. It's got nothing to do with
And I just feel that people think it's, you know, they're more of a psycho. That they get to say what they want about the situation. If that person doesn't come across as some white British, you know, like it's just always been the case. And I hate this race war. It's like ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, what this monster, and he is a monster, and we'll all agree, like, has done is disgusting.
Yep.
You know, that is going to stay with people. But it always seems to me that every single time something happens, all the race stuff starts. And that's what bothers me. And I'm a bit of an empath myself. I don't like it. I don't want anyone, I just don't want anyone to be upset. I don't want anybody to be singled out. And it seems to me that people hold their breath and pray that they're a darker skin tone so they can go, yeah, okay.
It's a darker skin tone, but it's also a particular religion.
Yeah, it is. It is.
No, okay.
It is.
And Jenny, sorry to jump in on what you were saying, but I wanted to agree. Like often I see when things like this come out, the first thing people say is, why are they not telling us? We all know what type of person it would have been, you know? And I love the fact that you mentioned being an empath, because I think that is often the divide between racist, non-racist, left and right. It's whether whether you've got some empathy for human beings, you know?
Mm. Yeah, definitely. And thanks for that, Mark, because it is either, you know, if you say you're an empath, you know, you're called woke and left and, you know, God knows what else, and all you're trying to say really is...
Well, you'd rather be an empath than be a far-right moron.
Than be a sociopath.
Yeah. and watching GB News and just going around destroying your city centres and calling that patriotic.
Which you know, is that's something else. I find that disgusting as well. Like I don't get it.
I don't think any normal sane person does, Jenny. You're all right.
I get the I get the anger. Like if people are angry about the situation.
What's the situation, Jenny?
It's like, no, not like that. Like, you know, the situation that's happened there and then. I get.
Yeah, I think Jenny just made that crime. Yeah.
But the thing is, they always turn it into something it's not.
Well, the thing is with this, they started running with misinformation and then carried it on. And then they knew it was wrong and they said, no, they're holding back. We're still going to carry it on anyway. They turned around, he said he was Muslim. He's not Muslim. He doesn't have no religion at all. His parents are Christian. They're apparently, according to what we've read, devout Christians. That's not even the point. The point is they've ran with, they said he had a Muslim name, said he was an immigrant. He wasn't a Muslim and he's not an immigrant. His parents are. It's always misinformation, but people need to do their research rather than jump on the bandwagon. So
it always goes on. It
does, Jenny. 1 second. So the point is, right, Jenny. The point is that in these riots, one of the things they said was get the PKIs out of the country. Now, this kid, even if they thought he was an immigrant, he wasn't from Pakistan. right? And it wasn't even from South Asia. So why would he be chanting that? And that's why I asked the guy. The guy came up before, and I asked, why would he be chanting that? And he said, oh, no, it was like 20%. I said, but then you guys know who the 20% troublemakers are. Why do you allow them to come then? Because surely them 20% are making you guys look bad. So if I had a mate that I thought, bloody hell, that's a bit much, I'm not taking that one out. Clearly can't control themselves. I'm not hanging about with that person. I'm not. Because I'm going to look like an idiot.
Exactly.
Hanging about with an idiot. So what I asked was, if 20% are bad, and you know them guys can't control themselves, tell them 20%, stay at home, you're making us look bad.
Yeah.
But you don't do that though, because you want the numbers. And you want these guys to stand with you. And then you're chanting with them. And then saying, it's them that are bad. Makes sense. Sorry, 1 second, Jenny. I'm going to go to the next person. I'll come back to you if you want, my love.
Yeah, that's fine.
Adizamo.
Adizamo. Thanks, Rez. Good evening, everyone. Actually, I saw this whole issue from a very different perspective, which is from the parent side. Everyone has got a job to do. Whether you're British or not, whether you're an immigrant or not, the Bible says that train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So this go on both immigrant and non-immigrant sides of things. If you are an immigrant and you're going into somebody's country, you should train your child. You should let them know that there are things like racism. You should educate them enough to understand that when you go to school, some people will not like you. And that doesn't mean that you take laws into your hands. If you let them know this, and then over and over and over again, no matter what they go through, whether it's bullying, whether in any form that it comes through, they will always remember, my dad said, I cannot take law into my hands. My mom says, I cannot take law into my hands. Likewise, if you're British as well, you need to start accepting the new reality that people are coming in from different countries, people with different backgrounds, people who are educated, people who are not, people who are rich and people who are poor, people who are kind and people who are not. So you also need to start telling your own children that as you go to school, you're going to see different kind of people with different color, with different behavior. And then these people, you cannot be like rude to them. You cannot bully them. You cannot say racist words to them, and then you need to tell your child to be fair as well. They need to be kind, just the way they're kind to their fellow British friends or white British friends. Be kind to them. The color doesn't matter. I've seen very brilliant white British people, and I've seen the opposite. And I've seen very brilliant, immigrants. And I've also seen the opposite. And what does that tell you? It just tells you we're all the same, just in different shades. People are just, so without, talking too much, I think on the parental side, a lot of job needs to be done. More education. And yes, on the government side as well, I've had the opportunity to, read some policies in the healthcare sector. It says that when you're going through, when there is an issue of bullying or there's an issue of, the first thing you do is remove the threat. That's the first thing. So in the school, if there has been subsequent or repeated reports about a particular person and saying, oh, he bullies me, he calls me this, he calls me that, or he spits on me, or, remove the threat. That's the first thing.
How would you remove the threat?
If you probably take them out of the school, that's it. After so many warnings, after so many reports to their parent that this is your child is doing, and it is not acceptable to the law of
Sorry, are you saying that this whole thing Are you taking it back down to race and saying that that's what's...
Yeah. I'm not just taking it back down for future purposes as well. You know, if somebody's going through bullying or somebody's going through, because I learned that the parents have tried to help him. The parents have tried to say, oh, this is what our child is going through. Yeah. And that brought down to the question, what was done about it?
Right. Okay, fair enough.
So that's it. So first of all, we need to, cultivate the habit of educating people that needs to be educated, which are mostly our children, or not just children. I think we're just saying children because at this moment it happened, within an underage person and an adult person. But generally, everyone needs this education.
Definitely. I think
so everyone needs this education.
That's
you
part
need
of being
to,
British, though. Being respectful, being tolerant. They're part of the British values.
So if for example, you used to be a very aggressive person in your own country, when you're coming into the UK, you should even. I'll take, for example, you don't have to start working, or you don't have to start going into organizations before you know what's acceptable and what's not. I think when people immigrate into the country, at the point of entrance, there should be a leaflet or a book handed over to them and say, these are the laws. If you're going through this, this is what you should do. Report to the police. Do this, do that, do this, do. But if all this are not available, people are just going to do what they think in their head without having any other thing to think first. There should always be like a first point of contact, for example. So, but I understand that the parents have tried to seek for help. I don't know what was the outcome, but then this is avoidable. Very, very avoidable. It is avoidable. At one point or the other, it is avoidable. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks very much for coming up. I really appreciate it. I don't know. I think that I don't know whether the initial thing may have been race or whatever else the issue was, but I think that we have to look at it as a bigger picture and think about all the places where this system failed. If the kid was being bullied, there's racist stuff going on, the school should have done more to support. Maybe that would have been different had he got more support. We don't know. If he got mental health support, proper mental health support, maybe that would have been different as well. We don't know. We don't know any of it. It's
just to touch up on that as well.
Yeah.
I was quite severely bullied at school, and obviously I get what this chap's saying. Sorry, it's one of those situations where I could have very easily lost my head and done some crazy stuff, and it's only, I think, probably my parents and my siblings that probably did keep me calm. In my family, I was always known as the fighter, but I wasn't really the fighter. It was the case of I was going for all this bullying. Do you know what I mean? You don't get any help. There is no support, and when you're at school, especially when it comes to bullying, there's absolutely nothing done. There's absolutely nothing done. You can repeat it.
Why do you think that is?
Do you know what? I think it's because, looking back, if I was in the teacher's shoes now, as an adult, I'm in my 30s now, I do think well, what would I have done? Do you know what I mean? All you can do is have a word with these people.
They can't really do much if they've not got the resources or the people to help, right? They're not going to.
That's it. And I'm not in no way, because I wouldn't be making an excuse for like what's gone on with Axel. I would not at all. There is no excuse, to be honest. There's reasons why. Yeah, certainly. There's reasons why.
So the point is, no one excusing madness, because you can't excuse madness. But what you can do is talk about it. You can talk about things and say, how can this possibly be prevented in the future? That's it.
But this is it. Like when I was at school, I could have very easily, because you do think to yourself at school, without using the wrong wording on here. Like there's many times when I was at school as a teenage girl where I thought, do you know what? If I could get at every single one of them, I would. Do you know what I mean? That's the sort of things that do go through your head.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it wasn't only me. Like I weren't so much as bothered about what happened to me. I've got a brother with special needs that I had to just, you know what I mean? Well, let's say I didn't stand by, you know what I mean? I didn't stand by and let it happen. But my brother with special needs.
So just one sec, Jenny.
Sorry.
Rez, can you put this Josie B in the request box?
Who's it?
Josie B. She says she's requesting, and she's been very active in the comments.
She's not requesting. Does she know how to request? Because she's definitely not requesting. Right.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jenna. Is she just spamming?
No, it's fine.
No, there is no Josie B that's requesting. Josie B, I don't know I can't even find her. Where's the thing? She hasn't requested. I don't know what's going on. Right, okay, sorry. Can we go to and then Trilly?
Yeah.
Rez, could it be that Josie has a private account?
I don't know what's going on.
I think she's just acting like she's requesting because
she's not.
Yeah, she doesn't have private. I've just checked her account. It's not private.
She's not. I don't think she wants to come up because she knows what she's gonna say. She's gonna sound silly. So
you should just copy and paste in the same comment. And
exactly.
Oh, there's comment. It's all right. It's the far right probably, or somebody else that's just got nothing better to do. Have you not noticed, guys? My picture's not on. See that? The picture of my profile thing. Apparently, the picture's been reported for so many times that they just keep taking it off. So yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
Because of you and your woke agenda, Rez.
Yeah, that's what it is. So sorry. Yeah, are you here? Okay, I guess not. Trilly, you wanted to speak? Go ahead. Either one of you. Yep. Yes, Trilly. Yep. Go ahead.
I think with this case, I just think that like you said before, I think he got I don't know, I think, was it the counter-terrorism people? I think they were on him or something, and, nobody picked it up. So I think it was also the system's fault as well for not, doing something about it, as quickly as possible.
Right, 1 minute. Coyote, I remember you.
I've got the TV a bit loud.
One second. So Trilly, carry on.
Yeah, so I just think that I think that's the problem with this country, that's nothing's really taken that seriously. And I think and I think for me, I think he did know what he was doing. People say, like you said, he had mental health issues or something going on in his personal life, but I think he definitely did know what he was doing. I think what he did was, pure evil, and it wasn't just because now in today's day and age, you can now just, even a lot of prisoners are now justifying, doing a lot of violent crime because of my mental health. I did it because I'm mentally ill. It's now just used as an excuse to justify, doing loads of crazy violent acts. That's what I think.
Right, quickly, guys. So that Josie B that was requesting, I've sent her a request myself. She hadn't requested, and I sent her an invite, and I've left a box open because I don't think she wants to come up. It's just a whatever. So is there anything else you want to say, my love?
No, I think that's it.
That's fine. I appreciate you coming up, my lovely. Are you back? Yeah, the person below? Maybe not. Lander, what would you like to say? The guy that's added now, Lander, person here, go ahead.
Did someone say I'm a woke something? Woke. Someone said something about a woke.
Oh, Lander, that was me. I was being sarcastic about Rez. I'm woke.
Oh, sorry, man, sorry. No, I'm just saying, in terms of, I think in terms of society, we're heading into a more violent, volatile encounters within society. It's gonna go crazy. The USA started, you know about Donald Trump, you know about Farage, his cousin apparently, or is it nephew or someone, become a pedophile. That's not on the news. It's not on the news. It's on TikTok. But you pick up things with some disgusting people dead, and it's all of a sudden, oh, it's on the news because they're a certain colour. And that's where we're heading to. And I'm not waiting for it. Everybody needs to wake up. Everybody needs to arm up. These guys are armed
Go
top
back.
to
Go
the
back
teeth.
a second. Arm up.
Yes. Far right are coming. They're coming, and they come in with prejudice. They come in with hatred. They come in of your color, of anybody. Doesn't matter whether you are black, whether you are brown, whether you are different sexuality.
Are you in a restaurant?
Sounds like a bar.
Yes.
And he's talking shit. He needs to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
He's
it's
talking
hard to
shit.
hear you, man. And you are saying some woke stuff.
Alright, let me go to a side. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
So sorry, the guy that just came up
Okay.
with LQ. What were you saying?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
He's talking a big shite, honestly. Like, what does the far
is it a
right
bit
have to do with
better?
this subject? Like, with what just happened? This bloke in the picture just killed 3 kids, and now you're saying far right this, far right that. Has nothing to do with the subject.
We're talking about the riots that happened after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
That was done by who
People
was that
have the
done by?
right to
The
be
Asians?
angry. I wouldn't call it far right though.
Well, then you're.
Well, then that's what. 1 minute. That's what the news that reported it called it. So do you want to be angry with them?
Oh, 100%. Like anything that.
Well, then
like,
don't come. Listen, guy. Don't come onto my panel with that energy. I don't know
Alright,
where you.
fair
I don't know where you thought you were going. Did you think you were going onto a far right panel?
No, fuck no. I just
So
said, what does far right have to do with
when
this
you
subject?
said when you came up, what was your first opening thing that you said when you came up?
I was just talking shy, which is true.
That's how you come in. So are you British?
No, I'm an Aussie.
Right. Okay. So is this how? So right. Okay. So you've come onto a panel, and you thought that that's the way to come in.
Yeah, mate.
Right. Okay. Definitely, Australia's off the bucket list. F that.
A lot of Australia is actually very, very progressive, but just not this.
Yeah, maybe not where he is, just not there. Right, you don't come into somebody's live with that. You didn't introduce yourself. You don't be kind. You just turn around and say, "Oh shit."
He's talking shy.
What do you know about the UK?
Plenty of things.
Okay, tell me the
You
name.
guys have a massive immigration
Do
problem.
you know anything about this case?
It was all in the Australian news. It was all over the world. Yeah, of course.
LQ, is it like the immigration problem they had in Australia, where you displaced the people that lived there before you turned up?
What do you mean? Oh, the Aboriginals, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's a whole thing going on about for Australia
don't
Day
worry
right
about-
now. It's like the whole entire
Well,
thing.
no,
Can't
you're
split
right.
up right now.
They had no right to be there anyway.
No,
you're right.
exactly.
But you take what you want.
Yeah, do something with the people in the UK, but okay.
Say that again.
It was people from the UK that did it, but it was me, my people, white British people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's white.
I own it. Like.
Yeah. Okay. So
I mean, it still wouldn't work, but okay.
So you said you
Yeah,
watched
anyway.
this case. 1 minute. You've come into this live with
Yep.
that energy. You say you know
Yeah.
a lot about this case. Is that right?
Pretty much.
Okay. How many girls
Yeah.
were alive?
3.
What's the names?
God, I wouldn't know their names. I'm pretty sure a lot of the people in the UK wouldn't know their names as well.
I think a lot of people would because it's only a few months ago.
Yeah, I know. But I
Has
don't
he
know
heard
names
of
off the top.
Jimmy Sapphire?
Right, 1 minute.
Yes, I know who Jimmy Sapphire
did
is.
he
Yes,
ever
I know.
hear-
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Did you have an inquiry about it? How many children? Hundreds and hundreds of children. Have you ever had an issue with it?
No.
Did you ever inquire on the BBC News while he was seeing children within the hospitals and seeing children within
Right.
the
Anyone that does anything to
vicinity
children.
of BBC?
if this is what you guys are talking about, just race in general, you guys are
Have you
it's
heard
about whoever
of Hugh
heard.
Edwards?
No, mate.
Right,
shut
London,
up.
Have you heard of Hugh
Whoever
Edwards?
hurts a
second,
child is a
London.
fuckwit.
One
And you
second.
guys are
There's
just
a
talking
better
about
example.
race.
What about Rolf
You are a
Harris?
fact.
Rolf Harris, yeah, and Aussie.
Ah, he's gone.
He said, "You're all effed." You're
He
all...
ran away. He ran away.
Rolf's Cartoon Club next week.
Right, okay, London, make your point, please, so we can actually hear you now. Go on.
My point is, far right are sneaking in every clothes that they can get in. You guys need to wake up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Society
Is that your
needs
point?
to wake up.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's my point.
That's fine. Thank you.
Everybody needs to wake up.
Right, okay, I don't think we need to...
Realize
Yeah, we
where
don't need
you
to arm
are.
ourselves. 'Cause
Whoever,
you know
whatever color,
Okay.
whatever color or whatever society you're in, whoever that is a predator, put them on the spot.
All right, Coyote, stay there 1 second.
Put them on the spot. Talk about
I'll take you on, Rez.
Will you? All right, let's see then.
So why is it that every time when someone comes up and tells you the truth, you don't like it, and you have to drop them straight away?
Right,
facts are the facts.
I don't
Just
think he
can't-
dropped,
No, 1 minute, 1 minute.
himself.
You said in your comments, what was it that you said? Are you happy? What was it? That this guy's on my side, I'm on his side. How?
Well, you're always going on about these things when it comes from the Muslim community, and you
How
always
is
seem
this-
to like
what's this got to do with the
cover it up
Muslim
and call
community?
people far right. You go out
One minute,
riots
one
on
minute.
the streets.
What has this got to do with Muslims?
Well, it was a Muslim guy what did it.
No, he
Oh,
wasn't.
Coyote.
Rwanda
It
is a
wasn't a
Christian.
Muslim
No,
guy.
no,
What
shut up a
was-
minute,
He was
Kyle.
Christian.
And
See what I mean?
this manual in his
His parents were
bedroom, creating a
Christians.
bomb in his bedroom. He was so radicalized by
Guys,
Islam.
This tells you everything. Right?
Res,
One
maybe
minute, one minute,
take
one
it
minute.
down the road.
Right, Coyote,
never
wait,
have
guys,
been
guys,
able to
everybody
handle
mute yourself.
Does that
I'll
make
speak
him a
over
snap
you
set?
for a change.
Yeah, the copy of
Because
the
I'm always
IRA,
listening to your big mouth and you shouting other people down all the time on here. In fact, I think you need to get a life and go out for a change, to be honest.
You're watching my live and you're telling me I need to get a life.
I watch your live and just hear
That's
you
pretty sad,
talking
that.
shit
But
all
anyway,
the time.
right,
And always slamming all
And
white
guys,
people all the time.
I'm slamming
and
all the white
There's been other
people.
people, Rez, there's been other people who have said, you've been on other Muslim lives and talking
No,
about
she's
white
your-
people like they're trash. Talking about white girls like they're trash all the time.
Right, okay,
And saying
listen.
that those girls deserve to be bloody raped and everything like that. So I'm calling
sending
you
the
out.
rats.
Hey, all right, 1 minute, 1 minute. Get me a recording. Coyote, listen. I'm
You
telling you now.
record me.
Right.
You record me some
There's
of things
zero.
what you
There's
say.
zero, because I wouldn't
You're
do
the
that.
one making
Right.
these lives every bloody night while I'm going out. I'm sorry.
you're getting pissed.
I'm
On
our lives.
Things
Like,
what
are
you
you
say.
deluded? Like, stop
You're
smoking
causing
and
all
doing
this.
what you're
You're
smoking
causing
and
all
drinking.
this
And
No,
think about what
Nisha.
you're doing. You're
me.
out and you're on our live. How thick can you be? You don't even know half of what's
Don't
going
be in
on that we're
this
talking
country.
about.
If you can't
How?
respect the people in this country and you don't like the
Can
way
you
they
hear
live,
the bear?
Half of
if you
these
don't like
people
the
are
way they
born
live,
in this
fuck
country.
off.
Like, what a deluded human being. Like, how can you be out but you're on our live? You must be
Do they-
that on
No, no,
crack
guys, let me
to
tell you
actually
now.
say that.
Right, guys, 1 second.
Like, what the hell?
Right, one minute, MK. The thing is, right, to say, because what she said was, are you happy that this guy's one of yours? That's what
Yeah.
she said in the comments. And I was like, say that again. And by the way, they're saying, this is not the first person that said this to me. MK, remember I said to you about that fake account?
Yeah.
And that's the one, I think that's the one that's going around saying things. What the hell am I supposed to do about that? I've reported it to TikTok. They're not willing to do anything about it. And if anyone can get me a recording of, and actually click on the account, get me a recording. If anyone's saying anything in my name, click on the account and come back to me. If
They can't, though. They wouldn't.
Of course
my
they
account,
can.
all
course
three
they
accounts
can.
of mine are linked. All three of them. The one that isn't mine. Oh, you're going on to live and saying, would I ever say that about kids? Are you retarded? Are you retarded? Well, clearly. The woman thinks going
Yeah.
out on a night out is
But
the
worst thing is you don't really go on lives like that.
Coyote made it very clear with that in the comments, right? She was like, "He's brown, you're the same." That's how her brain works.
Yeah, I'm like, woman, you're
After
watching
a
my
few
lives.
Bacardi breezes, anyway.
You're watching my lives. And you're telling me to get a life.
It's not even that. You're completely different races if you want to go down that route. He's
No,
African.
no, brown is brown to
You're
her.
Pakistani.
Yeah.
It's
No, but the
two
thing
Well,
is,
like-
she's saying
different
he's Muslim.
places.
You know, I
She's saying he's Muslim.
was probably too nuanced. Brown is not white, as far as she's concerned. Like any non-white is different.
The woman is thick as pig poop.
Can I make
Worse than that.
A woman, Pashtun cook. I think you're next.
Hello, can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, for the previous caller or speaker, she was clearly prejudicial, well out of line. I'm glad she got dropped or you dropped her off because
She ran off herself because she didn't have the
yeah, those comments were clearly prejudicial. She didn't know what she was talking about, and she was basically categorizing and putting everybody into the same boat. It's you and us, and it doesn't work that way. There's good and bad in everyone, so that was clearly prejudicial and discriminatory. So I'm glad you dropped her off. But now my comment was more about the Axel case above that boy. I think what we've got to understand is, I think this boy had been known to the mental health service. So I think if he had mental health issues, undoubtedly he would have been known to the mental health service. My concern is, and a lot of people in America has picked this up, and I personally have a son who has autism, and now I'm fighting in the courts because of what they're doing to my son, and I've actually took him abroad and proved my point, but only they want to hush me up now and remove me from my son's life. But let me explain this to you. I don't know if he had any learning disability or if he had any form of autism, but I do know he has mental health. These medications, especially SSRs and antipsychotics, can actually have something called a paradoxical adverse reaction. It's well documented and recognized in America. I have seen it with my own son. My son has not killed anybody, he's not offended anybody, but I've seen what they've changed a mild-mannered person into a violent person who could have very, very uncontrollable, violent outbursts and sometimes hallucinate and have delusions. I took my son abroad. The medication that created that effect, I removed it from my son. The delusions and the paradoxical effect, which was delusions and violent outbursts, stopped. I then brought him back.
So did the
UK just took him.
delusions come from the autism or the tablets?
The tablets, the SSRs.
Oh yeah,
The
it was just the way you
tablets
said.
is
It was
what
just
the
the way
word
you
is.
said then.
Let me
that
explain
people
this to
with
you.
autism.
Let me explain this to you.
Right, let her finish. Let her finish. You can ask questions after. Go ahead.
What it is what we need to acknowledge is people with certain conditions like autism.
Not a
and this-
condition.
Right. They have something called a chromosome P450 deficiency. You can check that test. Doctors refuse to do it because they don't want to waste money, but they're quite happy. The system in the
That's not
UK,
true.
and by the way, I've done 2 years nursing. I'm not going to complete my nursing this year because I've cured and helped make my son better, right? I'm probably going to face a prison sentence, not because I've done harm, but because I've made
With
him
all
better.
due respect,
But this
Paston,
is
what you've just said isn't true, though. You've just
It
said
is
everybody
true.
with autism.
Hang on, can I just explain? You may be an exception and not have chromosome P450 deficiency and be wired correctly. A lot of the people with autism and learning disabilities have chromosome P450 deficiency.
Yeah,
The
that's
test
great.
is not
But the
offered.
thing about
but it
science
means-
is
can I
hard
finish?
statements.
It's very
You
rude to
can't-
interrupt.
Right, 1 minute, guys.
Can I
Let
finish?
her finish. Let her finish.
Can I
Let's
finish?
False, though, innit, what you're saying? I've pulled you
Can I
twice.
finish?
Right, 1 minute, Blend. Bear
Let
with
me
us 1
finish,
second.
and then you give me your response. You're very welcome to challenge me. I've done 2.5 years nursing. I will not complete my nursing, but what I do know, okay, is there are certain people who have chromosome P450 deficiencies. It is not marginalized to those with learning disabilities and autism, but can be, okay? So the test is not offered. These people given SSRs, which is antidepressants, these like fluoxetine, these people given antipsychotics can have a paradoxical adverse effect. It becomes toxic in their system and it can make them violent. It can make them aggressive. It can make them hallucinate. Okay? In America, a lot of the shootings that happen, school shootings, is because those people are known to the mental health system and they're put on these drugs. They don't now show that to you. The drug companies won't outright say our drugs do that. In fact, some have now even acknowledged it. Okay? I know that in nursing, we do something called safe medicate. We look at indications, contraindications, side effects. We do know these drugs do that.
Was he on SSRIs or anything? Passed on, and I'm butting in again, but you're making loads of different points. Was he on them or anything? What's the point?
My point is that we're looking at the horrific act that this boy has made, but what we're not looking at is, was he known to the mental health service? Was he put on any medication? Could this be a result of those medications? Can we start exploring options?
All right.
Why
With all due
are
respect,
pharmaceutical
let me just
companies
let me
making money and harming
right.
people?
Let me just speak
I
for 1
certainly
second.
know. I don't know who you are, but you're very rude, man, because you don't let me finish and you keep interrupting.
I've got autism. I thought because you've done nursing, you'd know that we're like that, and when we've got some information that we need getting out because we can't explain ourselves, it's best to just listen to us. But just let me have a word a sec.
No,
So
the thing with it is, you do not let me finish, and you are just zooming on and on.
All right, well, everyone in the comments is saying that you're going on with a monologue,
We
so I'm
took
just
him off,
reading
and
the
no,
room.
do you know what? I can't talk with this man. I don't know who he is, but Blend. If this is your platform, you take over and interrupt. If it's not, let me make my point. I'll silence my thing.
That's
and
it.
then you make your
Manipulate the
point.
host. Go on, carry on.
Right, please do not interrupt again. Okay, so the thing is, we need to start, like in America, like what the warnings are on the box, black box warnings are on these drugs. We need to start looking at how many people who are doing these offenses, like what awful things this guy has done, Axel, yeah, right? Are they put on medications? Are they known to the mental health system? Because if they are, then why are you harming that person and people around you? I know I took my son.
1 second. That was never mentioned though.
Yeah,
none of
I took my son abroad. I took him off SSRs in a rehab in the UK.
Okay, Pashtun, there's nothing mentioned in the case notes that said he was under mental health, the team, or there was any medication or anything. Nothing was mentioned.
He is autistic, like.
He is autistic. It was a sent child.
Which
And there
I'm
isn't
trying to give everyone a
medication.
point of view on, but Pashtun keeps speaking. So
Right,
dead quick, I'll point out.
Blend, you've just joined. You've got two people before you. Pashtun,
Right, sorry.
he wasn't on medication, and he wasn't under mental health team.
Right, thank you.
Okay,
that's the point I was making, that we should kind of explore that. Was that an indicator to bring it on?
So it can't be because he wasn't under them. That's fine. Thank you very much. One second.
Question, I get where you're coming from with SSRIs because I have had drug-induced psychosis by sertraline because I've got borderline personality disorder.
Yeah.
However, I did 3 years of med school. My 4th year would have been half placements, half uni. My 5th year would have been complete placement. What you're saying about giving autism children SSRIs is complete BS. We don't do that. I have never known a case where we have given an SSRI.
Can I just say they gave it to my son and I took him to Philippines and I've just come back on the board.
But you're not telling the full story because Miss Morning is fully
they must have
correct.
diagnosed him with a psychiatric condition.
Exactly.
Because
I've been on SSRIs myself. I didn't have an
development.
autism diagnosis. As soon as I got an autism diagnosis, they won't give you SSRIs again.
They have given my son SSR, antipsychotics, and I'm fighting even now in the courts to prove that when I took him off, he got better, and that's why I made that point. But it's, you know, in a perfect world, you people are lucky because you haven't been put on it, and it shouldn't be, and that is my argument.
Literally just said I had drug-induced psychosis.
I've just told you that I have been.
Right, okay, Pashtun, sorry.
I'm going to stop now. I made my point, and I'm going to stop.
We've all got the internet, so it says, yes, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, are sometimes prescribed to people with autism spectrum disorder. Right? SSRIs are a type of antidepressant that can help with anxiety, irritability, repetitive behaviors. Right? In addition to treating ASD
I know it sounds like I'm putting in, but I'm not putting in that. I need to pull you up when you're making the statement. So very quickly, the statement you just made, it's prescribed to them, not for autism. If someone's got an autism diagnosis and they've got depression, they'll give you SSRIs for it. If someone's got autism and they've got other, wait 1 second, and they've got other symptoms that aren't depression, they won't give you SSRIs for depression.
Speak me out though, because look, you never let me finish. This is the problem, right? We've got the internet. We can confirm whether if somebody's saying is true or not. Instead of just
to be
saying,
fair, Paston's derailed it because he wasn't honest.
Instead of just saying it's BS, look, right? In addition to treating the ASD core symptom of repetitive stereotyped behavior, SSRI may also be used as treatment, right? For co-occurring.
For anyone struggling with SSRIs as well, just dead quick, 7 gram of mushrooms is the cure.
All right, okay, thanks a lot, Blend. But bear with us 1 second.
Let's not give medical diagnoses on a live, right? But what I'm trying to say is, what Pashtun was saying.
Why, are you allowed to do that, or what?
I haven't given
why would he not be? So what?
Sorry,
because I'm just saying,
let me just get to Sauce a second. Sauce, what you're saying is a cohort. So that is a comorbidity. So they've not just got autism, they've got anxiety with it, they've got depression with it. If someone doesn't have a comorbidity with autism, they would not prescribe an SSRI.
That's fine, but that's not what you were saying earlier.
No, that's exactly what I was saying. She said, my son's just got autism. That's it. No, and they would not give an SSRI just for autism. He must have another psychiatric condition that requires the SSRI. Now, it is going through a phase of trying to find the right SSRI.
The statement that
would work.
Pastor made, just hear me out, the statement, because we're clutching at straws now, aren't we, really, yeah?
No, not at all. It's like literally black and white. It's simple, like,
because
you're beating around the bush, mate. Like, don't do that. You know, like she's put out, like, you know.
Well, so are you saying people with autism are not prescribed this?
Right, now you're trying to put words in my mouth. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah?
I did try and clear it up for you before.
Yeah,
and the words that you used was it's prescribed to people with autism, not for autism.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's what she needed to think. But when you came in and said,
"Oh my God, fucking hell."
Right, okay, you know what? I'm just going to drop
I don't think, I don't understand what you're all freaking out.
Rez, can I say something dead quick that you're probably not going to like, but it will cause a bit of a debate, what I'm about to say. The thing with the autism and Axel, I'm like Axel, he's probably got the same type as me, which is Asperger's. And there's a theory, if you want to look it up, called the extreme male brain theory. And they reckon it's why men take up all the spaces in prison, but at the same time, we made all these iPhones that were on and all the cars and everything. And it's because autistic people are extremists. I'm an extremist, just like Axel, except the difference is, Rez, this is the bit I'm going to say that you might not like. I've never been exposed to Islam or the Quran or the Bible or the Torah. Abrahamic faiths, once you start being extreme with them.
Blend, you're going to listen to me now. Right, you started something and I'm going to quickly... But that you never had a holy book. 1 minute.
Sorry. When I say exposed, I've read all 3 of them books, Rez, before.
Yeah, but 1 minute, Blend, please listen. He did not look at these things. Where you had the Al Qaeda handbook, he had the IRA handbook. He also had Mein Kampf. That's the Schmittler book. Now, none of them has got anything to do. Like, he was actually mocking religion.
They're all. So, like, I've
one minute, Blend.
If I got hold of any of them,
Blend, please listen. On his iPad, or I think it was either his laptop or iPad or his phone, they found him mocking Islam, mocking Judaism, mocking Christianity.
Yeah.
He wasn't a person of any faith.
What was he mocking?
What's your point? What's your point?
Have you got any proof, Rez, that he was mocking Islam?
Please go into the case information, guys. This isn't me saying it.
This is what I mean, Rez. I'm here for a genuine conversation. If you can show me proof, what is it I'm going on?
Right, okay. So if you go to the case, there's information about the case. If you go on, I'm going to have to get it for you and send it to you.
Okay, so...
There's a guy, 1 minute, Blend, do me a favour. There's a guy called Lewis Aaron. Listen, he's done the full research on the case. He's not brown like me. He's a white British lad, Lewis Aaron. He was here.
Mention race. It doesn't.
No,
congratulations on that. Yeah.
He's going to talk.
Can I just ask a question?
Doesn't matter what colour you have, Reg.
No, it's him at the top. He'll keep going. So, but what I'm trying to say to you is, Lewis Aaron, amazing. Lewis, and I think it's Aron or Aaron. Amazing lad. Go to him and he's got videos and everything. You can ask him. He also does lives and he's got all the information on it.
Oh God, this woman is crazy.
1 sec, I'm just loading.
I'm crazy, but you keep coming back.
You're not crazy, though, are you?
I'm here to like
this is what you do. You get to the bottom of things. So if I see proof now that he did mock Islam, then I'll not succeed, but obviously I'll admit that he obviously is. There's something else.
They found him mocking Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, not just one, all of them.
What I'm not trying to cause because loads of people I'm saying I am, but this is the one thing I normally ask Muslims, is the question I asked then, and not just Muslims, Christians as well, and Jews.
What are you asking?
The question what I asked before, even though in this case what you're saying might be true, and he had a few religions.
It is true, because they found
do you not think that people like myself who are dead extreme and I take everything to the extreme, so no matter what it is, if I'm in a race...
Glenn, can I answer your question?
1 minute. He had the Schmittler book. What about that?
But hold on, what I'm asking. So that's the same, Rez. What he was talking about, and Rez,
Rez, 1 second. Let me answer it, please, lad. That's my point.
My God,
so the Schmittler book, Drag, shut up a minute, lad. The Schmittler book you're on about. that's known as bad, isn't it? So
Yes.
like people all get told like that's bad, don't get hold of that. So you can't say to me like, what about these ones? Because they're kept away from people like me and we're told the bad.
The Al-Qaeda handbook,
Shush. I'm
Al-Qaeda
constantly
handbook is
told
not the
we're the holy
Quran.
book.
The Al-Qaeda handbook, listen,
And
the
be
Al-Qaeda
quiet,
handbook
let
is
him
not the
speak.
Quran. The Al-Qaeda handbook is a
Oh,
T
for God's
handbook.
sake,
It's
someone
got
give
nothing
this
to do with the
woman a
religion.
dummy.
Yeah, Rez, I'm not talking about the Al-Qaeda handbook. I'm talking about
Put a muzzle on this woman.
the Torah, the Quran and the Bible. I'm saying when people like me, extremists, get hold of them books, if the low IQ extremists, or not low IQ because you can't be an extremist and be on low IQ, but it's a journey, so it's difficult to steer through the Quran. You know yourself, because one second,
Blend,
you know
please listen to
yourself
what I'm
though.
saying.
There's that many scholars to the Bible and different
Blend.
things. Yeah,
There's
go on.
zero evidence to say he was looking into
You
any
can't
religion.
get with like
Rez
without one simple.
And I think a dangerous thing to do,
Glenn,
the most
can I speak
dangerous
to you?
thing
I'm
is
gonna
when
drop
people
the shout
plug
out
their
in a
ears, when people plug their ears from people like me, when we're out here and we're telling you, we are extremists and we do this, and when you plug your ears and say, oh, do you know, it doesn't matter, we're here. We're still going to be doing 1 + 1 is 2. We're still going to be doing
please
the math.
listen to what I'm saying. The Al-Qaeda handbook has got nothing to do with the religion. The same as IRA handbook and manual that he had zero to do with Christianity. So I'm telling you the same thing. So if you had the IRA handbook, you're not fascinated about the fact
Do
that
you know
you're
anything about, do you know anything, Rez, about the Al-Qaeda manuscript, what he had?
You're stupid.
It's not a manuscript, it was a manual. It's a T manual.
Stupid, darling.
No, it wasn't. Drag, stop just shouting insults, lad. We're having a conversation.
You can't do it, he's drunk. Go on.
The manuscript or the manual, whatever it was, what he had, it was a book about it. Like you're saying, it hasn't really got nothing to do with Islam. It's more about how to inflict harm on a lot of people.
But
But the thing is, one sec, Rez, 1 minute, please. just let
Glenn,
me
please
finish.
listen first.
The problem
What
is,
do you think the
we don't
IRA
have-
manual had in
We
it?
don't have books like that over here. The IRA is the same. That's from Ireland. In Britain, we don't have any books where we go, look, this is from our history, and it aligns with our views.
All right, Glenn,
and,
can I
like,
respond to that? So
follow
your-
this.
Stupid
your stance
Like the
is
book
that
itself,
if
Rez,
you-
it come from. Rez, you know what the problem is, and I'll be honest, you're really going to rate what I'm about to say. You're the biggest problem in the UK. Lovely women and lovely men like yourself who know
but
they've got a
Glenn,
moral
so
compass.
just hear me out. Look, you're
But
giving some
you read this
anecdotal-
stuff, and
Yeah.
extremists like myself say to
Glenn,
us,
you're
look, I've
giving
been
some
deep into it.
Right, guys, please, right, 1 minute. Let me just speak to him. Right, this guy
Yeah.
I'm going to drop because he's an idiot and I can't be dealing with him right now. So, Blend, I'm going to talk to you without anyone else disturbing. Ask me again what you're trying to ask.
I think where you're a bit of, not older generation yet, but where you're like more my age and you're a bit older, yeah.
I'm way older than you, love. Way older.
Well, Liverpool, I'm 30, but Liverpool's a bit different, so we've got like loads of people who are like of different ages who speak. So I know loads of like the young lads who are like 20 odd or whatever as well. And a lot of the Muslim lads I speak to, they're like the Christian lads now. They don't really, they smoke weed, they do this, they do that. They're not really asked about Islam. And when you say it to them, they're like, when they're with other people, they're like, yeah, we care. When they're at the mosque and they're in the community, they care. But when they're with the lads, they're not really asked. They know like the truth in their heart. And that's the problem.
What's the truth?
That it's all fucking madness and that, and it's like it doesn't really make a difference. And it's like when you start getting to the bottom, yeah, like do you want to have a talk about religion? Because I'm a Hindu.
You know what?
A Hindu. I'm from the place where I know where you're from, and that's where my religion started, and it's now a fucking.
Actually,
It's
my
an
family
Islamic
is not from Afghanistan, so I don't think I'm from where you are.
Oh, I thought I'd heard you saying in the past you were from Pakistan.
Yeah,
But
well,
Pakistan,
that's where,
as you
that's
probably
where
know,
half the family's from, the other half
that's
is
where
from.
Hinduism
Right,
started.
okay,
do you
wait
know
a
what I
minute.
mean?
So
Go on
the
now,
point is,
innit?
I don't care if people hang about with you and say they don't believe what they believe. I believe what I believe, and I don't really care about everyone's journey is different.
Yeah, no,
I
get that. I'm just saying it's a generational thing, I think. The young
I don't think
lads
so.
now and the young
I don't think
girls.
so. Because my nephews and nieces are like 20 and 22 and whatever else they are, and they're very religious, and I'm not.
Your
as,
face, they say that, Rez, but honestly, when they're out
no,
there.
they actually are. It's not like they say. Listen, Blend. I know you come in and you're going to ask questions and you're going to say whatever you're going to say, right? But I'm saying it to you again, right? Islam's got zero to do with whatever happened here, right? Even the court said it's got nothing to do with any ideology, anything else. This guy was just a psycho. But you're still saying, well, why would he have the Al-Qaeda handbook? And I said to you, well, or the manual. And I said to you, well, he had the IRA one, but you're not hyper-focused on that one.
I am. I said to you that, but I pointed it out. I said to you that
Then why would you
IRA
have anything? But it's a handbook, not a Bible. And it's a handbook
You want me
against
to
the
answer it, though?
Al-Qaeda,
'Cause
not
don't
a
make out like I didn't answer it. I did answer it.
But
I
I'm
said
saying to you, it's
the
not a
IRA
religious.
I know,
it's
but
not
it's commonly
religious
known.
text.
It's
not
commonly
religious
known
text.
now as a bad book, and it's not about for people like me. Like if I start searching that and put on a hit list by the police, they'll be like, "Why is he searching up an IRA transcript?" But if I start searching up the fucking blatantly fucking madness about the Quran, it's okay. It's fine.
Where did he do that though?
Which?
Where did you do the madness about the Quran that you said? Where
No,
did you
me,
do
I'm saying if I search it up, because like I said,
Yeah, okay, but 1 minute, Blend. You know, you said before, the lady that came up, you said it's got nothing to do with this case. What you're saying has got zero to do with this case, because it was the Al Qaeda handbook, zero to do with Islam. That's a T group, right? They can do it whatever name they want. It wasn't a holy scripture. It wasn't, anything like that. So it's not related. The same way the IRA handbook or manual is not related to Christianity or the Bible.
Can I just point out it's people in the comments saying I'm racist and that, yeah, I haven't mentioned race once yet, and I couldn't give a fuck about none of yous. I can hear Reza's voice, I know where she's from, I know what her fucking nationality is, she's already told me what her ethnicity is. No one's got any fucking qualms.
Language, I don't know where
Len, just ignore the comments and have a conversation with Rez, yeah?
Everybody's equal. Going on saying I'm a racist just gets everyone nowhere.
Right, don't worry about people and what they've got to say, love.
I don't agree with Christians, and we're in a Christian country. Do you know what I mean? Jesus was in a park at 4 o'clock in the morning with a small boy saying to the police, "I am not a lay stace," which when translated today means child trafficker. I'll just
Blend. I was with you for a bit.
Offending everyone now.
Yeah, well, that's my point. Plays the hard truths. I'm an extremist. I said that to you. People like me are going to read these books.
Stop 1 minute. Are you extremist? You're a Hindu. Are you extremist in that as well?
Well, yeah. Because of what I said to you before, I'll be honest, Rez, about Pakistan. You could say I'm a Hindu nationalist, even though I never want to go to India or anything. I see, exactly, I know, but what do people like me do? When yous around the world shouting about yous are getting crashed everywhere, what do people like me do, Rez? Like,
Pakistan,
I'm in England.
what's the population of Pakistan? What's the population of India?
Yeah, but Pakistan is where Hinduism started, and it's an Islamic state now. How's that fair?
Pakistan is where Hinduism started?
Yeah, the Hindu Kush Mountains.
Okay. No, that's not true, bud.
Okay, that's your opinion.
The area of Pakistan, all right, Blaine, let's talk about it because I'm of Pakistan. The area of Pakistan, the northwestern provinces of what you could call India, were predominantly they were Buddhist.
Wow. Right, guys, 1 minute, right. Blend.
Like someone in the comments earlier on
Blend, have you got anything to say that's relevant to what we're talking about?
Yeah, 1 minute, because she's here, because Source has just, I didn't even know she was in the box. Source has just pointed out something about Buddhism. I'll just point out, Life has got the Hindu sign in her profile, and she said to me earlier on, it's also the sign in Buddhism for the oldest word in the oldest first language, first word in the world. She's talking about Hinduism.
Yeah,
Hinduism.
Buddhism came from Hinduism.
1 second, Life.
Buddhism came from Hinduism.
Yeah, Buddhism was
exactly, Life. So do me a favour, when I say to you that that's the sign from Hinduism, don't say to me it's also this, because it's not.
No,
it got stolen by Buddhism.
I didn't. I said it was also it was also.
That's fine. Yeah, well, just so you know, Buddhism isn't classed as a religion; it's a way of life.
Because that's what I follow. Please,
stop saying blend, because you're lucky that you get to talk to someone like me. I've came up and told you I'm an extremist, but I'm willing to conversate. And there's people like me who don't want to talk. You can put your fingers in your ears and pretend we don't exist. Or you can say to us, look, he's right. There's people out there like him.
Blend. 1 second, please. I came up here because you mentioned the word Asperger's, okay? Yeah. I just want to come up here and just educate people on that term. That term is no longer used. We actually, and also you said that men with Asperger's.
It's not men. When you say it's not used, right? Let's just
it's not used, and you know why it's not used.
Let's get the truth out, though. It is still used. The NHS, let me answer you, because you're just talking nonsense. The NHS don't use the term Asperger's anymore because it costs too much money to go into individuals. Let me just answer you. All right, you speak and then I'll speak.
Can I say why it's not used?
Okay, go on.
Right, it's not used because the scientist who it's named after was actually a part of the Yahtzee, and he was. Yes, he was. He was in the concentration camps. He was in the concentration camps, and he did all the tests. Do not tell me about history and stuff. And also, it's not just men. Okay, I have ADHD. I'm actually being assessed for autism at the moment. Okay, don't tell us that we're extremists. What on
Right,
earth?
okay, so I've actually read Hans Asperger's autobiography. So unless you want to start talking to me about his whole life and everything he held dear, and then tell me at the end of his life he automatically turned into a Grazie, you sound absolutely simple. He lived his whole life not doing anything.
Glenn, you're not going to talk like that. What do you think you're doing?
All right, well, I'm sorry, but he's a prisoner of war, and she's telling me that Hans Asperger...
Can I speak very quickly to Glenn?
The point dead quick, though, I was trying to make. Life obviously uses the NHS, and the NHS don't use them terms anymore because it costs too much money to do it. But people like me don't want to be thrown in. I'm sorry for saying this, but we don't want to be thrown in with everyone who's just got an ASD.
Yeah, I would no idea what to do, but yeah, I'll give it a go.
You have no idea what to do?
No, I've never been a mod. I wouldn't, yeah.
Are you joking?
Rez, that's all I was saying. No, she's just made the point that they don't use that term anymore. They do, but you'd have to pay for it.
No,
the
they
NHS don't use it.
don't.
But you pay for it,
Everyone just Google it, because Google will tell you. That's
No, I can show you now on a paper. I'm not going to show me
I just
name.
want to just add on.
I've
Just ask
got a
something.
diagnosis of Asperger's.
Yeah, but that was probably from many years ago.
No, it
When you
wasn't.
say you're an extremist, do you
After
mean you've
people like
got
you.
the autism trait of fixation? where you
No,
can
what I mean by
fixate
that
on a
is...
subject to become obsessed. Is that what you
No.
mean when you say extremist?
Not that symptom, no. So I've got more the symptom where there's no black and white. Oh, sorry, there's no in between and anything. Everything
Yeah,
is
it's black and white thing.
1 + 1 = 2. And if someone tells me it's 3, we can have a fight about it. That's
But
what
that's
extremism
you.
is.
That's not all autistic people. That's you. There's a
I know. Yeah, it's people normally with Asperger's, but that's why we do so great in the world.
No,
That's
we
why
don't
there's
use the word
more,
Asperger's anymore. It doesn't
Cars.
exist
That's why we've
anymore.
got
To be
cars.
fair, I know where you're coming
Mobile
from,
phones.
Mike, but I have heard the term used in the medical field and that quite recently as well.
It's not supposed to be used.
Don't get me wrong, in the future, when they turn on a quantum computer and a 1 and a 0 can be both things at the same time, then people like me won't be as clever as we are. But at the moment,
Oh my
computers work
God!
on
You
binary.
this man.
I don't know why you... Okay, but computers work on binary, which is 1s and 0s.
Can I say where I
So all the
agree?
best computers in the world still work on 1s and 0s.
Well,
so
you're just
people
gonna keep
say to me,
talking.
why don't we meet in the middle?
Glenn,
That's not how
you know what?
computers
You know
work.
what,
I'm
Glenn?
trying to
You're
meet you in the middle,
Glenn.
mate.
I don't meet in the middle, that's what I'm saying. It's 1 and a 0, it's off and it's on.
Blend, please do yourself a favor. What are you doing?
The panel's emotional because
No,
Blend is
Blend,
far more
I'm trying to
intelligent
reach out
than
to you
Right.
and you're just talking.
Right, Mark, go
Sorry, I
ahead.
was just reading the comment.
Don't read the
Okay,
comments.
Blend,
because then that's
Blend, I
the
said
comment.
to you 10 minutes ago, don't look at the comments. You're having a
Everyone said- we always
conversation
say
with
that.
us, yeah?
We always say that.
Right.
All that and speak.
Blend,
I'll take
seriously,
it over.
Blend, right. I have a
A
diagnosis.
million times what I'm listening to you.
Okay, I have a diagnosis. It's at the moment it's bipolar. I think it's going to move to BPD with ADD in as well. I know that's not autism or Asperger's, but the thinking that you're describing, the black and white thinking, finding it hard to see the grey, and also having quite an extreme reaction to right and wrong. I get that. I hear what you're saying, but I don't. I was with you for about 5 minutes, and then you just completely. I don't know whether it's the dynamic of the live, because I find myself sometimes just like losing it with people, and then I go away afterwards and think, how did that happen? I
No
don't know
offence,
why.
lad, I haven't really got emotions either, so what's your point?
Well, that's
do
the
like
symptom
it,
of
but what-
BPD. So BPD are technically sociopaths because we don't have empathy.
Sorry, I'm BDP and I'm empathic. So what the hell are you saying? This
You
is
do.
such misinformation.
No,
I
it's
have
not.
borderline
No,
personality.
it's not.
Like I said then about one
Guys,
thing.
do you not
Tell me
realise
about
that
my
sometimes
life.
there's levels to things? Do you not know that?
Yeah.
So there's levels
Yeah.
to
The level of
autism, there's levels to
misinformation is
psychosis, there's levels
There's not
to
levels to
BPD.
1s and 0s, though.
Wow.
No,
What I
there
was
is
saying to
levels
you back
to a lot
anyway.
of things.
Yeah,
And
but
this is
there's
what
not
you lot don't
levels to 1s and
understand
0s.
when you lot
But-
talk about mental
and
health. There's levels
one
to it.
second.
And
What
Kate,
we're
with all
saying
due
anyway,
respect,
please,
there's
there's a
no
lot of
levels to
crossover
binary.
between autism and BPD.
There's what?
There's a
There's
lot of
no levels
crossover
to
between
binary.
autism and BPD. So a lot of girls were misdiagnosed with borderline personality when they actually was autistic.
To
Yeah.
whoever in
And it's
in
why
comments
lots of
just
people
said
with
people
BPD
are
are
1s and
misdiagnosed
0s.
with
We literally
bipolar.
are 1s and 0s. Your
Blend.
whole body is
Blend.
made of code DNA,
Blend.
which is 1s and 0s.
Blend.
This
I
is
don't
really-
think this is the environment for you, brother.
About not
I was just
being
jumping in to make you all think, and I've done that, lads, I'll be honest.
You know when they pulled
This is something I can actually ask why this person's on
Like,
Yeah,
why
I
have
was
you
going to
bought
say the
him?
same. He needs to be on a watch list.
Yeah.
But you know, earlier when Pashtun was
She just didn't have an alternative point of view. I can have a respectful conversation
but
without
when
offending
Pashtun was
anyone.
talking
So
about
that's
her
why I
son
think
and
it's
you
not.
pulled in because she wasn't nuanced enough in explaining why her son was on SSRIs, I realised then that you were on the spectrum, bud.
But you were talking about SSRIs, lad.
Her fault there was she wasn't nuanced enough to actually explain why her son was on SSRIs. She
Yeah.
said it was autism. Obviously, autism, a lot of people with autism also come with anxiety and disorders and stuff like that. But you lot weren't listening. You just jump on her because she wasn't nuanced. But what it is, Blend, there's a lot of nuance in the world. And you really need to pay attention to it. It's not black and white, right? And I know it might be black and
At the
white.
moment it is, brother. At the moment. So let's have a conversation about that if you want, a proper one.
You
though.
can't have a conversation.
So
You want to just
I don't
talk
really want
over
to have a
everyone.
conversation with you because
I
I know
don't
it's not going to be
want to have a
fruitful, but
conversation
you
with him.
think
So
that-
shush a minute.
You think having a book, because men are generally, or people like yourself are generally extremists, having a book is more dangerous, right? And it's
When you say a book, what do you mean to
when
find a
you're
book?
talking about religion, right? You think that's more dangerous than what's happening right now in the UK, where people are being almost groomed into being far right.
No, I don't. I think that's bad as well.
Like people like Robinson.
I
right?
think
And
that's
you
bad
think
as well,
it's
but I
more
think where me and
dangerous-
you differ is where
you
you're
think
saying
that a
it's just a book.
No,
I know
you
the
think-
words,
You think it's
the
more
letters
dangerous
with your
for people
definitions,
to have a book,
and there's no
rather than
if, buts,
the
and
ideas
maybes
that you
about what
have.
the words are.
You think it's more dangerous to have a book on you that's religious. Those religious books, they give you what you put in there. If you're a madhead, you open that book, that's all you're going to get from it. You're going to get evil. Right?
Yeah, but you don't open the book.
What do you mean open? This whole
yeah, you
idea
don't
that
open the
religion
book,
is the
but
root of all
why
evil.
would
If
you
it looks
open the
through.
book?
Wait, guys, hang on. Rez is not here, and I'm one of her people, so we need to manage it. So say what you need to say, then we'll go to Robert, because I don't want their people
These guys don't want to have
over and
nuanced
arguing.
conversations. They want to just kind of, stick their kind of belief down our throat.
Yeah, but you
Being
just
over a
mentioned
certain
the book.
Robert,
does not
listen,
mean that you're a
we will
danger.
come to you. Let just Source finish what he's got saying, and we'll come to you. Just one
Being of
second.
any religion does not make it, right? It does not, ensure that you're now going to be an extremist of some sort. You're
It's
gonna
not
be
what, lads, I'll be honest, lads, everyone knows as well that what you're saying isn't true, because they know, like where I'm saying I'm a Hindu, the whole thing of the faith is, I believe everyone's a god, so everyone in this comments, everyone in this chat, I love yous all just as much
No,
as I
but
love
that's not
myself.
true, because
One sec, Source, let me just speak a minute.
Guys, listen, no. Okay, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. We're
I
not
don't
going
want
to do this. Blend.
He's just
Wait.
Right, guys,
Hello, I'm
stop.
talking. Hello.
Right,
People are
one
getting
second.
lynched in
Yeah,
India.
Rez, please, if you can somehow manage it, because
Right,
I don't know,
Sauce,
everyone's talking over each other.
Right, Sauce, you're going to go ahead. Blend, if you can understand, and this conversation is a bit much for you, you can converse.
It
If
is
you
a
want to,
bit
if you
much
want to
for
give
him,
somebody else a
because
chance to
he
speak, please stay. If you're struggling a bit, please, rather than you come here.
I just thought. I
Yes,
just thought this
don't,
about
because
the,
I'm being
the-
respectful, and I haven't insulted
not
you.
being
I could do.
respectful.
No,
Because
I'm
you
saying to you,
still
listen,
think
I don't want you getting stressed out because other people are shouting
I
at
don't get
each
stressed
other.
out. I haven't got emotions. I've said that before.
No, but
And I
other
can keep
people,
it.
okay, what you're doing here is speaking, you're not letting other people speak. And what it's doing is causing commotion.
Rez, I understand some of you are a little bit hostile towards me, but MK, yeah,
Why would anyone be hostile towards you? Go ahead.
for the fact that, like, just when I've just been speaking, then you've just butt in and said, why would anybody be hostile? For that fact, because every time someone butts in on me, no one says anything, but then when I do it...
Blend, you've done nothing but talk over people.
And that's fine, lad, but-
The other thing is, yeah,
Yeah, Blend,
everybody's
look,
got
you
a-
might be on the spectrum, but self-awareness.
Everybody has their own
Doors,
opinion.
I'm still waiting to answer your question, lad.
Self-awareness, bud, right? Listen up,
And everyone else
listen
jumps
to-
in.
Guys,
this is not
let's go
working.
back. Sauce, go first. Then we're gonna go down, working our way. I think it's actually Howard. You've been waiting a while. You speak first, then we'll go to
Hello
Sauce.
there, can I just ask a question? And
Go on.
I'd like to ask, in particular you as a host,
Yeah.
what do you think actually made him change from what he was to what he became? Do you think it's down to the fact that he was let down by the various services that should have helped him over the years?
I think that may have been a contributing factor for sure. That's what I believe.
I reckon it was autism, me. I reckon that's why we get loads of anxiety and that, because we're told by
You
everyone all the
Blend,
time
you're censoring
what you
yourself
doing.
again.
It's all go,
That's
stop.
Blend, he's talking to me, Howard. So I believe that he was let down by services, and the family, obviously now they've had to move because the family have been targeted since this. So they've had to be put into a secret location.
What do you blame the public to do?
Say that again, Robert?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Well, it's the public.
Say
It's
that.
not us. I ain't no far right. But do you know what I mean? It's kids what got killed. Yeah, and I know it's not right yet because I've got nieces, nephews, and kids. Yeah, but it's not right. That's for one.
Can I ask you 1 minute? So any kid in the UK matters, right?
Yeah, every.
Right. Okay. So if they're brown,
Of course, because my sister's Muslim.
Yeah, I know.
This has nothing to do with what.
Listen. 1 minute, Robert.
Was that person coming talking about SSRIs? He didn't take any.
Yeah, this is what I mean. We've got we have a Muslim family as well as English. Yeah, so we are.
You can still be English and Muslim, by the way, but yeah, carry on.
Listen, yeah. I gotta swear, yeah. We
You
don't
just
give
say
a fuck.
English and Muslim, is?
Of course you can.
We don't give a fuck, yeah. Because
Have you just said you're English and Muslim now?
I'm sorry for swearing. No, I'm not.
I have no idea what you're saying. I have no idea. Guys, anyone can make out what Robert is saying, let me know.
No, it's Mike.
Look,
Robert,
hold on.
your mic is shot. Sort it out, please, and then you can speak.
Yo, I'm just here for like 2 seconds here.
Look, Noetic Cosmos has put my thoughts in a boss comment there, trying to make neurotypicals see reality when emotion motivates their thoughts is futile. It's true. Everything is built on ones and zeros. If you take a leaf now and scan it in a computer, we can recreate it with ones and zeros, but yous will all say to me, oh, the world isn't ones and zeros. It is.
Blend. Your reality isn't the only reality.
My reality is your reality, and that's the problem, which is...
It's all about
We're not registering it the same way as you know. That's not the case.
That's your fault, that's not on me. I'll just make all stuff that you're using. I don't know how
You're the understood one, everyone else is wrong. Yeah.
I'll make the fastest drones in the country, mate.
Well done.
Can I just listen to what Kyle wanted to say?
Look, I just want to come up here quickly and just say that this whole situation is just wild. I honestly think it's just wild. Everything that's going on is just completely crazy. And I just want to say, from an Asperger's person myself, who, you know, whatever you want to say the diagnosis is or whatever, I don't care. That's what I am. So whatever. I don't know why this is even alive, to be completely honest with you, because this is ridiculous. This is about a person who just killed innocent people. So I don't know why this is even going on. Honestly,
you're Irish. You're Irish.
What it is, Kyle, we're trying to get to the bottom of why it happened, and we're having a conversation
about it. But seeing the grand scheme of things, this is not. Why are we talking about?
We all just need to put this under the carpet and forget about it. What are you saying, man?
But why is this the situation that we're talking about? Do you know what I mean?
You've just said you've just answered it yourself. Why is this a situation? That's why we're here, lad.
Why are we talking about it, though? Why are we talking about it?
Rez, do you want to answer them?
1 minute. When you learn, if you discuss things and you learn from it, what do you mean, why are we discussing it? Why do you think we're discussing it?
See, look, listen, I'm not saying this is...
I think where me and you disagree though, Rez, where you're a British woman and you've got them values, I think you think they're not British values. I think that we're the only type of people in the world who discourse like this. But I think there's a lot of Muslims like yourself in the country who keep saying, oh, you know, I haven't got any British values. But you show time and time again, Rez, that you're proper British.
They don't like it. They want them fucking dead.
Sorry, what's that, Robert?
My Muslim mates have said they want that guy dead for killing kids. Yeah?
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that I'm seeing.
I don't even know I don't know what's just been said there.
He said a lot of his Muslim mates want this not dead, which every normal sane person wants him dead, lad, don't they?
Yeah, 1 minute. Robert, you don't feel the same?
I just thought it was just about this guy, yeah? And not no fucking other politics. That's why I jumped in on it.
Nah, it's about why did he go psycho. He used to be a schoolboy and then he went nuts. What changed? What made him go mad? That's the conversation. What caused him to go mad?
I don't know.
Now, Britain, now we don't do it like years ago, where if you went nuts, you just got blamed and they said he's a nutter. Now we have to find out why they caused it and whatever, and chase all them things. It's like they're saying now it was Amazon who caused it because he bought the knife off Amazon. So that's where Britain's going.
When he been caught, yeah, did he not plead twice, yeah? And said that he was like a fucking basically having a panic attack or something. Yeah, and paramedics had a look at him and knew that there was nothing wrong with him.
Yeah, no, you're right again. That's what I mean. That's the way Britain's going. So it's like now if you're diagnosed with panic attacks and you try and go the army, you can't. But 100 years ago, like you were forced, you were told, shut up, lad, got slapped and got sent the army. Times are changing, Robert.
What you saying, lad?
Happy days.
What you saying, lad?
What's happening, Matty?
Yo, wait, is it that fucking guy that did all this in Stockport? Is this what this is going on about?
Well, it wasn't Stockport, it was Southport, but yes,
Stockport, same thing, difference.
Is it? Okay, one's near Manchester, one's near Liverpool, but yeah, I get you.
Yeah, but you understand. Stockport, Southport, same fucking thing.
Nah, it was though, Rez. I was there yesterday, mate, outside the court.
Okay, anyway, Matty.
Or 2 days ago.
You come in quite hostile. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Alright. So what's with the language?
I'm just from Manchester, innit? I swear to God.
I was gonna say, it sounds very mank.
I'm a proper mank.
Yeah, but my son is born and raised in Manchester, and if he spoke like you...
Nah, it's just...
I was born in Manchester.
Like, what part of Manchester is he from? Like,
South Manchester, south.
South. I'm from North, innit? I'm from North, man.
On the northern side.
Yeah.
Does that excuse it then?
Yeah, it does, because if you understand, I'm from Moston, Manchester.
Yeah, it's up my way.
You understand every sentence that comes from a
right,
Moston,
one minute. Sorry, Mrs. Morningstar. So do you can't. So you have to speak that way if you're from a certain area.
It's kind of like so.
It's just how we come across.
Between where I am and Manchester, and every
hard for me to stop swearing like you pulled me on it a few times, Rez.
One of them, every other word out of the mouth is the word "see you next Tuesday."
Oh my
God!
Of course, you get to Manchester Centre, it's effing this, effing that.
Oh my God!
And then when you get to South Money, and then when you get to South Money,
literally.
and then when you get to South Money, it's just shootings.
South Manchester, where I live. 1 minute. It's Charlton side.
Yeah, Charlton Cromarty or
Charlton, not Charlton. Okay.
Charlton.
Yeah,
Charlton Cromarty.
Right. He's telling you to be careful.
Right.
Be careful.
Right. I don't know what you're saying, but yeah, my son's not allowed to use any bad language at all. None.
I understand, innit? I was just brought up. I was brought up in the fucking...
Okay.
The hood, innit? Sorry about that. That's my fault, innit? I'm very potty mouth. Brought up in the ghetto.
Well, at least Robert's amused by it.
Yeah, brought up in the ghetto, innit?
I'm laughing my head off.
Yeah, you know that. Big up the Manx.
Yeah, that's it.
He lives in 16 Dudley.
Right, okay. Now, so you're from Manchester. The kid that did whatever he did was in Southport, and you're from Manchester. You know Stockport's right next to it, right?
Yeah, Stockport.
With this shop, I
was in Stockport the other day.
Don't be rapping about that strap. That burner's not yours. Ask him where he's from. He's not on man. That boy from Stockport.
What?
Okay, Emmy. Anyway, Mike, I don't know whether you were born and decided to join the live. Have you got
Nah. I was gonna say something in it, but I didn't want it to come across that I was kind of. It would have come across that I was trying to stick up for the kid when that's not what I want. That's not what I want.
Okay, say what you need to say. Go on.
Yeah, nah, she's right though, lad. Say what you feel, lad. It is what it is. You can't,
I'm not saying it from because I don't know his background. I don't know anything he's been through in it. But I'm not trying to blame what he did on a background, but a certain background, what you grew up around and what you grown up with can change how a man is and how he acts. Not trying to justify what he did was wrong. Yeah, I understand that, but I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying, if people would have heard his background and heard the story,
the government covered it.
I agree with you a little bit, Matty. I'm half not on that neither. I'm one of them where, like, even the way I say I'm an Hindu, it's a bit mad for me to be picking that in, and we're far away from India. You know what I mean? Like, I don't reckon your environment dictates your brain. I reckon if you're clever enough, you can dictate.
Right, okay, guys, let's start getting some decorum back here again. Let's try again. Right, so sorry, I believe we were on Robert.
Can I just
well, how?
Say something here in a minute.
Robert?
The reason I asked the question
Howard?
that I asked was because when I was growing up...
Right, Robert, behave yourself.
The reason I asked the question that I asked is because when I was growing up, I was bullied. And I never got any help with that. Every time it was reported to the police by my parents, we just got told there's no we can do unless they mark him. And I believe that one of the things that has come out since Monday is that the lad was bullied at school.
Yeah, he had no friends.
It's one of them though, innit? Like, if you're bullied at school, it can put a big impact on your brain, but it can't turn you insane or like a psycho.
Well, actually, he was spending a lot of time in his room, and he was looking into the Rwanda genocide, which is the country that he's from. And he had the Mein Kampf, which is the Schmittler book. He also looking into the IRA. He had the manual. He also had the Al Qaeda manual.
When you say where he was from, how do you mean? Because he was British.
His family.
He weren't from there, though. He's British.
No. His family were from there, and his family had his dad had tried to help people there. You know, the G-side was going on. He stood up against the G-side and tried to helping people. And that's the reason why his dad was allowed to come to the UK. He left his country because he didn't feel safe in his own anymore.
Do you reckon his dad should be in jail, Rez?
Why?
Because he tried to go to school the week before and he never said nothing.
He did. He rang the police, and the police did turn up.
That's true, though, yeah.
Before it happened, and they literally said,
I
can't do anything. It's in the court document.
Where do I get them? I've been watching.
Okay, just defend what narrative Matty was going to say. Yeah, it's just one of them though, innit? I don't know. It must have been either an upbringing or something that sent him to Lolly.
Right, okay, let's get this chat back on track. 1 second. Sorry, I had to get a quick munch because I'm dying.
It's alright.
Where's your old attack? Yes, alright.
Can I just say, thank you for letting me come on.
You're you've been robbing George's
a very
caravan.
good night to you.
Which?
You've been robbing George's caravan.
Who's George?
George Jug.
Man stole my caravan.
You've been stealing caravans now, bro.
Right, guys, let's get back on track. Let's try that again. Right, where are we now?
I would want to know what changed, really. I would really want to know what changed in his mind.
Yeah.
Yes, B, what you saying?
What's happening, lad?
You're the South Money kid with 6 fingers, aren't you?
No, chill out, you.
Right, okay,
What are you in here, lad? What's going on?
Oh, no, so we're just trying to figure out what went through this guy's mind. Like, what changed. Did you not hear about the guy from Southport?
Oh, shit, yeah.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what changed.
Blend, you've been very upfront about your black and white thinking, right?
Oh, shit.
You think that us trying to pinpoint one change in this guy is possible? It's going to be a gradual thing involving many factors, right?
Nah, but as we think they'll win it, I've seen a lot of people, they say, this is what I've seen from this side of things, this is what I've seen. People try to blame it on other stuff, like I've seen some people try to blame it on the race or this. It's not about a race thing. This could have happened to anyone. Could have happened to a white kid, could have happened to a black kid, could have happened to anyone, really. It was just that time. Clearly you want it to be something else, but it's one of them at the end of the day. Yeah, he was talking to Glenn, but I'm just putting my side across, you know what I mean? It's a debate right now, politics.
Yeah, guys, just please. Okay, so let's go back to, try to get some kind of system going on here and try to clear some people out. Right, Robert, what do you want to say? Robert, unmute yourself. Robert.
I think Robert's fell asleep.
Hello. Robert.
I think he's fell asleep, not gonna lie. Robert, you there, lad?
Right, okay, let's leave that where it is. Right, Matty, since you're here, your opinion on what's going on?
My opinion is just trying to get the right side of things in it instead of. I've read up on it. I've read up on it, but what I'm finding is these different stories everywhere. You can't find.
Listen, Matty, and everyone else, including Blend. If you put in court documents and put this boy's name, they should be free for you to access them. Right, let me just see if I can do it now whilst you guys are there. I'll do it on my son's phone.
No, we're just saying in it, but from what I've looked up and from what I've seen, a load of different news articles are posting different sides of things.
Yeah, but you don't need to do that. All you need to do is read the court documents and you get the facts then, isn't it?
Yeah, true, sir.
Now, let me just see if I can find it on here and then I'll tell you exactly what it is that you need to search.
Not gonna lie, I didn't even think they could fucking publish court documents.
They can. Yes.
Oh, how old are they?
He's not 18 now.
It's a vital part of a democracy that court documents are publicly available.
I didn't think you could. I'm glad for.
Yeah, anything that goes to court becomes public information, except in the case of
Well, there'll be a lot of documents on me then.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You hear me?
If you think about it, in lots of court cases, the public can observe, right?
No, Rob's alive.
Some of the shit I've done though has been put behind closed court.
Right, Robert, you're back.
Matty, you're not bad.
Right, Robert.
Get the comments, lad.
What's he saying?
Right, Robert, can you
Some kid said you're not bad.
Robert.
Right, go on, darling.
Right, let's get back on track.
Right. But do you vote?
Say again?
Do you vote? That's my question.
Okay, then.
That's not your business, and that I'm not going to be answering person.
That's it.
Yo, Robert Defo is a voter. Robert, you're Defo a Labour voter. You vote for Labour.
I'm going to ask you, how is significant?
I can guarantee you vote Labour.
Nah, I don't vote Labour. I vote the Independent.
That's it. I don't vote.
Listen, the only guarantee you have, Robert, is that I don't vote Reform. That's it.
I vote the Independent.
I'm not going to discuss it any further. Robert, I'm asking you what your opinion is on this. And then we're gonna...
I just asked one question. And I asked...
Yeah, but this is not... Listen, you see the subject? It doesn't say ask me any questions about me.
All right, darling. That just gives my opinion about you. It's just like you won't even give me a proper fucking answer.
Oh, Matty, what's happening?
I don't know.
Asking you how that, okay, I'll give you an answer if you tell me how that's relevant.
I vote.
If you can't
Robert,
answer,
how is it relevant?
No. You vote.
Guys, be nice.
You could have said yes or no.
Listen, I'm saying to you, I will answer the question if you tell me why it's relevant.
A yes or no answer to it. My missus said no.
The Irish bird, innit?
He said no, then my missus is Irish. Yeah. Where's the Irish guy? I vote for that Irish guy to be in there.
Okay, I don't care what you vote for, but I vote for you to be out, so goodbye.
Oh, yeah.
Next. Right, let's not be doing that, right? Because I'm too old for that.
Yo, where did he come from? From where do you...
He's been here for a while, but I thought he'd have something to contribute at some bloody point. It just seems to be getting from bad to worse. Right, okay. Right, who's here now? We got Blend. Blend, are you here?
Yo.
Right, okay. So, your question about this, I believe, and Mark, do you know where it is? I can't find it, the documents on here. Anyone know where they can find them?
No, I'll go away and have a look. Yeah. So,
Please.
the court documents from his case.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
okay,
if
I'll
you
go
can
have a
find them, yo, Mark, if you can find them, give me an ad and give me a text what I need to search up, bud.
Yeah, so it's going to... Mark's got to check.
Yeah, no worries.
No, that's Matty that's talking.
Yeah, nah, me, I've just sent him a follow anyway, so it's alright.
Sorry, Matty, my bad.
Nah, it's alright. You should be able to tell the difference between me and Blem. One sounds like he's sucking cock 24/7, and I sound alright.
3 a.m. and I'm from deep south, man.
Matty, lad, the comments hate your fucking voice, lad. They love the
Comments
socials.
hate my voice. I'm pretty sure I've seen a comment before saying, yo, that accent is attractive. Pretty sure I've seen that before, bro.
Guys, behave yourselves. This is not here for you to guys to come in here. It's not some kind of shit show. You come in here and start making.
Nah, obviously not. We're not. Me and him are
Get respectful. Respect back, please.
Respectful.
Right, okay, guys. Right, back to the actual subject. Right, let's try again. So, what do you think, Matty? Your turn.
I think something went wrong down the line with his childhood or something like that for him to even consider that shit. That he did wrong. Something must have gone wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. But we don't actually know for facts either way, do we? To be honest, but, fair enough. Right, B, what's your point? I think you just come up because Matty's here, but yeah, go on.
B.
One sec.
Yeah, but he's on the phone. Yo, Glenn, what's your take on this proper lad?
Nothing.
Nothing, sick. How about that one?
Don't know.
Right, then. Right, I'm waiting for Mark to come back, see if he can find the documents. If he can, then we can kind of start sharing them. So you guys can go for a read and find out what's what.
I reckon he's doing it because he's autistic and he's an extremist and he went...
Well, a lot was said on the sentencing video that Sky News posted. It did show, it did go into quite a lot of detail what happened to two of the children. It silenced the third one. I think it was too dark to be told on TV. And it did tell us about his autism and about his dad trying to stop him before it even handed the sentence down. He was jabbering on for about 20 minutes before he actually went, right, now I sentence you.
Yeah, but the thing is with that, they have to do it though, don't they? If they do it really quick without giving any background or anything, that's not good either, is it?
No, you think if everyone was sat in court for the entire day and the day before, they'd all be clued up.
Yeah. But the thing is, I think... Yeah, sorry.
I didn't want to interrupt you, go on.
Sorry, where are you from?
Liverpool.
How come everyone coming in from that side? Have I done something?
I must have brought
What the hell's happening right now? Yeah?
Yes. I think they haven't made the court documents available yet because it's so recent. I'm going to go away and check if that's the case. But there is an LBC live footage of the judge delivering his verdicts. About 11 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Watch that and get most of the details.
Oh, that's on YouTube.
On YouTube. Yeah. I'm going to go away and find out how soon after a court verdict they usually publish the documents.
Okay.
People have already said in here, though, weren't it you, Mark, where you said that's already out before?
They mentioned that it was on...
No, I said they are available, but I don't know how soon after a verdict they become available.
You said before, though, I said something and you went, no, that's not true, and you said it's in the court documents, they're out there.
No, sorry, it's okay, yeah, I probably did. It's late on a Saturday. I mean, it was in the court ruling, and I'll find out when we should expect the documents to come out if they're not available yet. Because, like, the other day, I spent hours reading the 52 pages on the Tommy Robinson court verdict. So they do publish the papers, but it may be a little while after. I'm going to go away and find that out.
I'm doing it now, Mark. Stay there.
Oh, okay.
Once proceedings are served and acknowledgement of service is filed by the defenders, non-parties, including will be able to exchange copies.
Mark.
I think it's about a month or something.
Yes, Glenn. Yeah. Important bit of information for everybody, because you may not find the court documents because a lot of them are kept secret. The only reason you found Tommy's ones is because he published them himself.
No, this was direct from...
No. The Freedom of Information Act it's completely public. You know, you can just turn up at
He's not 18, again.
Yeah, but that's not true what you said. There was a special rule.
Yeah, no, that might affect it. If he's also 17, based on him being 17, that might be a thing, you know?
Nah, blended.
Okay, it's also a thing under the Terrorism Act, lads. I've been nicked on it myself.
Yeah, but
put everything out there.
But there was the charges weren't terrorism. That was a big part of it, right?
I know, I'm just making the point. You have just said that can't happen, and I'm making the point that if you're under 18 or you're on a terrorism charge, which is what Tommy was on, or there's other things that can happen, they will stop the court documents being out.
1 minute. Glenn, are you a Tommy fan?
I was about to ask that.
Oh, look at the smile on Rez's face.
No, but Blend, are you?
I'm an old woman.
It's not a gotcha.
I'm not smiling.
It is though, innit? Because you start going on. People normally say all daft stuff to me, like he gets paid by Israel.
I think he's asking the wrong question.
That's not daft. That's documented.
Right, okay, sorry. Incognito, go on.
No, sorry, I was just saying, I think he's asking it the wrong way by saying, oh, are you a Tommy fan? Now, you can agree with what some people are saying in certain aspects and not all of it, and not have to be a fan of it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Now, I believe...
I'll take that.
Now, there's parts of things that Tommy says where he says, like, about illegals and whatever, like... If you immigrate over to this country, hats off to you. You are welcome. If you go through the legal procedures and you come over to this country, like this country wouldn't be what it is without immigrants anyway. Like, let's be real about it now. Let's be real about it. And then, but I agree that these illegal ones and these asylum seekers that are getting rushed into the country and there's no background checks, there's no nothing like that, then. No, they shouldn't.
Incognito, when you say, because you said illegals and asylum seekers, like, do you draw a definition between the two?
Well, yeah, because an asylum seeker's brought up. Well, there's been a lot of asylum seekers brought up by the government now and housed in hotels and things like that, right? Where an illegal is straight, like. You know,
well, an illegal, there are a few variations, but most people that would be classed as an illegal immigrant here have come on a student visa and overstayed it.
Or work visa, or work visa,
or a work visa. Yeah.
Or visitor visa.
Yeah. And I think the issue, there's a lot of misinformation on the news. Like, you can turn up here any way you like. If you claim asylum, you've done it legally under international law. And actually, there's only Ukraine and a couple of other countries where you can claim from outside the UK. Every other country, you have to get yourself here, and when you set foot on British soil, you claim for asylum. And our government has made it so you've literally got to smuggle yourself in to do that, because you can't get a visa. Say if I got a visa to come on holiday to the UK and turned up and said, sorry guys, I'm actually here to claim asylum, that would invalidate your asylum claim.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, yeah, but what I'm saying is, obviously, there was a big thing in Liverpool, wasn't there, where an asylum seeker was in a bus stop and done, like, appropriate talk to a minor, let's say, yeah? And lucky enough, the girl... There was an asylum seeker who was staying in a hotel in an area in Liverpool and Kirby.
Right.
And he was in a bus stop and there was a girl in a school uniform. He started making...
I don't know the details, but I've heard about that.
Look, I've seen the video. He started making suggestions.
So I was agreeing with you. I was just saying I've heard about that.
I don't know whether you heard about that one when
I'm just explaining to Rez, right? So he started making suggestions. The girl was clever enough to start video recording it and said to him multiple times, I am underage. That is not legal in this country. You cannot talk to me like that. He then continued to tell her she looked beautiful. He wanted to do whatever, blah, blah, blah. Walking towards her. She managed to go away. Now, a lot of people in Liverpool were absolutely fuming about this. Now, I know you can't tar everybody with the same brush.
But that, okay.
Have you not seen guys
let him
doing
finish
that
though,
on a
because
Saturday
what
night
he's going
at
to
2 in
point
the
out
morning?
is, what he's going to point out is, all the Scousers said, where is the PDF? Not where's the asylum seeker, he said, where's the PDF? And they chased him up the road and they followed him and he went in a hotel and they started to get in the hotel. And when the news come, the news didn't say PDF court, Scousers chase him. The news said far-right Scousers get outside asylum seeker hotel.
Why would the far right or whatever it is, the whatever.
He weren't far right.
We don't have vigilante justice anymore, Glenn.
Why would the people
in
not
Liverpool,
go outside the hotel and call the police?
1 minute,
guys. Why would they not go outside the hotel and then call the police with the evidence?
The police turned up with the evidence. Look, the police turned up. It was all over Sky News and that saying, obviously, this video was come alight, right?
Yeah.
But so much you can do with someone that you're bringing into the country.
Incognito, I'm going to ask you a question. Please answer it honestly. Is that all right?
Of course, yeah.
Right, okay. Somebody comes over from, I don't know, America.
Yeah.
right? That's an okay country, isn't it? Because it's not any part of any other country. And they come the legal route. I have to say that. They won't be coming on a dinghy, right? They come on a legal route. How do you know that they're not been molesting people and stuff like that in America?
You don't, but what you've got to also remember is some of these countries and places that some of these asylum seekers are coming from, the legal age of consent is very, very young. And
That's not true.
Like Spain.
Rez, I'm not like incognito. I'm an extremist, I told you. So I would say, yeah, if they were Jesus freaks and they were like, I've got a Bible and that, I'd be like, that's why they've done it. I'd say, read the Bible. I'd go, God, nigga, send for me. And I'd go, that's why he's done it.
What's your point? What's your point?
What I said earlier on, I reckon the Abrahamic ones, once you start doing them proper trying to follow them books hard.
Right, okay, guys, listen, right? You want to talk about these things? Let's go with it. Right? There's certain things that tell you, whichever country you're in, is the law of the land.
Whoa.
Right? It's the law of the land, right? So you have to refer to the law of that land, right? In the UK, what's the age for marriage and anything like that physical?
16.
Marriage 18 and didn't.
Marriage is 18.
And physical 16, right? Okay.
So would you agree then, Rez, that the Bradford, what's it called, the Bradford Sharia law court, that should all be shut down, all the Sharia courts shut down?
Do you actually know what that is, or do you?
Yeah.
Okay, go on then.
And Blend, do you feel the same way about the Beth Dins?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I want to know. He's teaching me about me.
Yeah.
No, I weren't teaching you about you. You could help me on what it is. I just, when you Google it, it says it's a law
I'll tell you now,
court.
there isn't one in Bradford.
It says it's for marriage.
1 second,
Rez, Shush wants to come up. Do you want me to drop for him?
No, it's okay. I think Black Panther's not even here. Black Panther in the
Blend, you asked a question about Sharia law courts. Are you similarly concerned about Beth Dins?
But it's in Birmingham.
I'm not sure what that is.
That is a separate legal system that Jewish
don't
people
explain
have
it. Don't
observed
explain
for
it.
around
Don't
that
explain it.
year.
Let him explain it.
Wait,
Let him explain it.
Sush.
Yeah, Mark, worried about
form
that.
of autism. So whatever you're going to say, slow it down and so you can understand it.
And Blend, but do you feel like it's had any effect on your life for the last 100 years, really?
Me personally?
Or society as a whole?
Yeah. Fuck too
Really?
right for me. For me personally, loads of little stupid niggly things. So you might laugh, lad, but I have to go back to where I used to live to get bacon and stuff for my breakfast. Now Rez is going to laugh her head off and go, "Wow, shut up!" But it's like I shouldn't have.
All
to
right,
fucking travel,
Blend.
lad,
Sorry, I
and
should have been clearer
I'm not
because
going
I
to care where you get
understand.
your bacon from.
Like, do you think?
No, because I
looking
can't
at
get
the
it where I
UK
live.
as a whole,
Where I live, it used to be like people from everywhere, but it's not no more. It's one
okay.
demographic
The
now,
UK
you know
as a
what I mean?
whole, do you feel like it's been overtaken by? No. I'm going back to Judaism. Do you feel like Jewish law has overtaken the country because we allow the system of Beth Dins to operate?
Right. So if you let me speak for 2 minutes, right? Rez is
yes or no?
What? So
I'm trying to go into detail, but you can't just
I know,
say
exactly.
yes or no.
Because you're probably one of the people who think that Jews and Muslims are the same things, whereas I know for a fact I can't become a Jew
No,
tomorrow.
Blend, I'm probably one of the people who spent years studying theology and history.
So you know
and
yourself then that
geopolitics.
Jews are a race of people. So if they were to have a law court, it wouldn't. Don't get me wrong,
that's
it shouldn't be here in Britain, but it couldn't affect me. Whereas Rez is from a religion where I could one day become, and they want to force me to become. Not force, but you know what I mean. All right, Rez. Sorry, I can see you smirking. Yeah, not force, but just ram it down.
Yeah, you're right. I'd tie you up and make sure that you become here. You're right. Okay, Sush, you're here. Go ahead.
Rez, I haven't said anything.
So, if ever anyone wants to understand,
1 second.
anyone wants
Right, Sush, 1 minute. JR, go ahead first. Go ahead.
I just want to swing the pendulum slightly back for 1 second, okay? Yeah? And I want to just say this to everyone here right now, okay? I'm speaking about specifically when things happen in the UK, like this devastating situation that you've got up on your green screen here, okay? First of all, if you want to get to the truth, or as close to the truth that you want to get to, you have to avoid the media, okay? And because the media will spin a narrative, okay, that is sponsored by the government. Now, you can deny it all you want, but if we were to get all the facts from the media, there will be no need for secret services. There will be no need for independent research. When you start believing all the narratives that all the media spin, right, yeah, over countless times of rumours and unverified facts, when the media start getting into your mind about what's really gone on, that's when you are the furthest from the truth. Now, let me finish, please.
Rez, do you like the
One minute,
BBC?
let JR finish, Glenn. Go ahead.
Let me finish, please. And I'm saying with all due respect, you can mute me, shut me down, block me, whatever you want. But I'm going to stand to my guns here, okay? When you want to get to the truth about something that is so sensitive to the government, it will be protected by a wall of lies. Because the truth is so sensitive that those who find it are instantly in danger. Now, a lot of things that happen let me finish, please. A lot of things that happen in this country, okay, right, yeah, are state-sponsored. They're state-sponsored for numerous reasons because they have a certain narrative that will fit the agenda of the order of the government, okay, yeah? They have a certain agenda. Now, some of these agendas are so dark and so vicious, so malicious, okay, and so dubious that they will basically shake your whole belief system. They will shake you to your core. Now, you can choose to believe this or you cannot. It's irrelevant to me. But what I will say is this. If you ever want to get to the truth, then you have to do your own independent research and get to those who are closest. And you will see how dangerous a game it is. You will
Rez, do you like the BBC?
Can I ask you a couple of questions about that?
No, let me finish. And then
like the BBC, Rez?
Yeah, keep going.
One minute, Glenn.
Let JR finish.
Let me finish, please, for fuck's sake. Right, so basically what I'm saying
Dude, I just asked if I could ask you a question and then I shut up.
question when I finish. So basically,
Wow.
Mossad, the most ruthless,
here we go.
intelligence security service in the world, okay, yeah? They do operations that, I believe me now, that would once again shake you to your core, okay? MI6, MI5, our own security services are involved in clandestine operations. I have to be very careful what I say here now, okay? Because it's not about how to get the information, it's about getting the information. And they will do whatever they can with no qualms, no mercy, and they will end you on the spot if you even so much as breathe a word of it to stop them getting for what they want. Now, you can look at me all you want and think, what the hell are you going on about? I am talking about cover-ups. I am talking about conspiracy.
Right, okay, 1 minute. I'm going to stop you for a second because you had your thing and I've let you speak. And I'm going to ask you, if you don't believe the media, where else will you get the information from? Go on.
You have to go to independent journalists. You have to go to independent people.
Like who? Like who?
Like me, Rez. I was at the Axel case the other day.
Glenn, you're not a journalist, just pipe down.
I might not be, but I was at the Axel firm the other day and we told the BBC, big group of extremists, we all told the BBC, fuck off, get away, you're not wanted in Liverpool. And we didn't let them film.
That's nice, Glenn. Right, let's actually talk back to JR. JR, so who's the independent journalist? Go ahead, name some reputable ones. Go ahead.
Right, I'm not going to name them, but I'm not going to put their name on here, okay? Yeah, I wouldn't do that, okay? But the people I speak
not, though, because
they're journalists, man.
Yeah.
Tommy Robinson's a good one. He's got a film called Silent.
Yeah, we've all seen it. It's nonsense.
I am going to
seen it.
I'm going to say something. Like the 27th of the 5th.
It's nonsense, Rez.
Glenn, it's JR's.
What about the video? What about the videos of the school teachers, Rez, saying that they got paid £1,200 off the council, and he is a little bastard that he was horrible?
What reason did they get paid £1,200 for the council?
Listen to this.
It's very convenient for you to state that he's got a film.
Let's ask JR a question.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Everyone here knows the date, the 22nd of the 5th, 2017. Don't say the event. Just keep to the date. 22nd of the 5th.
You me mate, lad, but 1 sec. I want one of them to answer me over what I've just said. No one answered me there. Someone said.
Rez asked JR a question.
Wait a second. Let JR finish. We're going to come back to you. You're not going anywhere, are you?
Thank you.
Nah, he's me mate, JR. We know each other, don't we?
The 22nd of the 5th, 2017 was a very significant day in the history of the UK, okay? And I'm going to say the area, Manchester. That's all I'm going to say on it. Now, if you know about that date and you've done a little bit of research, there was a lot of activity before that date come on. Before that event happened, there was a hell of a lot of activity in the UK building up to it, okay?
You're talking about the arena bombing, by the way.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, don't say that word on here. So basically, right, yeah, there was a lot of activity that you could see building up to that was going to show you, if you look closely enough, something drastic was going to happen. I predicted and wrote down in my diary what was going to happen. And I've still got it to this day. Right now, I predicted it was going to happen. It was all put in front of your faces, and you all fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. What happened on the 22nd of the 5th, 2017, was an inside job. It was state-sponsored. Now, when you have a look at all these like famous singers and all these stadiums and all these big events, they are targeted by these people. But people are put there by other people who control them. And it's all done for a hidden agenda. fear and control. Now, when you have fear, you have to have control, because fear is a form of loss of control. And when people come in, like the law, to control your fears, you actually give up your rights for them to do that. But they are the ones putting these measures in place for it to happen, because you give away your privacy, you sign away your rights every time you bring the law into a situation, okay? But they will basically orchestrate situations to declare then, if they have to, martial law. And if you do not do as you're told, they will end you in our spot. Because what I'm trying to say to you is, we're all under surveillance. We are all monitored. Every single day we're on camera. We speak on phones. Our location is given away. Our very essence of our privacy is basically violated under the pretense of state security. And I promise you now, everyone turning on each other, on the streets, on the estates, on the villages, on the towns, on the cities, and fighting against each other, fighting against races, fighting against religions, are not turning their effort against everyone else. And what I mean is, every government fears one thing. What is that? A revolution. So what do? Divide and conquer. And how do they divide and conquer? They dilute us. They dilute the alpha male. They dilute the wolf.
Yeah, can you just send us a YouTube video?
1 minute, guys. Right, JR, you said a lot. So I'm going to ask you, one of the journalists, is it Tommy Robinson?
I am not going to state independent journalist names.
Listen.
No.
Right, I want you to just listen. In order for you to listen, you're having a conversation with me. You come on my panel and you had your monologue.
I'm not naming names. I am not naming names. Okay.
JR.
That's a yes then.
Could you tell us?
You're not a journalist, by the way. He's got no degree.
You predicted what was going to happen. Can you enlighten us on how you predicted that?
I will.
One second before I go on another monologue.
And I predicted I predicted it for my jail cell in HMP Liverpool. I predicted it for my jail cell on fucking G-Wing on the fucking 5.
JR, that doesn't answer my question.
I had a diary, and I've still got the diary now, dated and timed, yeah?
Yeah, you said you wrote it down, but what did you observe? What did you observe that led you to...
Hang on, before it goes on another monologue.
Sorry.
Rez, I'm gonna drop because it's like 3:30 at morning.
I observed.
And I can't deal with this 3:30 at morning, man.
I'll tell you what I observed from my jail cell in HMP Liverpool. Okay?
See you later.
Dude, I want to hit like bullet points of the things, and you said this happened, that happened, so I know this is going to happen.
Right. Okay, in the build-up to the event on the 22nd of the 5th, 2017, there was a number of COBRA meetings, emergency COBRA meetings, that put the country on state red alert for the terrorism threat. That then bumped up the security in the cities, okay, yeah? That was the first seed, okay? Now, don't forget, when we are in a red level terrorism alert, every single government authority is sensitive to any information. And what
JR, I'm going to interrupt you. So those COBRA meetings, what were we told they were about?
Mark, in all honesty, I don't understand all the entertaining.
You're not serious, lads.
I don't know where we've gone.
Look, Mark, do you know what makes it?
Break down each point.
Listen, I've sat back, JR.
We get told what COBRA meetings are about.
Listen, I've sat back a minute, but Mark, every time you ask someone a question, and then they try and answer it, you come back like it's an argumentative thing. If you want a discussion...
I literally asked him a question.
I know, but if you want a discussion with someone,
then you can't let someone make 25 points and not challenge them.
You've just asked for all the bullet points, right? So if you're that intrigued to like ask a certain question about certain bullet point, write it down and come back at the end.
Right, listen. Okay? Thank you,
sorry, 1 minute. I don't know whose panel this is, and I don't know who thinks whose panel it is, but hi, the brown woman here.
Okay, thank you.
Why do you keep mentioning Rez? Why do you mention race?
Because I am brown, and I'm proud of it.
You can see your brown though.
Yeah, so just letting you know, me,
and you're not your
person,
beige. You look more like me.
It's me. So what I'll say again is this, right? Mark is a friend of mine, and I expect people to respect people in the panel, right? So if Mark wants to ask a question, we can break down things. You're not going to be like him having a big monologue. And JR, you genuinely have mentioned like a gazillion points in a small, short space of time. I asked you if Tommy Robinson. So you went on 1 minute, JR. You come onto my panel, I'm coming onto yours. You wanted to speak. I said fine. I asked you one thing. You said, "Oh, independent journalist." All I asked was, "Is Tommy Robinson one of them?" You weren't willing to answer it, but yet you want to carry on having another monologue. Is that right?
I want to get back
And you want to tell us how things are hidden from the public.
Yeah, but you're not telling us anything.
Tell us who your source is.
Yeah, without telling us the source, without telling us anything.
I am not going to speak to, and drop names on a fucking TikTok who I speak to, but I will answer your question.
Oh, okay, can I ask you a question?
no
Okay,
one's
okay,
watching.
no names, guys, no names, JR.
There's 296 people
Got any
watching.
qualifications?
Can I finish what I was saying before?
No,
please?
I want you to answer the question. The independent journalists, have they got any qualifications as journalists?
No, by definition, you don't need to have a
One minute.
degree.
I'm gonna ask
Answer
you
the
then.
question then, and I'll tell you. These people put their life on the line.
So that's not a
without-
qualification, no.
You don't need qualifications when you're doing that. You don't need a qualification. People like that on the street who are streetwise.
You're right. People like you,
Even though he's getting emotional, Rez, he's still correct. In this
People don't
country,
have
you
to have
don't
an
need
education
any
to live in
documentation to say that you're a journalist. You just turn up.
No, but you do need to be considered a credible one.
Of course
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Mark,
matter.
Mark, with all due respect, Mark, yeah, the best
Don't
journalists
worry with the all
video
due
and don't
respect. Just say what you want to say.
Right, let me
Well,
finish.
the best journalists are the video and don't speak. So to say that you need some sort of degree to be able to do it is nonsense.
Dude, I didn't say a degree.
That's not journalism.
Oh my
You
God!
just go around, here you go. I made a 5-minute recording. I'm a journalist. I'm a journalist. We're all journalists. Listen, don't come out of that.
Rez, that education that you got would get you unalive. If you go in there with a qualification for that, it will get you unalive. You want to be the furthest thing away from
You're not listening. You're not
Can we just go through some of the points that I mentioned instead of letting people monologue?
To get the truth.
Because we've not addressed anything.
To get the
Rez?
truth. Oh my God, man. What the hell?
So,
I'm answering every single part of your
there's a couple of points that I want you just monologue for God knows 20
I'm giving you
years.
answers and you're interrupting.
So
That shows how-
mate, you've just monologued for literally 20 years.
How far from the truth you really are. Because if
you've literally just monologued
You're
for
right,
20 years.
JR.
There's been
You see
multiple
everything
points.
clearly. We're sheep. Sorry,
There's
mate.
been multiple points that have been mentioned which
Can
no
I
one's
just
been
ask
able
you
to
all
address.
guys,
There's been
before
multiple
I go?
points.
I have addressed every point.
There's been multiple
I
points.
wanna ask you something before
There's
I
been
go.
multiple questions asked which no one's got to address because when we address them, you keep on speaking and speaking and speaking and speaking, and there is no cohesive point to what you're saying. The cohesiveness that I'm understanding here is that everything's a conspiracy theory. Cobra meetings went on, and therefore there was a prediction that this whole the Salman Abedi Manchester Arena bombing was planned or orchestrated wherever else. No factual evidence exists, so we're just going to gloss over that. Point one: the Sharia courts were mentioned. Now, if you refer to the only
the conversation 20 minutes ago, though.
we're going down the conversation. We're addressing each individual point. We're addressing each individual point.
Before I go, any of you is actually doing anything about it.
We're gonna.
Guys, 1 second. Sush, yeah. Incognito, what's the question?
Are any of you actually doing anything good here except for
Lads, I'll be honest, like when I joined earlier on when I spoke, everyone in the comments was
committed to
putting,
talk about it afterwards. Are you actually putting anything in place to prevent this from happening in the future? Or are you just talking about it?
let me answer you, Incog. When I joined earlier on, I turned this whole thing on its head, and thousands, not thousands, but most hundreds
Like
of people in
literally,
the comments.
hang on, no, I'm
One sec,
asking.
though, wait there,
hang
one
on,
sec,
no,
let me
no,
just answer
Blend,
you now.
wait there, I'm asking.
Yeah, he's not asking you, Blend. He's asking us.
Mark, I'm asking you and Rez, because you are the head cook and bottle washer this live, so I'm not being funny, but what are you actually doing in place now to prevent this from happening in the future, except for sitting here now talking about it for views on TikTok?
Rez, do you want to
That's what I'm saying to you, Incog. When I turned it up before, everyone in the comments had and they all started changing their mind.
Last warning, I'm going to end up dropping you. I know that you got autism, my son's got autism, and I know that once you're stern with them, they listen. Now, if you want to listen, understand?
Don't say that, because I'll just leave now.
Then leave then.
No one's staying with me, though, you mad, aren't you?
I'll ask you, right? So you've literally just said, what's the point of talking about it? What we've said is, it's better that you can discuss this to find out how you can prevent it in future. For example, the communities, they need to get the money put back in by the government. They need the money putting back into the services, in all community services. They need, the NHS needs money putting back into there as well, right? They need better qualified staff, more staff that can actually deal with mental health. So you're saying you're sitting here, what is it, you're getting views? Really, Incognito? How many followers you got? How many followers you got?
Incognito, you want to as well.
I'm trying to answer you, but you won't let me. You have to keep
No,
repeating it.
you asked me a
11.9k.
No, you're saying you're here for views.
11.9k, I've got 11.9k.
But why are you bothered about your followers then, if you're not bothered about views?
I'm not bothered about followers.
So then,
Incognito, you asked.
why even
both of us a
mention? Why
question.
1 minute? Why even mention?
Because you've just said to me now, you have just answered your... Mark, I'm not talking to you, mate, so, like, you know, right, I'm having a conversation with Rez, right? Rez, you have just told me we are here talking about money needs to go back into things for mental health and all you other people. Okay, so it's talking about... Hang on, let me land. I've just let you finish.
Part of what you asked. The last part of what you asked, you said, here for views and clout.
You don't know. I've just let you finish, and as soon as I go to say a sentence, I'm interrupted.
Yeah, because you're not rude.
Well, I'll let you finish, so that's not me being rude, is it?
Well, you're still on my panel. I haven't dropped you, so that's not me being rude, is it?
Well, interrupting me is when we're trying to have a conversation.
I'm asking you. You can ask me a question, but then say for views and clout at the end. That's a bit disingenuous, isn't it?
So, now what I'm about to say is, except for being here now on TikTok talking about it, what action have you put in place or steps?
Well, I am the government, so I can put the money back into the community services.
You are the government?
I am, yeah.
So, why aren't you doing it then?
I'll do it, don't worry about it. I'll do it tomorrow morning.
All right, so, see what I mean? It's childish. That's just childish.
Right.
Like,
You literally said, what are you going to do about it? And I'm telling you, we can talk about these things. The main thing is to get communities together, to help your neighbours, to help your local communities. But you don't know anything about me, do you? You literally come on here. You don't know anything about what I do.
That's why I asked the question. I said, what are you doing? I didn't say you are doing nothing.
Right. You know what it is?
I didn't say
I wouldn't be
you
so
are doing
hostile.
nothing.
1 minute. I wouldn't be so hostile if you had asked me, look, you've got this up here. What do you think's what's going to happen with this? Rather say clouts and view. If you hadn't said that bit, maybe I wouldn't be so hostile. What do you think?
Okay, so was it a question that I asked?
By the way, my job,
No, incognito. It was the last bit where you
I'm a family
implied
support
that
worker,
this
right? My job is a family support worker. I support families within communities. That's my job through the week.
Okay.
Right, okay. So that's me doing something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
and
fine.
incognito, my job is as a teacher. Alongside my job, I'm involved in politics in my local town. I volunteer with several charities. Like, does that sound like I'm trying to do something?
It does, yeah, but
it does to an extent, yeah. But what I'm saying right now is, what are you doing right now, except for talking on here? What are you doing right now to change what has happened?
1 minute.
So
Incognito, would you go into another panel? Right, you know Dark Punisher. That guy's quite well known, and he'll talk about this for about.
I don't know all these TikTok.
Well, anyway, the guy's a complete waste of space and is Islamophobe and got zero time for him. But anyway, moving on.
So I wouldn't be on his platform then.
Can we ask JR and Incognito what they're doing?
That was a bad example, right? Because most of my family are Muslim, so I wouldn't be on his platform if you're telling me he's all this and all that. So go on.
Incognito, you asked us, and I genuinely, I think you asked in good faith, and I think it's an important question because we can waste our time on TikTok, and you know. So what is it that you're doing?
Listen, I'm going to tell you straight here. I'm not doing nothing. I'm looking after. Hang on. I'm looking after my kids because me.
No, sorry, that was. I appreciated your honesty.
No, Mark. Look, you've answered it. You've asked the question. Now, shush a minute and let me reply. Okay. It's not hard, mate. You can't just tell people yes or no, answer yes or no, and then interrupt them.
Incognito, I corrected myself and said I appreciated your honesty. That's all I did.
Okay, but why? Hang on. Okay, so hang on, JR, right? So I'm not doing nothing because me talking about it here isn't going to change anything. The only thing I can hope, right, is bringing my kids up, right? Yeah, and any other kid that is around me, nephews, nieces, cousins, whatever, to like influence them in the right way. So it never happens, so they don't turn like that at the end of the day. But I'm not sitting here starting lives with pictures like that and going on about things or like that's happened in court cases and things like that.
Okay, great, thank you, JR.
Well said. Well, I think personally, okay, yeah. Are you asking me what I'm doing for this country?
Yeah.
No, JR, 1 minute. What was that comment? Well said.
I said to Incognito, well said, yeah, because he's been the best person he could be for his family. He knows that a lot of things are out of his power. He's just admitted there, fully point-blank range, that a lot of what's going on is beyond his control. He hasn't got much power over what's going on.
So, Incognito, will you be going to the marches in February?
So what he's
doing? Will I be going
is...
to what marches? I'll be honest with you right now. No, I won't be going to marches, right? Because the last thing that I went to in Liverpool, half of the city near enough ended up in court. There was hundreds of people ended up in court. Everyone got plastered all over the paper for being fucking
Yeah, you should say
racist, whatever, yeah, just for tearing up and trying to protect the kids, right? So look at all that Southport riots and all this crap and that crap.
So was that justified? The riots that happened in Liverpool, was that justified?
No, do you think I agree with smashing your own city up because someone done something?
You said it's about protecting the kids.
No, because everyone diverts their anger.
No, there's a difference. No,
Gio, you need to stop, Gio, because I've got the documents up.
There's a difference between a peaceful protest and a riot. Right.
Gio, I've literally got the documents up of all the Corbyn meetings.
One minute. So you think that, does anyone think that in February, when they go out and do their march or whatever, it's going to be peaceful?
No, because it never stays peaceful.
Well, why not though? Because
there's always something.
Guys, incognito. They've been doing the marches, the pro-Palestinian marches for what? How many months is it now? Right? And,
it's over a year.
1 minute. They're relatively peaceful. They're not people lobbing bins at police officers. What's the difference?
No, but hang on. The Palestinian marches, right? So you're talking about something
There's more people.
You're talking about something that isn't happening in the UK, okay? Right? Because
it's happening in the UK, you can lob a bin at a police officer.
So obviously, people from Palestine or who support Palestine,
yeah,
that's a heartfelt thing for them over here, so they'll do the march, yeah?
Yeah.
But if they were in their own country and doing whatever, then they'd feel more passionate about it, where this is children we're talking about on our doorstep.
So you think that if people were in Palestine, they lob bins at police officers? So you think that if people were in Palestine, they lob bins at police officers?
You're saying that to me, like I agree with what happened.
No, I'm not saying you agree.
I do not agree.
I'm saying no matter how angry you are, if you care about your country, no matter how angry you are, you should compose yourself and keep yourself composed.
And that's exactly what I've just said to you. I do not agree with smashing your own city.
Can I just cut in a sec?
Yeah.
Do you know that the misinformation of Axel being an immigrant was actually spread by a Pakistani Muslim?
Right, Rez, you know there's been 1,000,001 statements made and no one's got to refute any of them. Literally, no one's got to refute any of them.
Hey, listen,
right, so yes it was. Yes it was, but did
if I'm given the big screen, I will show receipts.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Sosh, I'm going to say it to you now, and I'm going to, I hope my lips are make sure you can see me. We know.
No one's disagreeing with that, Rez.
We know. So because the misinformation was spread from there, we don't know who this guy is. Nobody knows who. It wasn't any important person, and so somebody went and spread the information, and people decided to run with it because it's okay.
Rez, the more important matter is this.
One minute, guys. The guy's not from Pakistan, right? It's got nothing to do with anything else. The guy that sent information was from Pakistan, and people decided to run with it. Why?
I know it's disgusting, and I'm fully agreeing with you.
But this is the more important question.
The channel that was spreading the misinformation.
This is the more important. This is the more important question. Yes, it was initially released by a man in Pakistan. How come standing UK politicians affirm that information? Standing UK figures affirm that information.
Very good question.
So you can say what you want. Why would a standing UK politician who has access to legal and reliable sources gets information quicker than any other person in the United Kingdom, especially through, as Gio mentioned, Cobra meetings, and can get the transcripts of those Cobra meetings? Why did that individual not wait for those transcripts to come out and yet go to a random Twitter account, and take that information from the random Twitter account?
Nigel Farage did that.
Oh, Farage.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean. It's like, it's bad that the far right have piggybacked off it and spread that misinformation.
This individual, a standing UK politician, there's a bit of a difference between a standing UK politician and a random person in a village in Pakistan. If you can't tell the difference, then you're very disingenuous. A standing UK politician who is held to a high standard of integrity, because he is voted in as a member of parliament, and it is his responsibility to be truthful and integral in the information that he shares.
Can I just say as well, I feel like me starting off on that statement has caused a little bit of tension.
Yeah,
Am I able to backtrack just a little bit?
Rez, I get a sense, and I'm probably going to be proven wrong because I give people too much time, but I feel like Mashtag wants to have a good faith conversation.
Okay, go on then.
I genuinely do. I don't want to argue with nobody, and I'm so respectful. I've literally been out with my Muslim brothers this evening. Do you know what I mean? I've been out like with my friends who are Muslim this evening.
I don't, guys, please. If anyone comes onto my panel, I really don't need to know you have Muslim, brown, white, pink friends. I don't care.
Hashtag, what are you doing with them? What are you doing?
Very good.
Okay, fair. Sorry, Rez.
Guys, can I just say something to you? And I'll tell you why I don't need to know. Because you being a decent person has got zero to do with your friends and what they are and what they're not. For you to come up here, the first thing you said was the person gave misinformation. We know that. We know that, but we also know that with that information, 1 minute, we also know with that information, misinformation, people decide to run with it, right? And decide to smash up and what was the chance?
Yeah, it was more...
One minute, mash time, 1 second. It was a rhetorical question. So they said get the PAKIs out of the country. That's what they one of the chances.
Yeah, no, I was trying to more make the point. Sorry.
This guy isn't from Pakistan.
I know his dad's a Rwandan warlord.
They give false information.
No, hashtag, he was not.
No one wanted to wait and decide to run with it. It was all, they planned to attack different cities and then they went and proceeded to go into further out and go into other cities, knowing that, you know what, 1 second, like, guys who are leading this, they should be behind bars. Faraj should be behind bars.
Am I allowed to land now?
Every single person, guys, let me tell you now, every single person that went to them riots should be behind bars. Every single one of them.
That's where I don't agree though, Rez.
I do. Because as soon as they started doing as soon as people started attacking and saying racial slurs and you stood by them, you're as bad as them.
Hashtag, can I ask you something like important for our democracy?
Rez,
from where they live.
Because of people chanting that they are the extremists of that situation. Now, everyone
you said that the extremists of that situation. Then why is it that Tommy Robinson?
Guys, 1 second. Have you heard of the term guilty by association?
100%. And
okay. If you're standing by, 1 minute, guys. Have you ever heard of standing by where they're saying get the PAKIs out of our country and they're chanting things like that.
So hang on.
Guys, 1 minute. And no one's telling them to be quiet and you're still standing there. You are a part of it.
So can I speak, please? Just because I was speaking to Rez first and I'm not trying to be rude. What I didn't finish on, and I feel if I can clear it up a little bit, you'll understand where I'm coming from. It's disgusting that the fact that it was a Pakistani male and then the far right have ran with it, for me, it doesn't matter what source of information has come from that, but it's the fact, as soon as they got any inkling that it was an immigrant, they fucking ran with it. Do you know what I mean? And it makes it more, not funny, but it makes it more like to the point of like satirical sarcasm that...
Right, tell me when you're done.
In the first place, do you know what I mean?
Right, okay, that don't make a difference to me. Because at the end of the day, listen, guy, listen, a religion, practicing religion, 1 minute, guys, practicing religion doesn't make you a better person or not practicing religion. You can do anything in the name of religion. You get popes, priests, all sorts of people doing things in the name of Christianity as well.
I just want to apologise, Rez.
Right,
I really just want to apologise.
I'm going to try, JR, please. I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm going to have a word with him and then you can jump in. Because I think you're going to start speaking about conspiracies again. And that's going to go on a while. The point is, right, let's try again. So the point, what I'm trying to say to you is this. If you go out to what you think is a march, a peaceful march, and it becomes not peaceful, and you can see these people, they're saying racist things, and they're lobbing things that are being quite violent or whatever, guess what you do? You say, listen, I'm not going to be part of this.
But if you're standing there being peaceful, then you're not associating with that, are you?
No, okay. Can I just back up what Rez is saying?
1 minute, but you know that you're still with them people.
I wanted to ask Rez something before, right? But look, so you're saying guilty by association?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, if a Muslim extremist goes out and does something, does that make all Muslims?
No, because we're not there with him, are we?
If you're on a march next to someone and you don't call it out, then yes.
And you don't call it out. So do you think at them riots there weren't people saying to them extremists, what are you doing? Stop. We're here to be peaceful.
There was groups and groups and groups of people chanting disgusting things.
Okay, but what about the people?
1 minute. In all the videos that were shared, all people laughing, smiling, They are doing everything and chanting with them. No, I
no,
did not
so
hear
what
anyone saying stop.
Incognito.
All right, yeah, so they're the videos you've seen.
Incognito.
Listen, this was in my city. This was in my city. So chill out a minute, right? Because you haven't got a clue. This was in my city, right? So hang on. So you're sitting there saying the videos I seen. So it started off as a peaceful protest throughout the day. Then what happened? Then what happened was the younger generation saw it as an opportunity to have trouble with the police, right? And then the little youths and all that went down there, and that's when all the racial slurs started and the racial chants and that, right? That's what happened. So whether you see
Incognito, that's a fair point, right? And that often happens. But I've been on lots of the ceasefire marches, and on one of them, there was a couple of lads saying disgusting things, right? Anti-Zionist things, conspiracy theories, and I didn't start it, but a group of us said, no, we're not having it. You're nothing to do with this. And you know what? Wait. They were a tiny minority and they were dealt with. The issue at the other riots is it wasn't a tiny minority. It was a lot of people. So it couldn't be dealt with because that was a core of what was going on. And there's hundreds of thousands of people, 100,000 people on the Palestinian march, and this was a couple of guys, and they were dealt with because they were nothing to do with it.
Right, can I just say to you now, right, obviously you're saying everyone at them riots should have been, anyone who was standing there, right? See that one that happened in Liverpool? The whole thing was on my TikTok live, right? The whole thing. Right, I stood next to my vehicle, I didn't move from my vehicle, I did not scream, I did not shout, I did not throw a thing, right? So you now believe that because I was standing on the same road as them people shouting them racial slurs, I should be arrested for that as well?
No, I believe that if...
But what happened to guilty by association?
Incognito, you asked a question.
So what happened? I'm asking it to Rez.
You asked a question.
I'm asking it to Rez. Mark, I'm asking it to Rez. I'm asking the question to Rez. I would like an answer from Rez.
Okay, you were standing there. These people were doing. Did you tell them to stop?
I told every single person that walked past.
And that's on your TikTok.
Hang on. It's on my TikTok. It was on a live. They set the library on fire, and I stood there and said to about 100 people in front of me, "Why would you set the library on fire that the kids in that need and the people in the area? Like, what is this doing?" And I stood there to you before.
So these people were doing things, and you were telling them not to do it. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I was sat on me live saying, what is the point of this?
1 minute. Incognito. So what was the point of that the march in the first place? Go on.
The point of the march?
Yeah.
Because the extremist side of it then wanted to protest, right? And he was chatting, it was a peaceful protest at first, and it weren't.
I'm asking you what the protest was. What was the protest for?
And I'm about to land at that. If you give me a minute, I'm about to land at that. It started off saying it was a peaceful protest, and it wasn't. What they were going after was the mosques in Liverpool, right, to try and attack Muslims. Don't shake your head at me, because I know it was. It was in my city. And
I know it was. No, I'm not saying it wasn't.
It was in my city, and it was all over Instagram and everywhere.
I never said it wasn't. I said yes, and I said it's disgusting.
Yeah,
exactly.
You just said it was about attacking mosques. Rez was shaking her head in disbelief.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, but I thought she was shaking her head as if like this.
Yeah, you carry on.
You reverse it. I'm trying to reverse it.
So they were going after.
You wanna go away?
They were going after mosques, right? And the Muslims stood outside the mosques, and they all got together, and they all stood outside the mosques to protect the buildings, right? So
which you agree with? That's what people should have done, right?
Do I agree with people should have went after the mosques? No.
No, you agree that people should have defended their mosques.
Of course.
Yeah, cool.
But why would the mosques need defending anyway?
What?
Why did the mosques need defending anyway?
Exactly.
Why would anyone go for anyone?
Hang on, listen. Hang on. Because of extremists, that's why our children need protecting now, because Axel was an extremist. Right? And that's what happened. This is what happens in the world. You get extremists. Okay?
But
so
do you feel like our politicians, like Nigel Farage, who took some news from Andrew Tate and spread that, do you feel like those people have any place in our democratic liberal society?
I honestly do not know the people you named, except for Andrew Tate, for being some plum on
Nigel Farage, you don't know who Nigel Farage is?
You don't know who Nigel Farage is?
No.
Oh, days.
Look, you're saying old days. I do not keep up with politics.
Look,
I do not keep up.
Mark,
I do not.
simple as
Hang
this, right?
on, let me land with this a minute. Just, I do not keep up with politics. I do not keep up with
How do you know the
celebrities.
politician? How do you
I
know
do
the
not
politician?
keep up. I didn't. We're talking
said
political. Like,
politics.
we are talking political right now on a live about politics.
Okay, yeah,
political things.
fair.
So my suggestion there was he is going to be a politician. Right, I do not keep up with celebrities. You could put 1,000, 100 celebrities in front of me.
He's not a celebrity. He has dominated our politics.
I'm not saying he
for the
is a
last 10
celebrity. I'm not
years.
saying he is. I'm saying I do not keep up with that sort of people.
Right. Okay.
Well, then, respectfully, I don't know what place you've got commenting on our politics. If you don't follow
I'm
it,
not commenting.
and
I'm
you
not
don't know
commenting on
who
your
this guy
politics.
is,
I'm not commenting, Mark. That's where you're getting it confused. I'm not commenting on your politics, mate.
You're just commenting on me being here for clout and what have you.
Incognito.
Yeah.
I want to ask a very simple question, mate.
I'm commenting on what's going on in society with all this stuff. and the
just so we're clear, Incognito, I raised my 3 kids right as well, just as Rez raises her kids right.
Mark, let me say this to Rez. Rez, you have just tried to tell Incognito about what's been going down in his own city. That you have absolutely no clue. Yes, you did. Yes,
Right,
you
okay,
did.
listen, JR, listen, right?
No. You can't let me speak. You know why? Because you're
Mate, listen, you're the one who claimed that there was a Cobra meeting. You're the one who claimed that there was a Cobra meeting before the Sultan Abedi attacking, which there was no Cobra meeting. There was zero. I've literally got the references of all the Cobra meetings.
Right, Such, will you let him speak?
Shit. You're going to drop me because, you can't handle the truth. Now, you call me a conspiracy.
That's right, Jack Nicholson.
Shut the fuck up, you little prick. You call me a conspiracy theorist, and you call me, someone who's deluded, you are a fantasist. You are a leftist bigoted idiot. You don't know what's going on.
I am all of those things,
You
you're right.
don't know what's going on. You've just tried to tell me Incognito what's going on in this city. And when you got told straight, you tried to insult him, turned away, and you were absolutely defeated. You know why? Because the truth hit you. And when the truth
I had my ass handed to me on a plate.
Talk to me. The truth hit me. The truth hit me. No.
Let me finish.
One minute.
Let me land my point. The truth never needs convincing, You are a liberal leftist, okay? And when you find out...
I'm a socialist. Don't call me a liberal.
Find out what's going on in this country, it's going to shake your whole belief system. Because what you are is a very uneducated woman. And you are everything that's wrong with this country. You are everything wrong. And you are the reason why this country is the way it is. It's fucked up because of people like you. And that fucking Mark and his little rap, because I swear to God, if I seen any of you, apart from you, Rez, you two little fuckers.
Dude, you're going to see me on the 1st. I'm going to be there.
Gio, I'm scared. I'm shaking in my boots,
One minute. One minute. JR, this was your point, threatening people, yeah?
Yeah.
You talk
that brings values there, yeah?
Rez, I'm shaking in my boots.
You talk
I'm
shaking
Guys, let him finish, for God's sake. Let him have his run.
You say talk about guilty by association. What about joint enterprise? What about that? Eh? Do your maths. What about joint enterprise? What goes on with that? Do you even know what that means? Do you know what that means? When a collective government establishment get together and conspire against the likes of us and our country. And people like you call it conspiracy. You know why? Because you can't handle the fucking truth, you that fucking cow. Fuck you, you stupid bitch.
Oh, that's fine. Let's make you famous.
Direct your insults at me, mate. Come on.
That's a bit extreme.
No. That's right. So JR is British, guys. That's British values, and that's the thing that the people say that we're not willing to integrate.
I just want to go over some of the stuff that you said.
No, guys.
This is really important.
Can I just say, I believe Incognito, compared to JR, is a good guy.
No, JR's good.
Hang on, why compare to JR though?
Because he's a fucking nutcase, that's why.
But I'm a good guy in general anyway, just because I don't follow politics
that's
and politicians.
Fair. Dude, I'm
just
about
because
6 beers in, come
listen,
on.
I'm a councillor state born and bred. I haven't got that silver spoon in life. I don't follow politicians and politics.
I know
and
I've got a
things like
nice
that.
home counties accent, but don't judge me on that.
But look, I'm telling you, just because I don't follow these people doesn't mean I don't care about society, and it doesn't mean I don't care about
Incognito, can I rephrase what I said? Because it's not, you were right. Compared to Jay, I mean, everyone's a good guy. You strike me as someone who's genuinely concerned. And that's what I meant, right? I
have two daughters, a 7 and 8 year old, and very close to the age of them girls that happened to. Like, my girls go to dance classes, they go to gymnastics, they go to these little shows and all that.
I get it, yeah.
Like, do you think for a second I'd even be... Look, I'd be doing life, I promise you now. Nothing would have stopped me from getting to that lad. Like, nothing. I don't care what I had to do. Nothing would stop me from getting to that lad if that happens to me.
And Incognito, as a wet liberal soy boy, tofu eating wokerati, I said on Rez's live earlier, my human instinct would be to throttle this kid with my bare hands.
No, I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of going out that easy. No, we're not. That's God's
JR isn't British, he's Welsh.
Well, unfortunately, that makes him British.
That makes it better then.
Wales is a principality.
No, he's not British, he's Welsh. I'm an extremist, aren't I? So we always
there
have
is just one thing I want to go over, Rez. No. It's very important about these Cobra meetings. I've literally looked at the Cobra meeting transcripts. There's a document online, and I'll give you the reference. Everyone can go and check this. The website is ukdataservice.co.uk. It states the Cobra meetings, every single Cobra meeting from the year 1997 to the year 2017. A Cobra meeting took place on the 22nd of May, in which the Manchester Arena bombing was discussed. It took place after the event. The prior Cobra meeting, so the Cobra meeting before this Cobra meeting, took place on the 1st of May in regards to the NHS cyber attacks. There was literally no Cobra meeting that could be referenced, that was on record, that took place in regards to anything other than these two attacks.
Thank you,
So factually, on a factual level, and I can send anyone this document if they ask, there was no Cobra meeting that
Do you
took
mean
place.
to say that JR might have been a bit nuts?
Yes. There's literally no source. And by the way,
And I
even on
say
this
that as a
Cobra
registered nuts person. I am disabled because I am nuts.
there is literally there's no Cobra meeting up.
It's in the comments.
On the 22nd of May, by the way.
Because you've silenced him, Rez. You've silenced the truth.
He said I turned my face away when
Thank you. Sush, genuinely, I made a joke out of that, but thank you so much.
Right, 1 minute.
No, it's
Right,
fine, mate.
Incognito. I didn't turn my face because your facts were right. I wasn't there at the riots. You'd be shocked to know that I wasn't actually there at the peaceful protest. I wasn't there. So I've got no reason to turn my face away when you give me revelations about these peaceful marches or whatever. It will make no difference to me and my life. What did annoy me was when I got the recordings and people were saying, get the peas on. I thought, it's got nothing to do with anything. And when they said disgusting things about my religion, that really rattled me that day.
Obviously, JR got like a bit upset in that then, and I'm not saying I agree with like most of what he said. But can I just ask Mark though? Do you not think, like, obviously where he said there is an agenda at the moment, and I'm not going to sit here and say I know the facts of it and this is what's going on, but in your heart, do you think there's an agenda going on at the moment to make us all fight each other?
Blend, I think there absolutely is, but I think it's happening in plain sight. And the Tory party has always been about representing generational wealth and business interests. And there's a place, you can go and check it out, called 55 Tufton Street. And since the 1980s, their job has been poisoning the discourse in British society. And they have represented every disgusting business interest going. And if you hear of people like the Taxpayers Alliance, the International, the IEA, I can't remember, the Adam Smith Institute, they're all based at 55 Tufton Street. And almost every political panel show you see, someone from there will be on it. And they're saying, oh, you know, tobacco is actually fine for you and oil's great. And we're told to accept this nonsense. So I see that is going on, but I don't buy into all the nonsense.
So can I answer that dead quick? So basically what you're saying is...
Blend
one sec, because I just want to answer them dead quick while it's on everyone's mind.
Just in the comments dead quick. I was not here this morning on any other account. I have only been here now in the past 20-30 minutes. I was not here this morning on another account. So stop chatting shit in the comments.
So, Mark, where you've just said then about the people, it was a bit idiotic, to be honest. I'll be honest, lad, what you said. You said about someone said tobacco was good. So, there's a term that we use in Britain called gaslighting, and it's about, there's a fella in World War II.
Blend, don't tell me what I said was idiotic. I can send you reams of documentation on this.
Yeah, no. So let me just finish.
Literally called lobbying.
Let me finish. Let me finish, and you'll get me point. Okay. So there's a term called gaslighting, and what it means is from World War II. There was a husband who used to turn the lights down.
No,
all right.
Blend,
let me finish, Matt. Shut up a minute,
I'm going to stop you.
You do it to
everyone.
You
told me you don't know what the fuck gaslighting is. Gaslight was a movie. Gaslight was a movie about a man manipulating his wife. It's nothing to do with World War II.
When did they have gaslights, Mark?
Oh,
I'm going
my
to show
God,
your intelligence
dude.
now.
Okay. You can literally Google this. The term...
When did
comes
they have
from a
gaslights,
thing-
Mark? What year did gaslights go out of use? Mark, you're an idiot. It was during World War II. You picked me up on nothing. Mark, let me speak, lad. You're winding me up. I was making the point.
because I'm pointing out that you're full of
just let me
fucking
finish, lad,
shit.
because you just sound stupid. Gaslighting, the term, comes from a fella who was turning the lights down on his wife and telling his wife, oh, the lights are still on full blast.
Which is in a movie.
Shut up, Mark. Fucking hell, lad. What's wrong with you? Are you going to shut up?
I have, dude. Go on.
All right. So people like me who aren't soft, if someone tries to turn the lights down on me, no matter how delicate you try and turn them down, I am going to say to you, stop being a divvy. I know you've turned the lights down. Stop lying. So just because people want to say that tobacco is good for you, doesn't mean that people like me are going to go, oh, it must be. I'm not an idiot. I'm not an... Mark, let me speak. I'm not an idiot. I cannot be gaslit. Yeah? And your argument is daft.
Right. So you're... Okay, dude.
Mark, do you want a reference for that?
I'll
You know the
join
term
you.
gaslighting, and this comes from directly from the Newport Institute. The term gaslighting came from the 1938 play Gaslight, which was adapted into a 1944 film of the same name. The term is used to describe a type of emotional abuse where someone manipulates another person into questioning their own reality. It comes from a movie. This is from the Newport Institute. I'll give you a source.
What year did you say then, lad?
1938.
Wow, mad that. When didn't World War II start?
No. You stated that it came from World War II. This clearly states that it came from a movie.
See you later,
an
man.
adaptation
And
of a play.
the war started in 1939, Blend. You know that, right?
The blend's not good without.
Lad, how do you think the war started, you idiot?
I literally gave you
I
a
agree.
reference.
It was started by a guy turning down lights on his wife. Yeah, you're right.
No one said that, lad.
I'm being silly. I'm being silly because you're
Yeah,
right.
because you've been called
That was
out
the
and
subject.
everyone
That was the
was
subject of the movie. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, because
But
everyone
my
here is
point,
quite intelligent, lad, and we can't be gaslit. And you're saying, oh, well, the media say that tobacco is good for you, so we all must be
Alex, it
wrong.
was a play and later adapted into a movie.
We're not all wrong, lads. We don't believe tobacco is good for you. You might do, but that's because you might be a bit soft.
Blend. Okay. You are immune to these guys' influence on our discourse. I take that. You see everything clearly. You get it. You won't be led by these people. Unfortunately, our public is massively led by these people, and any pretense otherwise. Why would 55 Tufton Street exist? And
What are you
why would
saying
they
there?
have
Are you
been-
saying
no,
the
wait.
are you saying the general public is stupid?
Wait. Why would 55 Tufton Street have existed since, I think, the late 70s, but definitely the 80s? Why would those organisations have existed, and why would they have millions of pounds pumped into them and actually not have to tell us where that money comes from if that didn't affect our public discourse? I know it doesn't affect you because you're too smart, right? But why would they exist, and why would they be given a place on Politics Live, on Question Time? Why would that happen
What
if
organisation?
it didn't affect our public discourse?
Who's that? Who are you going on about? You didn't say the name.
There's IEA, the Adam Smith Institute, the Taxpayers Alliance. That's three of them.
1 second, just because I'm not like, I want to show everyone the truth, so I'll Google it now and have a look. What's it called? The Taxpayers Alliance?
Yeah, Taxpayers Alliance are one of them, yeah.
1 sec.
Yes,
By the sound of the word alliance, it sounds like a third party, private, nothing to do with the government, but...
No, it's not to do with the government. They're a lobby group.
It's literally lobbying. It's the definition of lobbying.
Oh, so
It's
what was
happening
you on
in
about then when you said
years
about
and
how did he get in public?
Because what they do, like literally, the best recent example is Liz Truss, right? All her campaign and her very brief period in government was backed and governed. Sorry, not governed, but I can't think of the word. Guided.
Liz Truss was the best prime minister we've had in the past.
Okay, great. So those guys who agree with you, who are based at 55 Tufton Street, they advised Liz Truss, and she kind of set the UK economy on fire based on their advice.
Well, Mark, that's not entirely true, right? Because I do believe some part of a budget was very positive. However, the Bank of England didn't exactly have trust in that budget at that time, which did set the economy on fire.
Trust affects it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
The financial markets is largely
the financial
a
markets
confidence
didn't
thing.
really. Yeah, the financial markets didn't really have confidence within a budget.
No.
Even though I did enjoy the fact that part of a budget did implement tax reductions for early startup companies, which I think is very much needed in the United Kingdom.
So you see, that's fair, right? I would argue that that's a nice to have as part of a mostly insane policy. But I agree, this is all it is subjective in the nature that most, and that's what worries me the most, right? Most of our economy is built on whether people agree with these decisions. It's not really based on anything.
Mark, this is like a good example of this is when Brad Glenn mentioned the fact that most of the UK public is stupid, and without offending people, I do believe that most of the UK public aren't stupid. They're just not informed or not well versed. And
a lot of time and money goes into influencing people.
Yeah, like the common trope that when we left the European Union, I'm not sure if it was 250 million or 230 million, whatever it was, we'll come back to the NHS every week.
250.
Now, comparatively, compared to all the European grants that we got for every other sector, we would have never been able to give that money to the NHS because we have to then re-subsidise every other sector that Europe is subsidisation to.
Yeah.
So how will we then?
There was a study.
Sorry,
thank you, sis. Yeah, sorry.
So it's
and
if people read that,
it really got
just like the
lost.
Donald Trump of the UK.
Hold on, Blend. There was a study that came out, and I think it was during the referendum, but it might have been after. And what it showed was that, because we kept being told, the UK pays loads of money to the EU, they're taking advantage of us. But what this study showed was that for every pound we paid in, we got £10 back. It was such a good investment for us as a country. But the British public got swayed by Winston Churchill and the Empire and too many brown faces in the supermarket, which literally makes no logical sense.
Mark, you know the irony of all of this? Do you know the irony of all of this? That vote that it did there, it actually led to a direct correlation, and this had correlation, not just causation, it had correlation.
Yeah.
And we all know causation doesn't equate correlation. They had causation.
Hey,
So the
one
fact that
sec,
we had a
shush.
direct
This is what, just dead quick, what's important? Someone, a girl, a woman has just went, whoa, that's crazy. Who was it?
It was Angel.
So, Angel, what was your problem? What was your problem with what he said? Because it's a factual that they...
Right, well, what is the issue with too many brown faces? That's like a crazy thing to say.
No,
So
Angel,
what he's saying is, the UK people, because there's lots of immigrants here, who weren't doing anything wrong. They weren't doing nothing. They were all just living life like British people, a lot of them, Because there was lots of them there, we were told, there's immigrants everywhere, this, that, you've got to vote for someone else, and that's why Liz Truss ended up getting voted out.
Angel, just to
No,
be clear...
what I think, right?
Yeah.
What I think is, like, all these, like, the arguably immigrants coming into this country, right? A lot of people don't realise back in the 70s, all these, like, Indian, Pakistani people that came over here, opened shops and stuff like that, they were getting, like, all the brunt of it, getting all the racism. But look at them now. They're literally the ones with, like, mansions, like, really nice cars, all this. Like, they're loaded because they worked for it. They contributed to society.
Yeah, Angel, thank you. What I was saying was
a
Yeah, you're right, Angel. It's like them shops, them shops that are everywhere where they sell, like, it's like a tool shop, but they sell everything. They've got, like, you can go and get a bed for your dog. One sec, Mark, I'm just pointing something out. You can go and get, because people think this stuff doesn't matter, and it does. You can go and buy, like, a cheese grater and a dog for your bed, And most products in the UK, they all have to pass a certain standards level in case your kid puts a finger in a plug or any of that stuff, do you know what I mean? And what the people that you're on about do is they start shops like that and they import stuff from Pakistan where it's not allowed in this country, and they'll import it dodgy. Look, lads,
and now Blend is talking about trading standards with no reference.
Yeah.
So that aside, trading standards aside,
Angel, just let Sush finish, because I trust you. We're on the same
standards
page.
go to places
I was mentioning a very prudent point. You see, in the United Kingdom, we have something called subsidised higher education. Now, subsidised higher education, and we also have a skill shortage. This is historic since 2010. And we used to fill that gap with European-based immigration. Highly skilled workers from Europe, Eastern Europe, and any other part of Europe used to be able to migrate to the United Kingdom with very little tax implications and very little other implications. So whenever you used to have a shortage in the UK market, they used to fill that shortage. Once we left for Brexit, surprise, surprise, no European no longer wanted to come to the United Kingdom. What did we then have to do? We lost European education grants, European education funding. We then had to look overseas for those funds. This is why the largest subset of immigration into the United Kingdom, according to the Office of National Statistics, 35%, if you work out 35% of 1.1 million, works out to be around 330,000, somewhere around there, is student-based immigration. That student-based immigration is no longer from Europe. It tends to be from places like India, China, Pakistan. Again, a direct cause of Brexit. Another direct cause of Brexit. 27% of all immigration into the United Kingdom is high skill-based immigration. No, we no longer get that from Europe. Where do we now need to source the high skill immigration from? Surprise, surprise, abroad. Where does that immigration come from? Ex-Commonwealth colonies. India, China, Pakistan. Again, a direct result of Brexit. So you were complaining about immigration before, now you're having immigration. That's not white. You're having brown immigration.
Just to point out, Shush, I weren't going on about any certain race of people.
No, I'm just generally saying. I wasn't saying.
Yeah, no,
I was generally saying
people who open shops and do illegal stuff.
No. In relation to the Brexit vote, I was talking about in relation to the Brexit vote. So we see a lot of these systemic issues. For example, irregular migrants coming into the United Kingdom. Of course, under the 1951 Refugee Convention, migrants can travel wherever they want. An agreement was put in place between European nations called the Dublin Agreement, in whereby Europe decided wherever the migrant first lands, they should stay in that country.
Who do you think in here, though, Shush, with all due respect, because I don't know you're aiming the question at, who do you think in here is against you with immigration?
No, I'm generally saying we were talking about the negative impacts of Brexit and how
it's a debate in that, though, and we all half agree. I think we all agree in here that the UK is an immigration country.
We don't all agree. There's 51% of people who voted to leave.
Yeah, but in this chat here, there's no one who thinks that the UK shouldn't have immigration.
So, Blend, do you think that Brexit was a good decision or a bad decision?
I voted out. I think we should be out, yeah.
So this directly impacts you. Because the reason as to why the UK is in such dire economic circumstances, according to the University of Economics in London, is simply because of Brexit. One of the largest contributing factors is Brexit.
Can I just say, right?
But there's hundreds of studies, lad. You've just picked one off the university.
That's the most in-depth study done.
Guys, Angel is new to the conversation and wants to say something. So
yeah, I just think when it comes to like stuff with like regulations or what gets like brought over here and stuff, shops like Primark, they're literally sweatshops. All of them are the same. You could buy stuff off TikTok Shop and you could buy stuff off the high street, and it could be at the same factory. Like it's all.
So Angel, Primark's not like that anymore, love. You've just watched the news and seen a scandal a few years ago, and it was only a few items as well. I'll be honest, I'm not sticking up for Primark, but it was only a few. Listen, Angel, trust me, I'm right. Go and Google it and do your proper research and click on decent sources. There was a few people who were sourcing Primark, and they were found that they were getting the stuff from the sweatshops. Primark found out and stopped.
Are you seriously?
Primark found out and stopped it because of UK.
What about Neuralink?
Which?
Yeah. What about H&M?
What about Topshop? What about all these shops that are using sweatshops? They're all
probably stopped it if it's been.
Well, this is just idiotic. I literally one of my jobs prior was logistics. Every single item that we get in the Western Hemisphere comes from some sort of slave or forced labor. Every single item.
What about cashew nuts? What about cashew nuts?
That your phone, the mobile phone that you're having now, the cobalt, the minerals.
Right, but again, hey, what's your point? Because none of us are from, like, I know we're going
on. You were saying who was talking about Brexit. You were saying who was talking about Brexit earlier.
All the world's
I literally highlighted.
It says all the world's past.
I literally highlighted the negative economic impact of Brexit, and you stated that it was a good idea, and you voted out.
What are you trying to like get at? That the far right don't know
cashew nuts? Cashew nuts have to be picked by hand and removed by hand, right? They're all done by hand, right? Yet cashew nuts are one of like the most dangerous fruits to handle, because picking them off of the fruit, it causes like serious burns on the hands, right?
Oh, you want to watch what you're saying here, you know, Angel, because I don't know whether you know how to make ricin or not, but this is why Axel got nicked.
Sorry. Just ignore Blend. Go on, Angel.
No, don't ignore me because
No,
you're talking
I'm-
about cashew residue.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like
Well, that's how you make
cashew
ricin.
nuts, it
I'm an
causes
extremist, so I know these things.
calling yourself an extremist is not a flex. Oh my
I would never
god.
use ricin to get anybody though, like Nutboy did.
No,
Yeah.
and anyone that heard what Angel said did not think that's what she was talking about. Come on.
Exactly, because nobody knows, because no one's an extremist.
Oh,
Why
Blend.
would you know those things?
Who would claim to be an extremist? That is pure weird.
Angel, is it okay if I pick up on something Blend said?
Yeah, go on.
Thank you. Blend, you said something to the effect of, what do you guys think that the far right don't know about this or agree on, right?
Yeah.
The point is that, well, I can only speak from me, right? My issue with the far right is that they might share most of our frustrations, but they've convinced themselves that it's to do with foreigners. And that is the most absurd notion, and it's the oldest trick. Literally since Roman times, we've been divided and ruled. And it's because people on the far right go, my life wouldn't suck if it wasn't for brown people and foreigners.
No, it's not about the... See, you're bringing the race into it. We don't bring the race into it. It's just that what it is. Hang on, shush, he was addressing me, I'm addressing him back. The way you're going on about, they're wrong, definitely, and you know they're wrong, yeah? One thing I'm going to point out, I'm going to further go on after this for a second, but the first thing I'm going to point out is, if you look at people in the world who do the jobs that make a difference, like doctors, mechanics, people who've got mechanical minds where ones and zeros make a difference, they're normally far right.
You're
1 second, Mark, please let me land. All the people who are on the left, they normally do jobs like teachers or like health assistants, like Rez is a nurse. They're the type of jobs that they normally go for. Now,
Blend.
All right, 1 second, just let me land a minute. Let me land a minute. Let me land a minute.
No, but you've just implied
most of the
that I
people who
don't
fix the
understand
world's
that.
problems are right wing. So the point I was making is
rubbish.
the right wing
And every
people
time they
understand
try to
about
do that,
immigration.
how's that worked
Mark,
out?
you're just going to speak over me, lad. Let me get me point and then you
How
can
is
answer.
quoting Jordan Peterson when Jordan
The
Peterson
right
goes on and
wings,
says that
we
right wings
just-
are
we
structural
just-
people?
Listen, we just understand that if you've got an island and you've got 10 gold coins and 10 bananas and each one's worth £1, if you get another 10 people on, you can make another £10 coins.
And
you can
now
tell
he's
everyone,
quoting Jordan
and
Peterson.
just let me finish.
You've
You can
just
tell
shown you
everyone that
don't
the pound coin is
understand
worth
economics.
less.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Exactly. So if you get another 10 people to come on the island, everybody's now got £1 that's worth 50 pence.
Do you know, Mark? Do you know the country? Mark, do you know the country with the highest HDI? The country with the highest HDI, and I'm not sure if Blood knows what HDI is a country that runs on social. A country that has capitalism, but it also emphasizes socialist policies. Can you name the country which it is, Blend? Do you know which country has the highest HDI?
The highest which? What is it?
HDI, Human Development Index.
What's that?
There you go.
Like humans advancing, getting better. Well, I'm going to take an educated guess. Don't all talk over me. If Shush is asking me, he's asking me. Does that refer to, like, obviously people advancing, getting cleverer at the rate?
No. So HDI is a multitude of things: education attainment, lifestyle, healthcare attainment, GDP per person. So
I'd probably say somewhere.
Blend, you were on the right lines.
Yeah, you were on the right lines.
Somewhere in the Middle East.
No, it's actually the Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
Can I say something like talking
And
from like
those
someone who's
countries.
experienced?
Sorry, Angela, let me just finish this point and then
Are you sure then, hang on, when you said then it's a multitude of things, are you sure you're not referring to like happiness of life? Because if you'd asked me where is the
part of that index.
Well, if you would have asked me that, I would have said Scandinavia, so you tried to gaslight me, like all these say.
No one tried to gaslight.
Gaslighting. HDI is the term people use.
But when I asked him what does it mean, he didn't say to me in terms of like generally it means happiness, because if
when
he
I
had said Denmark or Scandinavia,
but
he asked me what rate of the advancing.
Want to get grey all of a sudden.
So the point was mentioned earlier. Causation doesn't equate to correlation. For example, the United Kingdom has a pretty high GDP, one of the highest GDPs for comparable economies of its size.
Yeah.
However, that being said, the United Kingdom has a low GDP, has a low HDI comparative to its GDP. More money doesn't equate to higher HDI. Sweden and Scandinavia have used a multitude of policies. Most of them are not right. Most of them are not left. They're centralist policies.
Yeah, they're a social democracy rather than
social democracy.
Yeah,
exactly. And they've hit the nail on the head. No one complains about paying 40% income tax in the Scandinavian countries because they receive higher quality of services for their taxes.
Yeah, it's like a membership fee for the best health club you could ever imagine.
Yeah, so what was the point? Why did you ask me that? You can just carry on.
Because the point is, when you were mentioning left and right, when we have these left and right divides, in reality, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. A good policy, a good government should also always have a mix of both. Yes, right policies are more subjective, they're more rigid, they do have a better economical impact. However, you need socialist policies to drive economic policies.
So, for example, I'm so glad you said that, because in our lifetime, we sound a similar age. I don't want to offend you.
I'm 28, mate. I'm 28.
No way. My God,
yeah,
you're intelligent and you sound like a worldly wise man, because I'm 45, right?
What's your class as intelligence, lad?
Blend. Just sit this one out, okay? Right, Sush.
It's mad the way you just said that, though.
Okay, right. In my lifetime, I feel like the Overton window has been dragged so far to the right that any suggestion of a social democratic idea sounds like Marxism.
Yeah, I would very much agree with that. Much agree with that. Even though we have comparable examples that we can use today with world economies whereby it's actually worked and it's been more effective than any right economy or any capitalistic economy.
And honestly,
we have
mention this to people, and they look at you like you're talking about Narnia, and you're like, no, it's just across the North Sea. Like, it's literally happening there.
Yeah, it's literally what Norway, Sweden, Denmark have higher attainment rates for education, have easy healthcare and higher healthcare standards, have higher workers' rights, have higher rights for females.
And one of the when I usually talk about Scandinavia, I give two examples, right? First of all, not only is higher education free, something we used to enjoy in the UK, but thanks to the Blair government is a thing of the past. You're given your own flat. You aren't sharing with someone in student halls. You get your own flat. And obviously you only get that while you're studying, right? But the other thing that I think would just blow most people's minds in the UK, they cured homelessness in 2 or 3 years because they gave homeless people somewhere to live. And because they worked out that the amount of money they would save by giving someone a place to live and they become a functioning part of society, that saves so much money with police and health services and social services. But can you imagine trying to position that politically in the UK right now?
We can't, but Mark, what we also fail to understand is when we look at those countries as a model, those countries have the largest foreign investment fund. The largest foreign investment fund. Yeah,
yes,
sure,
sorry, Angel, you've been very patient. Yeah.
Yeah, so coming from someone who has first-hand experience and stuff like this, I work in care, and I've noticed in general that majority of hard workers are foreigners. Majority of them are from, Africa, places like that, and they're easily overworked because anything that's handed down to them, they will do it. It's the exact same as the racism that Indian people experienced. It's like they are hard workers. They will work hard. They might not be the best workers. Some of them might not be the best workers, but a lot of what I've seen is genuine hard workers. Whereas majority of the people that are white and stuff like that, they are they're very argumentative, very laid back, stuff like that. But I can't say
so it's quite exploitative.
Definitely. Yeah, I think it's very exploitative. I think that all these foreigners are very hard workers, and it's taken advantage of. They're pushed to work harder than the majority of people that live here. It's just I think it's wrong.
Thank you, Angel.
There is something that I'm going to mention, Mark,
wrong.
That a lot of people are going to dislike. Right, we do have an issue with immigration. Now, people can say we don't. We do. I don't think it's viable for an economy to be relying on 27% of immigration to be for high-skilled labor and 14% of immigration to be for low-skilled in-need labor.
I agree.
I don't think long-term that is a viable solution for any economy.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
We need to think of policies And those policies need to, what the implementation of those policies need to do is allow people in the United Kingdom who attain high levels of education to attain higher salaries with lower
But
taxes.
they won't. They will not. Like, I hate to say this, but majority of my family are like this. They're benefit reapers who sit on their arse all day and do nothing and don't contribute to society. Yet there's immigrants that are out there contributing to society. They contribute like over like 6 billion to our economy, yet they're called scroungers. They're said that when they come over on boats and they reap benefits and everything. No, they're the ones that are doing jobs that majority of the people won't do.
That support the NHS and absolutely.
And I agree with that, Angel, but the fact of the matter is we can't sustain. I agree with you, but at the same time, we cannot sustain the stagnant economy.
It's a bit of a personal question, but to Angel and Mark, just both live on your own. Like, just pay for your own rent, gas, electric.
I pay for my own rent, but I don't live on my own.
What, you give £40 to your mum?
No, I pay half my rent
Angel,
with my
I'm
boyfriend.
a father of, sorry, Blend, I'm a father of 3 and I'm 45 years old and I work as a teacher. But Angel, what I would say, because I'm I'm not liberal, but I think people often describe it as a liberal sensibility. I genuinely think if we had an economy that rewarded work, your family, that you can see those, that lifestyle that they bought into and kind of given up on themselves. I think if we had an economy that valued work and encouraged people into it, they would work.
Mark, do you think that higher PPP in the United Kingdom would drive people into work?
Sorry, I didn't hear the abbreviation.
So do you think higher purchase power parity would drive more people into work in the United Kingdom?
Now,
meaning that
I'm going to have to admit, I don't know what purchase
power parity meaning that when you get a job, your job pays enough for you to sustain a high level of lifestyle, meaning that you get paid enough to buy a good car. You
Making work pay.
Mark, do you class liberal as well as right or left wing? What's your view of liberal?
Well, it can be both. It can be both, Blend.
Do you mean myself? I think liberal is very right wing, and I think a teacher profession, I don't know whether that's what you meant, but to me, every single teacher I've ever met is left wing. The right wing ones get sacked as soon as they go right.
Okay, liberal, depending on which country you're in, means a different thing. In France,
will you define it for me now? Then show me.
I was doing it right. In France, liberal is an insult and means economic.
Now your definition.
Okay, it means economically liberal. So essentially, neoliberal, quite right wing, and you just want to let the market have at it, and that will sort everything out. Wait, I'm not done. Right. In America, liberal means.
No, stop. I don't want to know America. I asked your definition. What do you think it means?
But I can't define that if you won't let me.
In Britain, we can. We have definitions of words. The word liberalism is defined in a dictionary. That's how Britain works.
No, blend. But trying to pretend that there's one definition of liberal gets us nowhere.
That's your opinion. I work on definition ones and zeros. You know that I'm an extremist. I don't leave nothing open. I think you shouldn't be allowed to use the word liberal then, if that's what you're going to do. If you're going to say it doesn't mean anything, don't use the word.
Blend, I understand you have autism, right? And when people have autism, they view life in black and white. Now, for a living, why I'm a landlord, but I'm also a business analyst.
Right, people keep trying to gaslight me, right, and it's not going to happen. Right?
No one's gaslighting.
Shush! I haven't asked you one question yet, and you've answered me, right? So answer this: name something for me that isn't black and white. One thing, a real thing, not like a feeling that someone has, not a feeling or nothing like that. Name a physical thing that I can touch that's not ones and zeros.
Human beings,
human beings are ones and zeros, lad. You made
ideas.
So you're stating that human beings are binary. Human beings decisions. Ones and zeros, by the way, is called binary. It's an indication of binary code. 1 and 0 is called binary.
I know. I can write C code if you know what that is.
Yeah.
So don't try and tell me what binary is.
What has that got to do with anything, though?
So in regards to
binary rules the universe, Angel, everything in the world is off and on. And people try and say that there's middle ways to things, and people try and say, like Mark, that the word liberal doesn't mean anything. Well, if it doesn't, make another word up. Make another word up and give another definition.
Blend.
But liberal means
say that.
Mark, well, you're a lad. I asked you before. Give me your definition of liberalism. Hang on a minute, shush, stop putting in. Because I asked you before, what's your definition of liberalism, right? And you gaslit me and you said to everyone, I can see what you said. You went to me, I'll tell you now, I'm going to give you it. And then you didn't. Then you just said to me, oh, well, I think giving it a definition means that, like, it's bad and we shouldn't do that.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm from Liverpool. You've all seen the memes. We don't do if buts and maybes.
In my mouth, Blend. If you want, I can give you the definition of classic liberalism, right? Or we could talk about
your definition. If you're going to use the word, I want to know what you mean when you say it. What's hard about that?
Blend, we could talk about this for 5 hours.
We couldn't though, because you just look soft. I'm asking you for your definition of liberalism.
Blend. Because if I gave you a definition, I would be lying to you, because there's not one definition of liberalism.
Glenn, it's like saying to someone, what is a human? The dictionary definition of human is a homo sapien. If I were to ask Mark what a human is, he could turn around and say, someone who is alive.
Yeah, but that would be wrong.
Definition of human.
But that would
it doesn't matter, but that is his perception of the definition.
Yeah, but that's the point. Define. Yes. That word define means to tell you what it is. You can't have your own opinion.
Mark, I understand what
yeah, and I Blend. Many ways, I understand, Blend.
I feel sorry for you because you just don't know how the world works, and you just must look at stuff and wonder. You must look at loads of things and wonder about
I
them and just
dissect
be
processes.
in awe of them.
I'm a business analyst. I literally dissect processes for a living.
Blend, genuinely.
Why are you saying then?
Why are
you saying then that things aren't black and white?
Blend, things are black and white. Everything does in
I've asked you to name something that's not black and white, and you
I just gave you an example of humans. The definition of a human.
Mark keeps speaking over me, but I came back to you and said we are ones and zeros.
Right. So for example, I want to become an accountant. Right. The end goal is becoming an accountant. There is a direct route to becoming an accountant. That direct route could be me getting a degree, but from that direct route of me getting a degree, I can also take another route. That route would be an apprenticeship. Things aren't always black and white. Things can be achieved through a multitude of routes.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
what you just said
but you know what I think
is
black and white. You know what I think is black and white.
What you just said was black and white.
This is your
I did
brain
understand
it. Your brain is wired in a specific way. And no matter how much you try to explain something to
you, Blend, there's nothing wrong with the way that your brain is wired. It's making it difficult to appreciate what we're saying.
It's not that, lad. I understand what you're saying, yeah, and I know I sound facetious, but I genuinely do. You can ask a lot of people with Asperger's, yeah, and they'll say the same. We all say it to each other, and I know you aren't going to like me saying it, because I still treat you as equals, but a lot of us say to each other, like, they're absolute fucking nutters, aren't they? Like, we all say, like, what I've just said then. I'm not being horrible, but you must look at stuff. 1 second, man. You must look at stuff, and you must be in awe of it. You must wonder how engines work, and, like, does anyone in here know how an engine works?
What? What is not black and white?
No, hang on, because there's only 4 terms to a combustion engine, and they're quite easy.
No one cares about a combustion engine.
See, this is what I mean. None of you care how your car works, and when it breaks, when your car breaks, you can't fix it. When your laptop breaks, you can't fix it. You just come to people like me for help, and you go, oh, I don't know what's going on, can you help me? But then in other things, you think you know what's going on.
Mark, what you're basically trying to say is one input equals one output. But that is not a reality in life, because most humans function with emotions. So when we're looking at life, when we're looking at humanity, one input might equal multiple outputs. That's literally how I get paid to view the world.
No, I don't agree that one input is multiple outputs, but I agree with you that most people are emotional. And it just gets in the way of your decisions. You just can't decipher things.
It doesn't get in the way of dealing with human beings.
What? You're insane.
Blend, you have I think for a long time
I'm not insane, Angel. I'm an extremist.
Listen to me, please. For centuries,
Mark, with all due respect, lad, every time I ask you something, you don't be quiet when I ask you to.
Right, okay, well, let me speak, because the last time I spoke,
you're the worst person for it in this chat.
Right, okay, can I speak?
Go make yourself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, Angel.
What the hell are you guys doing?
Are you...
What were you doing? You went for a walk.
I had to just get a...
We're arguing about whether a black and white view or a nuanced view is right, and obviously the answer is both.
Whoa, no, don't do that. The word nuanced doesn't mean that.
The word nuanced doesn't mean that, lad.
The thing is,
I'm very nuanced.
Blend,
nuanced means faceted, multiple angles. It doesn't mean 1 + 1 is 3. It's still 2.
You know what complicates things? What complicates things is like humans run with emotionality, and when we run with emotionality, often a direct action doesn't equate to a direct result, because we run with emotions. Where the vast majority of humans run with emotions. You have the unique ability. I'm not going to presume, but I believe that you have the unique ability to remove your emotions, so you're able to view life in a more a less nuanced way, or a less grey matter way, and that is perfectly fine. You will excel in certain careers and you will excel in certain things. However, that being said, for the vast majority of humans, that is not how the vast majority of humans function and view life itself.
Yeah, well, because we live in cities and stuff, I do agree with you, because we live in cities and that, like, there's loads of times that we're going to need people to do your emotional support and all this, and I get that. But in, like, natural, the way humans are supposed to be, like, fully normal, people who are right-wing and think the way you said, and a thingy, they're going to excel in the thing.
What do you define as normal?
They're going to excel in the things that make a difference, like building houses, pipes.
You see, you just nailed it there, right?
Like,
yeah.
Large in the, like, majority, that is, like, you're acting as if people don't have, like, day-to-day emotions and use it, like, during their work every single day, like carers, like anyone that contributes, like, to society.
Yeah, so what about people like me? Because people like me, Angel, are getting anxiety. I haven't no more, but like people like me, I'm constantly forced to do things, and I'm not actually forced to do them. So it's a lie. So it's like when, I don't want to say the word, but when the big C came in and we were all on lockdown, that whole act of Parliament, there's probably a lot of yous in here who might have been charged with it, or at least gave police your names. And there's people like me where I understand about all that. I understand that it was fully pointless. You didn't have to give your name. None of it mattered.
Blend, you've had 2 people try to say to you that we desperately need people who see the world the way you do, but we also need people, sorry my voice.
Mark, what the hell happened to your throat?
I know. We also need people who know how to deal with human beings.
And Mark, this is why I gave the example of a Scandinavian economy. Yeah. Because when you have an economy that has both, you have logical people and you have people who are able to adapt to emotionality, you will have a balanced social system and you will have a balanced economy, and you will thrive under HDI index, because
I
emotional
think more
people.
I think more women should be in government. I think that's
statistically speaking. I don't think that neither women or men should be in government. I believe, and this is my belief, the most competent person should be in that role. I don't care if it's female or male, as long as it's the most competent person who's in that role.
But
this is my
then
opinion.
Where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line with, like, confident and cocky? Because some people just let that go to their head.
In terms of economy, when you're looking at economy, so the economics minister, the minister of business, whatever they call it in the United Kingdom, that individual should be from someone from a background that actually has established and run his own business. The healthcare minister should be from a background that is in relation to healthcare and has extensive experience within the healthcare sector. This notion that we allow people who have no experience within that industry in which they represent in government to be within that position is so poor, because they have no experience actually working within that role. I think we will see improvements across every single service if we put people who actually have experience within those industries within those roles.
Shush. So this is what I meant before. No, the way Mark pointed out to me, I'm not going to use the word gaslit again, but he said before, we've tried to explain a few times why we need people like you and this, that, but you also need to understand us. Just dead quick, I'm going to say why I think that's not true and it should be only people like me. It's because of what you just said then. So, like, you're going on about, like, countries and that. This is not my opinion before you try and say it is. The UK is a PLC, a public limited company. It's on a stock market. Okay, so because of that, it means it's the same as any other company. And it means, like, if you go and do your research, right-wingers, lad, run the best companies. Lefties go out of business proper quick. Like, it's not even funny. Like, the only time they stay in business is when they've got a little community of, like, other lefties who will buy there. Whereas right-wingers in a free market can get custom from anybody because they let the work and the value.
So this is what what
itself.
happens, Mark.
1 minute,
This is what
shush.
happens.
I'm just pointing something out. So my point is, most of the people who are right wing like that, like Donald Trump, they're the best people to run the countries.
But Blend, Shush has just given you an example of the best run countries do not run according to your view of the world.
That's because he differs on what he thinks the best run countries are. He thinks that countries with a lot of natural resources that can just exploit them is good, whereas
I never mentioned.
No, he didn't say that at all.
I didn't mention the
But
Middle
what
East.
country is he on about?
Norway,
then?
Sweden, Denmark.
So you don't think Sweden and Denmark exploit the national resources? Are you being
No,
serious?
Sweden and Denmark exploit everyone else's natural resources, but that's beside the point.
Right,
They do that
so
for
I was
the
about
sake
to
of-
say, because it's not beside the point. Let me address you, lad. It's not beside the point. I was about to say, whether you believe with colonialism and all that or what, I don't know. And I don't believe with the slave trade, obviously, at all. But for a company, for a country or a company or a country to be clever enough to go to another country and control resources there, I do big them up for it. And you can't tell me that you don't agree.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that.
You don't Blend.
Let me break down the point, Blend. Let me break down the point on a simple level, right? Most inventions are made by people from the left because they are more creative. This is well documented. You can read it from, I believe it wasn't Darwin, it was someone else. It was Sigmund Freud. I think it was Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud stated that most people from the left, and also Jordan Peters has mentioned this, are more creative. More people from the right are more practical. So generally speaking, when we look at large companies, we can take Tesla for example.
Confused, shush, lad.
We'll take Tesla for example. An economy, and I agree.
Blend, listen.
Let me give you the example, right? The actual invention for Tesla, so the mechanics, was invented by someone who was left wing. Now the stock market, the value of Tesla was then pumped up by Elon Musk when he came over and he did a corporate takeover. He pushed that company ahead. So both are needed. The initial person who makes that invention is most likely from the left. The person who takes that and brings it upon scale is more likely from the right. This is why within organizations, you need a combination of both. Organizations don't work on a single individual, and an economy is business on scale. I agree. All economies are business on scale. We need people from the right and we need people from the left. To say we need only one side is disingenuous.
All right, but what you just said was disingenuous because you just said that people from the left make inventions, which is wrong. What you meant is they're more creative. Yes, they are more creative. Yes, they make a lot more art and they're more creative. But the word creative, like you just said, isn't practical. The right are practical. You said that yourself. So someone from the left who's creative wouldn't make a toothbrush or a car or a laptop. And the people who've come up
They
with
would make
that...
a better toothbrush and a better car.
Okay,
what about jobs
okay,
that
that's
use,
fine,
like,
Mark.
an emotional side?
Mark, that can be fine. They come up with a better one, yeah. Then left-wing people can put an iPhone with a toothbrush and they'll say that that's an invention, whereas the right-wing come up with these out of the
Who
blue.
was Twitter invented by?
I'm not, because you just tried to say
Who
before
was
that the left-wing
Twitter invented by?
come up with
Who was
inventions.
Twitter
What
invented by?
about nurses? What about carers? What about
Who was Twitter invented by?
doctors?
Who was Facebook
They're not
invented by?
needed, Angel. We just need bridges and engines.
Yeah,
Mark
clearly
Zuckerberg isn't right. Mark Zuckerberg is more on the left. Twitter, the inventor Twitter, I forgot what his name was. He was on the left.
Well, these jobs.
A lot of people.
What did you say? The inventor of which? Of Twitter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why Elon bought it, because it wasn't free speech. It's good now.
Oh my God! Twitter has literally been recorded.
It is literally gore.
Twitter has been
offensive
recorded.
stuff. It's
Twitter has been
crazy. Why could you
recorded
defend that?
removing any pro-Palestinian content. Is that freedom of speech when they implement
Elon's
algorithms?
version of freedom of speech is agree with me.
Exactly. They're literally removing pro-Palestinian content. Why is he not allowing pro-Palestinian content then?
Why has Twitter's value dropped so much?
He doesn't.
It's literally
You have
all
so much
explicit
fucking money.
content.
Right. So for example, Twitter used to have an API. It was called a push-pull API. This allowed third-party companies, and you know what this is. This allowed third-party companies to.
I don't think he does
tap
know
into-
what this
No,
is.
he knows what it is. He knows what it is. He's not. I'm not going to insult his intelligence. Twitter had a push-pull API, right? Twitter's push-pull API was free. It would drive traffic to Twitter to then get AdSense and ad revenue. Twitter then removed that API. Twitter charged for that API. Did Twitter stock and share value drop after Twitter removed that API, or the free availability to access that API from third-party companies? Did the stock price share value drop?
I don't get the premise of the question. I don't get what you mean with the question. What are you asking me?
If Elon Musk was so practical, why did he remove the push-pull feature of the API on Twitter, which meant that he was no longer getting the traffic to Twitter to increase AdSense and ad revenue?
I still don't
It's
say
logical,
you
right?
don't know. It's two questions.
Okay to say that you don't
It's
know.
two questions that you're asking me.
Blend, what is your For You page? Like, what does your For You page consist of?
What do you mean, what does it consist of?
What do you get shown?
Funny scout stuff.
Click on your
What's
For You
that?
page.
Funny scout stuff. What's that
Funny
got to do
scout
with it?
stuff mixed in.
I'm not the
It's funny
type.
because-
I'm not the type of
Because then
person
it-
to let a TikTok algorithm dictate my environment. I dictate my environment. I don't get depressed when depressed music comes on.
But what I've noticed, what I've
Neither
noticed
do I,
about,
Blends. Neither do I. It helps me feel human emotion.
what I've
Yeah, and I
noticed
don't
about
get
stuff-
happy. I don't get happy. It doesn't make me feel any emotion.
Let me
is what I'm
speak,
saying.
please. What I've noticed about stuff like Facebook, Instagram, X especially, is they push what they want to push. They push their own agenda, right? Because see, before, my content on my For You page was so different. But see, if I go on X, it is majority gore, like political content that pushes a certain agenda, rage bait, stuff that tries to get you to interact.
Well,
Because they know you don't like it.
Are you explaining an algorithm to everyone?
No, I'm explaining X's algorithm to everyone.
And Blend, as soon as Musk took
Same with
over,
every algorithm,
no
Angel. It's
matter
different
the
for everybody.
algorithm, everybody saw Elon Musk's tweets, right? Is that free speech?
You're talking about things. You've
But
just.
Mark, it's
I'm not
simple,
trying to be
right?
offensive,
It's
yeah.
simple.
But I like to
Did
find
Twitter and did
great
Twitter?
men like
So did
Jordan
X?
Peterson and
Mark,
trying to use them
this
against
is very
me when he's
simple,
right.
right?
You're naming him and going. He even said himself
Right,
that
this is very simple.
the people.
You're a
Listen, the
big
people who
rival.
made the Tesla engine are on their ass now. They're
I
fucking
know.
nowhere. No one knows who they are. No one knows
I
who
know,
the name is.
Blend.
Shush wants to mention them like the
what-
belter, but no one
Right,
gives
Blend,
a damn
Elon, a
about
quick
them.
question.
He
You're a-
does. People like
Who
Elon Musk have
cares?
to
I know.
because it
Who
matters, Angel. When
cares?
people like
Who
Shush are
cares
saying
about
that
Elon Musk?
Tesla's a load of
He's
crap
so
because the engine was
didn't
made by
say
two
that.
lefties.
Full of himself. All he
I
cares
never
about
said
is
that.
Because you're asking me about algorithms, Angel, and I'm the type of people who write algorithms.
You
but
did
you're
not
lying
listen to the
about
statement
Angel,
which I mentioned.
Angel, I
lying about
literally,
it.
Angel, I code C. I
Right.
code C and
Right.
C++.
Right. Listen
So
to me.
don't
I'm going
tell
to
me
make it
about
very clear.
algorithms.
I'm going to make it very clear.
Sounds stupid.
Within software
You're
engineering,
shy.
I'm going to make it very clear in terms that you can understand. Within software engineering, you have a
Algorithms are
you have a
ones
team.
and zeros.
You have a
You
team
all
of software
need to
engineers.
just-
Right. I'm going to make it very clear in terms you can understand. When a team of software engineers come together to develop a piece of software, it's not just software engineers alone. Requirements need to be gathered. When requirements are gathered, the individual who collects those requirements is often a project manager. A project manager will go to the company, understand its needs, write the requirements down, understand the requirements, and shift through those requirements on an emotional and personal level. They will then give those requirements to the software engineers. Often, project managers tend to be on the left. Software engineers tend to drift to the right, simply because software engineers are logical, but the requirements need to be gathered
No,
for
it's
the software
not.
engineers to do
No,
their
it's
jobs.
not. It's not simply
I
because of that. It's
literally-
simply
I
because the
literally
government.
work-
It's
I
simply
literally
because the
work in that
government has
industry.
got an agenda,
I
and when you try and
literally
take
work in that
left-wing
industry.
people on who are poor,
You-
they can't
I
give them any
literally
jobs,
work in the
so they
industry.
end up saying to them, "You can go
I
into
literally
software
work in the
management.
industry.
You can be management. Everywhere you go, it's you can be
You cannot
management.
develop
You
a
can't
piece of
lift this
software.
box.
You
You can be
cannot-
management."
you cannot develop
Brother,
a
I've
piece of
been in
software
these
without
places.
requirements.
What you're saying?
You cannot-
what
I've been
you
in
want
these
to do, what?
workplaces.
You
You
cannot
could
develop
have
a
seen
piece of
people in front of me who are thick and have got no
Fucking
idea.
binary
You can't
anyway,
pick boxes
understand
up.
I
They've got no
literally-
spatial awareness.
I
They can't
literally
even
do-
think.
It's
And
called
they
a
get told
software.
you can go and manage
It's
people.
called
like
a
yourself,
software
you
development
guys who
team
do-
for a reason.
Yeah,
It's
it's
called
just
a
association. You know the guys who actually deal with ones and zeros, the coders.
You just said software management.
All right, just blend. All right,
Just listen to Source.
Just let me make a quick point, right? Because I listen to you, and honestly, I've really struggled to engage with you, right? But just hear me out. So you believe in ones and zeros. You're an extremist, right? You're also inclined to the right. Why do you not like slavery?
Because I'm a Hindu. Because when you take the... I'll answer you if you want me to. When you take the ones and zeros and you actually look at life, when you're serious about it and you get past all this politics, what you're talking about, when you start wondering, 1 second, Source, 1 second.
Let me caveat.
You asked me a question, lad, you're going to ask me another one on top of it.
No, I'm going to add to that because the reason I have an issue with that is you're a free market capitalist and you don't do nuance and you do black and white. It's just ones and zeros. Why are you against slavery? Because obviously it's the bottom line that matters. You're right.
Yeah. Okay, so can I answer you? So can I? No, Angel, sure. She wanted me to answer them. So when you take ones and zeros, and you take take them proper serious, and you look
okay, listen, Rez is
you
not
end up
here,
realising,
and we're
right,
taking
without
things out
going
of
into it
control.
too deep.
Please, Blend, listen, one second, let me just say something. Rez is not here to manage the panel, so please, like we do, keep it respectful and speak one at a time, because it's getting out of control now.
I am, I'm answering
thank you, MK.
It's you who we're all talking, to be fair. So, Source, I'm losing me train of thought now. If people can stop doing that, if they're saying to have a conversation, but we was. Like,
MK, you got mods, don't you?
Yeah, mute people.
But it's not allowing me to like do certain things that.
Right.
Well, dead quick, I'm saying to Source, I'm not going to sit here and explain the science behind Hinduism, but most Westerners, we like science and maths, and a lot of them don't go extreme with it like me, fair dues, yeah, but I went extreme with it to the depths of everything you can do, and you start coming to the conclusion, oh shit, yeah, Hinduism is the truth, everything about it makes sense, everything about it is scientific, everything, no one can pull me on anything about it, right? It's not like there's magic men in the sky and all that, and without getting into that, their whole belief system and the whole understanding of Hinduism is that yous are all gods, I'm a god, we're all spiritual, we're all divine. So for me to hate you or force you into slavery, it's a bit like depressed people where I'm not going to say it on the live, but where they'll do things that hurt themselves. That seems pointless to me. I used to think like that years ago. I've dealt with depression and stuff, and that is just law of attraction. If you choose to be happy, you can be happy, and it's the same with life. You don't have to sit there and say, I want slavery, because it's just hurting yourself, it's hurting the world, it's not going to work out great.
All right, Ben, I'm going to ask you one
say that people just decide to not be depressed.
And, Angel, can I just ask you a question? So we're talking about economic models right here. You said you're right wing. You said right wingers run the world. You said you don't deal with nuance, right? You deal with ones and zeros. When I asked you why are you against slavery, you give me an explanation about Hinduism. Give me a reason why, as a right winger, right, you don't believe slavery. Not as a Hindu, because what you say doesn't matter. Because as a right winger. As a right
winger, we believe in law of attraction. You ask any right winger that, they'll all tell you they believe in that. What you put out there and what you ask for, and if you work hard, you'll get it. So it's the same thing, basically, as what I've just said. Like, law of attraction states that if I start... You don't even want me to answer you, lad. You're speaking over me. Law of attraction states that if I start forcing slavery on somebody else...
Why would slavery not benefit a right-wing economic model?
It would benefit it.
So why are you against it?
Because there's reasons why it wouldn't benefit. There's more cons to it than pros.
Right, I'm going to ask you a very simple question, Brand. SDLC.
No, I'm speaking to Source. He asked me a question and I'm answering it.
You haven't answered the question and it doesn't make no sense.
I'm answering it, but Shush is trying to speak.
This is going to end the discussion. This is going to end the discussion straight away.
I don't agree with slavery because in the end someone will come and enslave me. It's common sense. That's ones and zeros. What bit don't you like?
Ones and zeros. Talk about binary as much as you want. Software development life cycle. Which one's better, agile or waterfall? Which one is more commonly used? Which one is more commonly used, agile or waterfall?
Agile or waterfall?
Which one is commonly used? You said you enjoy software. This is a software-related question. There's two software development lifecycle models, agile or waterfall. Which one is more commonly used?
Brother, that's
if you don't know, I'll explain.
Any software I code
this is very an important question. Waterfall is a linear approach, meaning that there's one input, one output. Agile is a multifaceted approach, meaning that there can be multiple inputs, multiple changes, upon request, multiple adjustments to the software development lifecycle. Every single organization uses agile development methodologies. Everyone's abandoned waterfall because it's inefficient. Even though
right, so because you don't understand the stuff you're on about, I don't know about agile or waterfall, yeah, but I understand obviously about technology. So what you're referring to is matrices. So what you do is, for everyone that doesn't know, C is just ones and zeros. That's how simple it is. So obviously there'll be a long thing that I can tell. Let me speak. Shush. Let me just tell everyone, lad, in layman's terms, so they understand, will you, lad? And what Shush is referring to is, after you give a computer one simple input, instead of it giving one output,
there'll be another 6 or 7 commands underneath that, which could also give outputs, and then you'll get a
By the way, this information that he's giving to everyone is false.
And then someone has made that software and called it Agile, and then what Shush is trying to do is because I didn't know the brand name of the code, like Agile.
That is not a brand name of code.
Who cares?
C++ and C Sharp is a brand name of code. Software development lifecycle isn't a brand name of a code. It's a methodology on how you implement a lifecycle to code. It's not a variation of code. C++, C Sharp, their codes. JavaScript is code. That's not code. You really don't know what you're talking about. Genuinely, you've been spouting
because you've said Agile and started to use a code that you think I wouldn't understand.
No, that's not a code. Agile is not a code. It's a
exactly. See, now you're doing it again because it's a different format or whatever it is.
What has codes got to do with this?
You've just explained to me what Agile was. You've just told me it was a form of code that gives multiple faceted outputs, and then when I explained everyone in layman's terms what that means, because they don't like code,
yeah, this
you
is
started saying I was wrong.
No idea what codes are. No idea.
No
what
one cares about codes.
No idea.
Exactly.
What right, guys. 1 minute. Right, we're gonna try to. Somebody called Digital Mooney. Does anyone know who the hell that is? No, I don't know who that is. I don't
That's
know.
the point. It was Shush. You brought that up, not me.
Right, guys. Yeah. Okay. Look. Right. It's going on to 5. What time is it? 5 o'clock. Right. And I'm shattered. As interesting as this conversation is, my brain does not understand anything that you're not on about. I have no idea what digital whatever else it is. But so. Guys, so what we're going to do is we're going to end the live, if that's okay. This is when you guys jump in and say, yeah, it's fine, Rez. But just FYI.
You can't end the live before you buy me Parmesan. Remember,
You've got to do a little outro though, Rez.
No,
she hasn't. It's her
got to do a little
what she
outro.
wants.
5 words.
What?
A little outro, like, you know what I mean? Like, don't know, get ready for tomorrow, guys, I'm back or something. You can't just click the button and turn it off.
I have to say, get ready, guys, I'm back tomorrow.
Or something,
You've got,
then you got a little outro.
you've got to say 0110112.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
1, 2, 1, 2, Bill.
What I normally do is try to make it a positive end so that whoever is in, we can kind of say, let's just end on a positive. But I don't know how.
Can I say something positive? Can I? I'm glad that the world has blends in it, but I swear to God, if they run the world, we are screwed.
So deep.
You think that, lad, but I'm just glad in general everyone's hear me. I haven't got no sentence to put afterwards after it. I just love everyone.
Absolutely.
You also love code.
Yeah.
01.
Yeah, let's not forget the codes, for God's sake. Let's not forget the codes. Right. Angel, my lovely, I didn't really get to speak to you, but are you all right?
Yeah, I'm grand, thanks. How are you?
I'm drained, and I'm a very old woman. So
Angel did very well trying to get involved, but it was an uphill battle. Sorry, Angel.
It was Angel's first time as well, wasn't it? Yeah. And there's somebody else here.
Yes, before, and it was fun. So there you go.
There's somebody else, Bob, I don't know who that is. Sorry, my dyslexia is playing up. I cannot get that.
MSI official something.
MSI official person. Yeah. What would you like to say? I don't think you've said it. Have you said anything at all? Person in the corner?
No, they probably passed out.
No, they're there. There's a mic came on. Hello? Hello? Maybe not.
Can I also say, see this? Barnes H. Fly. Me and you, we've got beef, right? You've been starting beef in the comments the whole time. Me and you've got beef.
Right, Angel, I don't know if they told you here. Right, so first of all, Sush and MK at the top, there, and Mark there, bless him. So all three, actually Adam is there as well. All 4 of these guys are mods, I think.
Nah, they're honeys.
No, I'm not, but yeah.
They're honeys.
Hey, Mark, I made you a mod.
Did you? I did not notice that.
Nah, it's just this one guy I've got beef with. Don't worry.
Was that Blend?
No, it's this one guy in the comment, Baldy over here. What's his name?
He tried to
It's not that we've got anything digital.
It's not worth it.
Digital money, there's no issue with anyone. It's just that we're ending the live soon. So we're going to try finishing on the positives like we normally do. That's all it is. Okay, so.
Yeah, positive is good for you being vegan, by the way. Good on you.
Sorry, who's vegan?
Bless you.
Some guy in the comment, the guy that I'm beefing with, he says
when I become prime minister, I'm going to force you all to become vegan.
Awesome. Is that Spanish fly you're talking about?
I'm going to make it illegal to hurt animals.
Rather stick pins and needles in my eyes. Sorry, mate.
I'd be vegan if I could.
In fact, I'm going to bring in a full-blown Hinduism, non-violence. No violence allowed, or you get locked up.
Blend, calm down. Let's take it down a notch.
No, that's kind of valid, though. That's kind of valid.
We're winding down, love. Winding down. Bring it down a little bit. Right. So, sorry, Angel. Positive. Anything positive you want to say, my lovely? Just finish it on a positive. It doesn't have to be about this. It comes to you a general thing, like
equal rights. Hey.
That'll do. Thank you very much for that. Adam, are you there? Adam. Okay then. MK.
As always, everyone just needs to be nice to each other, treat everyone with respect, love, and we need to care for each other because this world is cold and it's disgusting that a lot of people are experiencing horrible things, and not even just in this country but just all over the world. So it doesn't hurt to be nice, guys.
Real.
It's hard sometimes.
Rez, it's true. Rez, if you want, drop him because he's been in here. He hasn't spoken. It just sounds a bit.
Who is it?
This Miss Official guy, Miss Your Official or whatever. Just drop it. He's not even talking. He's just sitting here like one secret agent.
How do I do He's underwater.
I'm under the water.
It sounds like he's bloody underwater. Something's all right.
Water, please help me.
Adam, are you here, my love? Okay. Right, let's try again. Right, no, it's not. Right, Blend.
What?
Right, positive words to end with. Sarah, can I join? Right, Sarah.
Nothing. Just the same, yeah. Positivity. Yeah, I'm all for positivity.
That's really nice. That is. So, right, Sush. I think he's gone for a bit. 1 minute. Anyway, we're gonna end regardless because I'm genuinely not waiting. Mark, you said something, didn't you, love?
Yeah, no, I
said something. What happened to your voice halfway through? Have I made you poorly?
No, I've been talking too much. That's the problem.
Hello, welcome to my world. Not nice, is it?
No, it's not.
Excuse you? It's pretty wonderful, actually. Joking. Right, guys, I'm 43. I can't be doing this. I'm burning out. So bear with. Right, so let's just end this live.
See you later, Rez. Nice one for having us all.
It's all right, my love. Blend, just one thing. When I know you're autistic and you deal with things a certain way, but genuinely, you need to just bring it down a notch.
Can't.
Well, you can, by the way.
Can't.
Yes, you can.
Can't.
You absolutely can.
Because I end up living stressed.
1 minute. So when you say you can't, that there is the mindset that you need to change. Because basically, when it comes to my son, what the nurse that he was seeing or whatever, the support that he had, they said it's about programming and routines and how to change and learning and implementing something and pushing yourself. So you absolutely can. That's on you though. No one else can make you do it. I can sit there and say all I want. That's entirely on you what you do with that. But let me tell you now, if you're having a discussion with somebody and you keep going, no one's listening, mate. You have to know that. You have to know that.
It's a bit more than black and white when it comes.
I disagree, Rez. I don't want. I think it'll get a bit offensive if I say if I start going like the comments stick up with me and like I've won on points and like.
I have no idea what you're saying. Fascist sticking up with you. You've got a baldy fascist sticking up with you, and that's
guys.
He's literally been dogging on me the whole time.
I've proved that a capitalist society works in this live. Like, obviously, I'm not going on because I don't give a shit about.
You've got some coins on
gifts. Well, that's what I mean. I've proved it, haven't I? That people will put money behind something else because they know by law of attraction if we have more of that, we'll all have more dough. It's going to be boss. Look like petrol's come down. Diesels come down within a week now. Like Trump's been in office. Diesel's well cheaper. It works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
How's it going, Mark? You alright, pal?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just, do you know what? I've changed my mind. I'm going to let Blend run everything. I'm sure it'll be fine.
You sound shattered.
I am.
It will, Mark, hey, and watch America, lads. I'm not saying this to be horrible, but watch the next few months and that and genuinely try and look at it from a middle standpoint view, from where they were watching. I don't know whether you watch YouTube, but everyone filming, like, over here now. I don't know whether you know Billy Moore and that, but all the YouTubers, they just film shite, like, because it's a state, you know what I mean? And it's because of who's in charge. Watch America, lad. Watch the videos that start coming out. They'll change. People will want to go there.
Have you not seen the Trump supporters literally on TikTok crying about how they regret their choice because, there's women in the industry that are trying to get like higher up,
Yeah, no, I agree.
Trying to get new jobs, and they're declined it because.
With all due respect, I was trying to keep it nice, and I'm just saying.
No, Blend, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Just watch the next few months what goes on.
First of all, put Mark to bed because he sounds like he's just going to nod up.
Send
Good night, Mark.
Send Lemsip. I don't know where you are, love, to send it. I would do otherwise. Anyway, guys, my voice. Anyway, guys, let's try again. Okay. We're going to end the live. Positivity, honestly. Genuinely, guys, just always be kind to each other and look after each other and just spread love. And stand united no matter what, guys, because life's it's going to get harder. So for the guy that told me that I'm a cow, the response to that is moo. Thank you very much. I don't really care what you guys think of me, genuinely.
You should do, Rez. Most people obviously think you're a belter, innit?